Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Red Plus. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry discovered he was the owner of Diagon Alley through an ancient contract at age 9. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Forgotten Door. The summer sun beat down on Privet Drive like a hammer on an anvil, and Harry Potter was running for his life. Not literally, of course. Dudley and his gang wouldn't actually kill him, Aunt Petunia would be furious about the mess. But Piers Polkiss had brought his older brother's cricket bat today, and the look in Dudley's piggy eyes suggested he'd finally worked out that Harry couldn't tell anyone about the beatings without making things worse for himself. Harry's bare feet slapped against hot pavement as he cut through Mrs. Fig's garden, vaulted her low fence with the ease of long practice, and emerged onto Wisteria Walk. Behind him, he could hear Dudley's gang losing ground. His cousin's bulk was useful for intimidation, less so for pursuit. "Get back here, freak." Harry didn't waste breath responding. He'd learned years ago that talking back only made things worse. Better to run, to hide, to wait until they got bored and wandered off to torment someone else. He turned onto Magnolia Crescent, then cut through the alley behind the chip shop, his mind racing through his mental map of Little Whinging's escape routes. The park was out, too open. The library was closed on Sundays. The shopping center had security guards who knew his face, and not in a good way. Which left the old row of shops near the edge of town, the ones that had been slowly dying since the new mall opened 3 years ago. Half of them stood empty now, windows soaked over or boarded up, perfect for losing pursuit in. Harry rounded the corner onto Spinner's End, not the official name, but what the local kids called it because of the old textile mill at the far end, and nearly collided with a rusted bicycle someone had abandoned against a lamppost. He caught himself, glanced back, and saw no sign of Dudley's gang. Good. But they'd check here eventually. He needed somewhere to actually hide. The row of shops stretched before him, sad and neglected. A shuttered greengrocer, a bankrupt electronics repair place, what had once been a video rental store. And at the very end, squeezed between the old mill's wall and a collapsed newsagent, something Harry had never noticed before. A door. Not a shop front, just a door, painted a green so dark it was almost black, set into a narrow slice of wall that shouldn't have been wide enough to contain anything behind it. Harry blinked, certain he was seeing things. He'd been down this street dozens of times. There had never been a door there. But there it was, solid and real, with a brass handle shaped like a coiled serpent and a small sign above it that read, in letters that seemed to shift when he looked directly at them, "Waypoint, authorized entry only." Somewhere behind him, Dudley's voice, "He went this way, I saw him." Harry didn't think. He grabbed the serpent handle, warm, despite the shade, and pushed. The door opened onto darkness. Cool air washed over him, carrying scents he couldn't name, old paper, candle smoke, something metallic and sharp. Every instinct told him to stop, to think, to not walk into strange dark places. But Piers's cricket bat told him something else entirely. Harry stepped through, and the door swung shut behind him. For a long moment, there was nothing but blackness. Harry stood perfectly still, one hand outstretched, waiting for his eyes to adjust. The sounds of Privet Drive had vanished completely, no traffic, no distant lawnmowers, no Dudley shouting threats. Just silence, and the smell of dust and time. Then, slowly, light began to bloom. It came from nowhere he could identify, not lamps or windows, but the air itself, taking on a pale golden glow that revealed the space around him. Harry sucked in a breath. He stood in a room that shouldn't exist. The door behind him was set into a wall of ancient stone, but the room itself was circular, perhaps 20 feet across, with a domed ceiling covered in symbols that seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. The floor was polished marble, cracked with age but still beautiful, inlaid with patterns of silver and black that formed some kind of design he couldn't quite make out from this angle. And in the center of the room, slumped against a pedestal that held a softly glowing crystal, was a creature Harry had never seen before. It was small, perhaps 3 feet tall, with long pointed ears and a face that reminded Harry of old leather stretched over sharp bones. Its skin was a grayish-green, its fingers impossibly long and thin, and its eyes, when they opened, were the deep black of a starless night. "Ah," the creature said, in a voice like rustling parchment. "Finally." Harry took an involuntary step back, shoulder blades pressing against the door. It didn't budge. "Don't," the creature raised one trembling hand. "Don't be afraid, child. I am not your enemy. I have been waiting, so long, for someone with your blood to find this place." "My blood?" Harry's voice came out higher than he'd intended. "What are you? Where is this?" "A waypoint." The creature's laugh turned into a wet cough. "One of the old doors, connecting the mundane world to what lies beyond. As for what I am a goblin, child. My name is Ragnok. And I am dying." Harry didn't move closer, but he didn't try the door again either. Something about the goblin's words, the way they seemed to resonate in the air itself, held him in place. "You said you were waiting for someone. Why me?" Ragnok's dark eyes fixed on him with an intensity that made Harry's skin prickle. "Come closer. Let me see you properly." Harry hesitated. "I am in no state to harm you," the goblin said dryly. "I haven't been able to stand for 3 days. If you could kill me with a firm push, I think you can risk a few steps." That startled a surprised laugh out of Harry, and because the goblin had a point, he moved forward slowly until he stood at the edge of the silver and black pattern on the floor. Up close, he could see the design was a stylized eye, with the pedestal at its center forming the pupil. Ragnok studied him. The crystal on the pedestal pulsed, and the goblin drew a sharp breath. "Yes," he murmured. "Oh, yes. The blood is true. Diluted through generations of breeding with lesser lines, but true nonetheless. The wards can feel it." His eyes, somehow, grew even blacker. "Do you know who you are, child?" "Harry Potter." "Potter." Ragnok made a dismissive sound. "A minor house. A nothing name, bought with gold and luck a few centuries back. But your mother, what was her maiden name?" "Evans. Lily Evans." "Evans." The goblin's long fingers twitched. "A Muggle name. But before that? Her mother's name. Her grandmother's." Harry shook his head. He'd never known anything about his mother's family. The Dursleys refused to speak of her, and he'd learned long ago not to ask. "Peveril," Ragnok said, and the words seemed to hang in the air, the crystal's glow intensifying. "Your mother was descended from the Peveril line. Squib branches, forgotten connections, deliberate obscurement, but the blood remembers. The wards remember." The symbols on the ceiling moved faster now, and Harry became aware of a sound he hadn't noticed before, a low hum, rising from the floor itself, vibrating through the soles of his feet. "I don't understand," he said. "You will." Ragnok pulled himself higher against the pedestal, and Harry saw the dark stain spreading across his chest, the wound that had been hidden by shadow. "I have been keeper of this waypoint for 63 years, waiting for an heir to find it. The wards would only let the true blood through, you see. Anyone else who tried that door would find nothing but a brick wall." "An heir to what?" "To the alley." Ragnok's voice was weakening, but his eyes blazed. "To Diagon Alley, child. The heart of magical Britain. Built by your ancestors 700 years ago and bound to their bloodline by ancient contract. Abandoned when the last known Peveril died without issue. But the contract remains. The wards remain. And now you remain." Harry's head was spinning. Magic. Diagon Alley. Contracts and bloodlines and a dying goblin in a room that shouldn't exist. "I'm 9 years old," he said, because it was the only thing he could think of to say. The contract cares nothing for age. Ragnok's hand shot out, faster than Harry would have thought possible, and gripped his wrist. The touch was cold, dry, like old paper. You must complete the inheritance ritual. Now, before I die. If no heir claims the alley within an hour of my death, the wards will fail entirely, and everything your ancestors built will fall into chaos. I don't even know what an inheritance ritual is. I will guide you. But you must choose, Harry Potter. Ragnok's grip tightened. Walk away now, and this door will never open for you again. You will return to your mundane life, and the alley will become a battleground for those who covet its power. Or stay, complete the ritual, and claim what is rightfully yours. Harry stared at the goblin's weathered face, his mind racing. This was insane. This was impossible. Magic wasn't real, goblins weren't real, and 9-year-old boys who lived in cupboards didn't suddenly inherit anything except hand-me-down clothes and bruises. But the door had opened for him. The crystal was pulsing in time with his heartbeat, he could feel it now, a resonance deep in his chest. And Ragnok was looking at him with a desperate hope that had nothing to do with manipulation. Harry thought about Privet Drive. About the cupboard, and Dudley's fists, and Aunt Petunia's sneer. About 10 more years of being nobody, nothing, a freak who didn't belong anywhere. What do I have to do? He asked. Ragnok smiled, revealing teeth like yellow needles. Kneel. Place your hand on the crystal. And when the magic asks you to accept, say yes. The marble was cold against Harry's knees. The crystal, when he touched it, was anything but. It seemed to come alive under his palm, warmth flooding through his fingers, up his arm, into his chest. The hum from the floor became a roar, and the symbols on the ceiling began to spin. Ragnok was chanting in a language Harry didn't recognize, guttural and sharp, but he barely heard it. His attention was consumed by what was happening inside him. It felt like waking up. Like he'd been asleep his entire life, seeing the world through a fog, and now the fog was lifting. He could feel the room around him, not just see it, but feel it, the weight of the stone, the age of the wards, the desperate hope of the dying goblin. And beyond the room, something else. Something vast. Streets. He could sense streets, winding and branching, cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of feet. Buildings pressing close together, their walls thick with enchantments. The smell of potions and parchment and 1,000 kinds of magic. Voices, distant but present, haggling and laughing and going about the business of a world Harry had never known existed. The alley. He was feeling the alley. Accept? The question came from everywhere and nowhere, not in words but in pure meaning, pressing against his mind like a hand on a door. Harry thought about what he was agreeing to. He didn't know. He couldn't know. Ragnok had spoken of contracts and responsibilities, of power and danger, but none of that was real yet, none of it meant anything compared to this moment, this feeling of being connected to something larger than himself. He'd never connected to anything in his life. Yes, he thought, and meant it with everything he had. The crystal exploded with light. When Harry opened his eyes, not remembering closing them, he was no longer in the circular room. He stood in darkness again, but a different darkness, cooler, damper, carrying the scent of earth and old metal. The light came from torches now, actual flames burning in iron brackets set into stone walls, illuminating a corridor that stretched in both directions before vanishing into shadow. Ragnok was gone. The pedestal was gone. But the feeling of connection remained, stronger now, a constant presence at the back of his mind like a second heartbeat. Hello. Harry's voice echoed off the stone. Is anyone there? No answer. But the torches ahead of him seemed to brighten slightly, as if urging him forward. Harry walked. The corridor sloped gently upward, turning twice, passing heavy doors of iron and bronze that Harry somehow knew led to vaults, treasure vaults, artifact vaults, vaults containing things that hadn't been opened in centuries. He didn't try to open them. That wasn't where he needed to go. After what felt like hours but was probably minutes, the corridor ended at a final door, silver, engraved with a symbol that made Harry's eyes water when he looked at it directly. A triangle containing a circle containing a vertical line. He pressed his hand to the metal, and the door swung open onto chaos. Light and sound crashed over him, golden light, brilliant after the corridor's dimness, and the noise of 100 voices all talking at once. Harry stumbled through the doorway, blinking furiously, and found himself standing in an alley. Not an alley. The alley. Diagon Alley stretched before him, impossibly vibrant, impossibly alive. Shops with windows full of wonders lined both sides, books that turned their own pages, cauldrons that stirred themselves, owls of every size and color peering from their cages. Witches and wizards in robes of every color crowded the cobblestones, and the air was thick with the smell of magic, a smell Harry now realized he'd been sensing all his life without understanding what it was. Impossible, someone breathed. Harry turned. A thin wizard with wild white hair and pale, moon-like eyes stood frozen in the doorway of the nearest shop, staring at him. His hands, Harry noticed, were covered in wood shavings, and the sign above his door read Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, the Peveril entrance, the wizard continued, more to himself than Harry. Sealed for 300 years. Sealed until, he stopped. His gaze focused on Harry with an intensity that made the goblin's examination seem casual. "Who are you, child?" "Harry Potter," Harry said. Then, because it somehow felt important, he added, "I just completed an inheritance ritual. A goblin named Ragnok made me do it." Ollivander's sharp intake of breath was audible. Around them, Harry became aware that the crowd had begun to notice the commotion, heads turning, conversations faltering, a ripple of attention spreading outward from where he stood. "Ragnok," Ollivander repeated. "Ragnok the Elder, keeper of the waypoint. He still lives. He died. I think. He was hurt badly when I found him." The wand maker closed his eyes for a long moment. When he opened them, his expression had shifted, still intense, but softer somehow, almost reverent. "Then the vigil is ended," he said quietly. 60 years, watching that door, waiting for an heir who might never come. And now. He looked at Harry again, really looked, and whatever he saw made him nod slowly. "The alley recognizes you. I can feel it in my bones, the wards have shifted. The ownership has passed. I don't understand what that means." "No. You wouldn't, would you?" Ollivander glanced at the growing crowd, at the murmur of voices growing louder. "Not yet. But you will, Mr. Potter, or should I say, Mr. Peveril. You will." He stepped forward and grasped Harry's arm with a firm hand, steering him toward the shop. "Come. You'll need shelter and explanation, in that order. The alley has waited 3 centuries for a master, it can wait a few more hours for you to understand what you've inherited." The door closed behind them, cutting off the noise of the crowd, and Harry found himself in a narrow shop stuffed floor to ceiling with narrow boxes. The smell here was different, sawdust and something electric, like the air before a storm. "Wands," he said, half to himself. "Indeed." Ollivander released his arm and moved deeper into the shop, lighting lamps with casual waves of his own wand. "Every magical child in Britain passes through this shop eventually. I fit them for wands, send them into the world, and watch what becomes of them." He paused, looking back at Harry. "I remember your parents, you know. Your mother, willow and unicorn hair, swishy, excellent for charm work. Your father, mahogany, dragon heartstring, pliable, a wand for transfiguration. But you." He trailed off, eyes distant. "What about me? You're too young for a wand yet. But when the time comes." Ollivander shook himself. "We're getting ahead of ourselves. Sit, Mr. Peveril. I'll make tea." And then you can tell me exactly how you came to be standing in a doorway that's been sealed with blood magic since 1691. The tea was strong, slightly bitter, and the best thing Harry had ever tasted. He sat on a worn leather chair that had probably been old when his grandparents were born, watching Ollivander putter around the back room of the shop. The wand maker had produced cups, a kettle, and a plate of biscuits from various drawers and shelves, all while muttering to himself about heritage and prophecy and the stubbornness of goblinkind. Ragnok and I were, not friends, Ollivander said finally, settling into a chair across from Harry. Goblins don't have friends, not in the way wizards mean it. But we had an understanding. He watched the waypoint. I watched the alley. And we both waited for someone who could make our vigils worthwhile. Why? Harry asked. What's so important about the alley having an owner? Stability. Protection. Purpose. Ollivander sipped his tea. Diagon Alley isn't just a street, child. It's the heart of magical Britain. Where gold changes hands, where wands are sold, where young witches and wizards get their first taste of the world they belong to. Without an owner, the wards degrade. The magic phrase. Slowly, almost invisibly, but inevitably. Has that been happening? For 3 centuries. The wandmaker's voice was heavy. Since the last known Peveril heir died in a duel and the bloodline was believed extinct. The ministry claimed stewardship, but stewardship isn't ownership. The wards haven't been fully renewed since 1691. The alley endures, but it doesn't thrive. Harry thought about this. And now that I've done the ritual. Now the wards recognize you. The magic responds to you. The alley is yours, in a way that hasn't been true for anyone living. Ollivander set down his cup. But that brings its own problems. What kind of problems? The kind that come with power, Mr. Peveril. The kind that come with controlling something other people want. Before Harry could ask more, the shop's front door burst open. A tall wizard in expensive-looking robes strode in, followed by 2 others in identical gray suits. The leader had long white blonde hair, a pointed face, and cold gray eyes that swept the room with the expectation of finding exactly what he was looking for. They found Harry. Ah, the wizard said, his voice smooth as silk over steel. So the rumors are true. A child, claiming ownership of the alley. He smiled without warmth. How quaint. Ollivander rose from his chair, placing himself between the newcomer and Harry. Lucius Malfoy. I don't recall inviting you into my shop. Your shop is on a public street, Ollivander. And matters of public concern require public attention. Malfoy's gaze never left Harry. The wards shifted an hour ago. Every sensitive in London felt it. And word is spreading that a child walked out of a door that's been sealed for 300 years, claiming to be the Peveril heir. I don't claim anything, Harry said, surprised by the steadiness of his own voice. The ritual is complete. The alley recognizes me. That's not a claim, it's a fact. Malfoy's smile widened, but his eyes remained cold. A fact according to whom? A dead goblin and a wandmaker with his own interests. The ministry will need rather more evidence than that before acknowledging any transfer of ownership. The ministry, Ollivander said acidly, has no authority over inheritance magic. The contract predates the ministry by 4 centuries. Laws can be changed. Contracts can be challenged. Malfoy waved a dismissive hand. But that's a discussion for another time. For now, I'm simply here to ensure the child's safety. A boy of his age, alone in Diagon Alley, with no guardian, no family, surely someone should take responsibility for his welfare. I'm fine, Harry said. Are you? Malfoy took a step closer, and Harry felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Do you know where you'll sleep tonight, child? What you'll eat? Who you can trust? Another step. The magical world is complex and dangerous. You've stumbled into something you don't understand, and there are those who would take advantage of that. Let me help you. Harry looked at Malfoy's extended hand, at the rings on his fingers and the subtle sneer he couldn't quite hide, and thought about all the times adults had offered to help him. Uncle Vernon helping him understand his place in the family. Aunt Petunia helping him learn proper gratitude. Teachers helping him accept that Dudley's word would always be believed over his. No, Harry said. Malfoy's expression flickered. I beg your pardon. No, thank you. I don't need your help. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Malfoy's hand returned to his side, and when he spoke again, the silk was gone from his voice, leaving only steel. You're making a mistake, boy. The Peveril claim will be contested. The Wizengamot will demand proof. And when they find you have none, he has proof. The new voice came from the doorway, and everyone in the room turned. An old man stood there, ancient, really, his face a map of wrinkles, his hair white and thin, his robes black as midnight. He leaned heavily on a silver-headed cane, but his eyes were sharp as broken glass, and when they fixed on Malfoy, the blonde wizard actually took a step back. Lord Black, Malfoy said carefully. I didn't expect, no. You didn't. The old man shuffled into the shop, each step measured and deliberate. You thought you'd intimidate a child and a wand-maker with no one to witness. Instead, you've made your intentions obvious to the head of the House of Black. He stopped beside Harry, looking down at him with an expression Harry couldn't read. The wards told me, he said quietly. The Alley's wards and the Black families are entwined, old alliances, old debts. When the ownership shifted, I felt it. His gaze moved to Harry's forehead, to the scar barely visible beneath his messy hair. Harry Potter. Lily Evans' son. I knew there was Peveril blood in her line, though she never did. You know my mother. Knew. Past tense. She's been dead for 8 years, boy. The words were harsh, but something in the old man's voice softened slightly. She was a remarkable witch. And apparently, she gave you more than just her eyes. Lord Black, Malfoy tried again. Surely you see that this situation requires careful management. What I see, Lucius, is that you've burst into a private shop, threatened a child with legal action, and attempted to claim guardianship over someone who has already declined your offer. The old man's smile was not kind. I see grounds for a formal complaint to the Wizengamot. Several, actually. I was merely leaving. You were leaving. Lord Black raised his cane slightly, and Malfoy flinched. Take your dogs with you. For a long moment, the room was perfectly still. Then Malfoy's jaw tightened, and he sketched a short, sharp bow. This isn't over, he said to Harry. Whatever protection you think you found won't last. The Ministry has questions, and they will have answers. He swept out, his grey-suited companions on his heels, and the door slammed shut behind them. The silence stretched for several seconds before Lord Black let out a heavy breath and lowered himself into the chair Ollivander had vacated. Lucius Malfoy, he said, as if the name were a curse. 10 years ago, he would have been too afraid of me to try something so blatant. Now. He shook his head. Time makes cowards of us all, and cowards make opportunities for jackals. Why did you help me? Harry asked. The old man's sharp eyes found him again. Direct. Good. I helped you because it suited my interests. The Black family has no use for Malfoy dominance in the Alley, we've maintained careful neutrality for centuries, and his grasping would upset that balance. A thin smile. Also, I was curious. The last Peveril heir, emerging from nowhere? That's not something that happens by accident. It felt like an accident, Harry admitted. I was just running away from my cousin. Running away from a Muggle child, and you happened to find a door sealed with blood magic that only a Peveril could open? Lord Black shook his head. Magic doesn't work that way, boy. The door found you. The Alley called you. The only question is why now, after 300 years of waiting. Ollivander spoke up from where he'd been silently watching. Perhaps because no heir came close enough before. The waypoints respond to proximity. Harry would have had to pass within a certain distance to trigger the recognition. Perhaps. Lord Black didn't sound convinced. Or perhaps something else is at work. Something patient. He studied Harry's face for a long moment. You'll need protection. The legitimate kind, not Malfoy's poison. I can offer it, temporarily, as recognition of old alliances between Black and Peveril. What do you want in return? The question seemed to please the old man. Caution. I like that. What I want is simple: when you come into your power properly, remember who helped you when you were weak. Political debts are the foundation of the old families, Mr. Potter. Pay yours honestly, and you'll have allies for life. Default on them. He shrugged. Well. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. It wasn't friendship. Harry was old enough to understand that. But it was something, a transaction, a bargain, terms that were clear even if the stakes weren't. Okay, he said. But I want to understand what I've inherited. All of it. Not just the parts you think I should know. Lord Black's smile showed teeth. Ollivander, I think I like this one. He's Lily Evans' son, the Wandmaker replied. What did you expect? The rest of the day passed in a blur of information and introductions. Ollivander showed Harry the apartment above his shop, dusty, unused for years, but with a bed and a washroom and windows that looked out onto the alley's twisted length. It would be his, the Wandmaker said, until better arrangements could be made. Lord Black sent a house elf, a creature Harry had never seen before, small and bat-eared and disturbingly eager to serve, with clothes and food and a stack of books on magical law and history. Read, the old man commanded before he left. Everything in that stack. The political games begin now, and ignorance will get you killed. Harry read. He read about the Peveril family, 3 brothers, legend said, who had cheated death itself and been rewarded with powerful artifacts. The tale was supposedly myth, but the family was real enough, ancient, powerful, and instrumental in the founding of magical Britain's key institutions. One brother had built Hogwarts. Another had established Gringotts. And the third? The third had created Diagon Alley. Cadmus Peveril, according to the history books, had constructed the alley in a single night, an impossible feat, even for the most powerful wizard. The street had simply appeared, fully formed, where nothing had stood before. Shops, cobblestones, wards that bent space and time to create a sanctuary hidden within mundane London. No one knew how he'd done it. The history spoke of ancient magics and pacts with powerful beings, but the details had been lost, or deliberately destroyed. What remained was the contract, a binding agreement that tied the alley to the Peveril bloodline, granting the heir ownership in exchange for something. The contract's full text wasn't in any of the books Lord Black had provided. Harry made a mental note to find it. By the time the sun set over Diagon Alley, a strange, sideways sun that seemed to come from a different direction than it should, Harry's head was swimming with names and dates and political alliances he didn't yet understand. But he understood one thing clearly: he wasn't going back to Privet Drive. Whatever this world was, whatever dangers it held, it was his now. The cupboard under the stairs could rot. The Dursleys could rot. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had something that belonged to him, and he wasn't going to let it go. He fell asleep in the dusty apartment, still dressed, with books scattered around him and the alley's hum thrumming gently through the floorboards. And in his dreams, shadows whispered. Harry woke to the smell of bacon. He sat up sharply, old instincts screaming that he'd overslept, that Aunt Petunia would be furious, that, no. Not Privet Drive. The alley. The apartment above Ollivander's shop. The books. The impossible day that had somehow been real. The bacon smell was coming from downstairs, along with the sound of voices. Harry ran his fingers through his hair, gave up immediately, and descended the narrow staircase to the shop's back room. Ollivander sat at his small table, eating toast and reading a newspaper that featured moving photographs. Across from him, a house elf, the same one Lord Black had sent, Harry thought, was supervising a floating pan of sizzling bacon. "Good morning, Mr. Peveril," Ollivander said without looking up. "Nipsey has prepared breakfast. I suggest you eat well, today will be demanding." "Why? What's happening today?" "Many things." The wand maker finally looked at him, those pale eyes sharp despite the early hour. "Word of your emergence has spread. The alley's shopkeepers are curious, nervous, or both. Several have already requested audiences. And," he folded the newspaper and slid it across the table. The headline read, "Potter Boy Claims Peveril Inheritance, Ministry Demands Investigation." Below it, a photograph of Lucius Malfoy speaking to a crowd of reporters, his expression grave and concerned. "Malfoy has been busy," Ollivander continued. "He's called for an emergency session of the Wisengamot to challenge your claim. The hearing is set for next month." "Next month?" Harry felt his stomach clench. "That's soon. Very soon. Which is why Lord Black is returning this morning with his solicitors. If you're to have any chance of defending your inheritance, you'll need to begin preparing immediately." Harry looked at the newspaper, at the moving photograph of Malfoy gesturing dramatically, at the smaller text below that described the shocking appearance of a disturbed child claiming impossible rights. Part of him wanted to run again. To find another door, another escape, somewhere he could hide from all of this. But that part was getting smaller. "Okay," Harry said. "Where do we start?" Ollivander's thin smile held something that might have been approval. "We start, Mr. Peveril, by teaching you what you own. Nipsey, please fetch my walking cloak. It's time to show our new landlord his property." Diagon Alley in the early morning was a different creature than the bustling chaos Harry had seen the day before. Shopkeepers swept their stoops. Delivery owls swooped between buildings. A team of goblins in Gringotts livery marched past with a cart of clinking metal, pointedly not looking at Harry as they went. "The bank will want to speak with you," Ollivander observed. The Peverils had significant holdings there, still do, presumably, though they've been managed by the Goblin Nation in trust for centuries. Ragnok's death will have complicated matters. Why? Because he was the keeper of the waypoint. His position wasn't official, more of a self-appointed vigil. But the other goblins tolerated it because... Ollivander hesitated. Well. That's a complicated history. Suffice to say, you'll need to handle Gringotts carefully. They walked deeper into the alley, and Harry tried to notice everything. The way the cobblestones seemed to fit his footsteps, as if the street itself was adjusting to his stride. The way shopkeepers paused in their work to watch him pass, their expressions a mix of curiosity and something harder to read. "They're afraid," Harry realized aloud. "Some of them." Ollivander nodded. "The alley has been ownerless for generations. They've grown used to dealing with the ministry, with Gringotts, with the various factions that jockey for influence. A living owner changes all of that. I'm not going to, I don't know, raise their rent or something. They don't know that. All they know is that a child they've never met now has legal authority over their livelihoods." The wand maker stopped in front of a shop selling telescopes and strange brass instruments. "This is Wiseacre's wizarding equipment. Marcus Wiseacre has run it for 40 years, his father and grandfather before him. For 3 generations, his family has paid rent to a trust managed by the ministry. Now, suddenly, he pays rent to you." Through the window, Harry could see an older wizard watching them. When their eyes met, the man quickly looked away. "How do I make them less afraid?" "Actions, Mr. Peveril. Only actions. Words mean nothing in politics, it's what you do that matters." Ollivander began walking again. "Which is why today's tour is so important. Let them see you. Let them see that you're curious rather than commanding, interested rather than imperious. First impressions will shape everything that follows. They continued down the alley, and Ollivander pointed out each shop, flourish and blots, the bookstore, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, quality Quidditch supplies, whatever Quidditch was, Elop's Owl Emporium, the Leaky Cauldron, which apparently served as the alley's main entrance from Muggle London. At each stop, Harry did his best to appear friendly and unthreatening. He smiled. He asked questions about the shops, the merchandise, the history. Some owners warmed to him quickly. Madame Malkin pinched his cheek and declared him adorable, which was embarrassing but probably good. Others remained wary, their responses polite but guarded. It was near the end of the alley, approaching the imposing white marble of Gringotts, that Harry felt something change. The cobblestones beneath his feet grew warm. Not gradually, suddenly, as if someone had lit a fire beneath them. Harry stumbled, caught himself, and felt a pulse of something radiate outward from where he stood. Not magic, exactly. More like awareness. Like the street itself was trying to tell him something. Mr. Peveril. Ollivander's voice seemed distant. What is it? Harry turned, following the sensation, and found himself facing a narrow gap between two buildings, a gap that hadn't been there a moment ago. What's through there? Ollivander's face went pale. Nothing. A wall. That's been a dead end but it wasn't a dead end. Harry could see it clearly now, a passage, barely wide enough for a person to walk through, leading into shadow. The alley's showing me something, Harry said. I have to follow it. Mr. Peveril, I strongly advise. Harry was already moving. The passage twisted sharply, then opened onto a small courtyard Harry had never heard mentioned in any of the books he'd read. It was ancient, far older than the rest of the alley, with walls of rough-hewn stone and a floor of packed earth rather than cobblestones. At its center stood a well, covered with a heavy iron grate, and beside the well, on a bench of the same ancient stone, sat a woman. No. Not a woman. Something else. She was beautiful in the way that a knife was beautiful, sharp, purposeful, dangerous. Her hair was black as the space between stars, her skin pale as bone, and her eyes, when they met Harry's, held no whites at all. Just blackness, deep and complete. Hello, little heir, she said, and her voice resonated in Harry's chest like a struck bell. I wondered when the alley would show you this place. Harry stopped at the edge of the courtyard. Behind him, he could hear Ollivander calling his name, but the sound was faint, as if coming from very far away. Who are you? An old tenant. The woman smiled, and her teeth were just slightly too sharp. The oldest tenant, really. I was here before the alley, before the Peverils, before the city that sprawls above us. Your ancestor built around me because he had no choice. I was part of the price. The price for what? For power, of course. For the magic that raised these streets in a single night. She stood, and Harry realized she was taller than he'd thought, taller than any human should be, her proportions subtly wrong in ways that made his eyes water if he looked too closely. Cadmus Peveril wanted to build a sanctuary for magical kind. A place hidden from those who would persecute them. A noble goal, don't you think? I guess. You guess. Her laugh was the sound of ice cracking. He was desperate, little heir. Desperate enough to bargain with things that should not be bargained with. And now you've inherited the product of that bargain, including the parts that were never written down. Harry felt cold despite the summer air. What do you mean? The woman stepped closer, and the shadows in the courtyard seemed to lean toward her. I mean that owning the alley isn't just about rent and wards and political power. It's about debt, Harry Potter. Debt that has been accruing for 7 centuries. Debt that will eventually come due. I didn't agree to any debt. You completed the inheritance ritual. You accepted ownership. Another step closer. That acceptance includes everything, the benefits and the burdens. The power and the price. She was very close now, close enough that Harry could smell something under her perfume, old stone, old blood, and something else. Something that made his hindbrain scream at him to run. He didn't run. "What's the price?" he asked. The woman's smile widened. "Now that, little heir, is the right question. But it's not one I'm permitted to answer. Read the contract, the whole contract, not the summaries in your history books. Find the original text. And then, perhaps, we'll speak again." She reached out and touched his forehead, her finger cold as ice against his scar. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, Harry Potter. I do hope you survive the ownership." Light flared, not from her, but from the scar itself, and Harry fell backward into darkness. He woke in the wandmaker's shop, lying on the same leather chair he'd sat in the day before. Ollivander was pacing. Lord Black sat in the corner, his cane across his lap, watching Harry with an expression that held no warmth at all. "You're awake," the old man said flatly. "Good. Now perhaps you can explain why you vanished into a part of the alley that's been warded shut for 300 years. "I didn't vanish. The alley showed me a passage that doesn't exist." Lord Black's voice was hard. "I've walked every inch of this alley, boy. There is no courtyard, no, there is." Harry sat up, ignoring the pounding in his head. "And there's someone living in it. A woman, except she's not a woman. She said she was part of the price." The two older wizards exchanged glances. "Describe her," Lord Black said quietly. Harry did, as best he could, the eyes without whites, the two sharp teeth, the way shadows seemed to move toward her. With each detail, Lord Black's face grew more grim. "Impossible," he said when Harry finished. "The collectors were bound." "The original Peveril, what's a collector?" Harry demanded. Silence. Then Ollivander spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "An old name. Perhaps the oldest. For beings that exist between worlds, neither alive nor dead, neither mortal nor divine. They were bargained with, in the very earliest days of magic. Bargains that shaped the foundations of our world. And one of them lives in Diagon Alley. Apparently. Lord Black's grip on his cane had gone white-knuckled. "Which means the histories are wrong. The Peveril's bargain wasn't concluded when the alley was built, it's ongoing. And you, Mr. Potter, have just inherited a contract with something that predates human civilization." Harry thought about the woman's words. The debt that had been accruing for centuries. The price that would eventually come due. She said I should read the original contract. The whole thing. If such a document still exists, it would be in the Peveril vault at Gringotts. Lord Black rose heavily to his feet. "Which means our timeline just accelerated. Forget the shopkeepers, forget the ministry hearings. We need to find that contract before the collectors." He paused, as if even speaking the word was dangerous. "Before whoever that woman represents decides to collect." Harry looked out the window at the alley, his alley now, for better or worse. The cobblestones, the shops, the thousands of witches and wizards who went about their lives with no idea what lurked beneath their feet. He'd wanted to belong somewhere. He'd wanted something that was his. "Be careful what you wish for," he thought. "You might just get it." "Okay," he said aloud. "Let's find the contract." And deep beneath Diagon Alley, in a courtyard that existed between moments, a woman who was not a woman smiled at her reflection in the well's dark water. "Oh, I do like this one," she murmured. "Let's see how long he lasts." The shadows whispered their agreement. The next several hours were a masterclass in moving quickly through a world designed to slow you down. Lord Black summoned his solicitor, a witch named Andromeda who bore an uncomfortable resemblance to the old man himself, though she refused to acknowledge it and he refused to explain it. She arrived with a bag of documents, a sharply tailored robe, and an expression that suggested she'd rather be literally anywhere else. The Peveril Vault, she said, spreading parchments across Ollivander's worktable, is one of the oldest in Gringotts. Deep vaults, the ones with actual dragon guards, require blood verification, key verification, and an appointment made at least 3 days in advance. We don't have 3 days, Lord Black said. I'm aware. Andromeda produced another document. However, there's a provision in the original treaty between Gringotts and the founding families. In cases of emergency ownership transfer, death, disappearance, or sudden incapacitation, the new heir can request immediate access. Ragnok's death qualifies, Ollivander said. Possibly. The goblins will argue that Ragnok wasn't part of the official inheritance chain. He was a keeper, not an executor. Andromeda looked at Harry for the first time, her expression assessing. But if Mr. Potter can demonstrate that his claim is valid through other means, some proof the goblins can't dispute, they may be forced to grant access. What kind of proof? The alley's wards recognize you. That's not nothing, but it's also not something the goblins particularly care about. Goblin magic operates on different principles. She tapped another parchment. What we need is something from their tradition. Something that proves the blood claim beyond doubt. The inheritance ritual, Harry said slowly. Ragnok performed a ritual. He said it would bind me to the contract. Andromeda's eyebrows rose. A goblin inheritance ritual? On a human? Is that unusual? It's unprecedented. Goblin rituals require goblin participants, that's been inviolate for millennia. She leaned forward. Mr. Potter, do you remember exactly what Ragnok said during the ritual? The specific words? Harry closed his eyes, reaching back to that strange, terrifying moment in the circular room. He chanted something. I didn't understand the language. But at the end, he said, he frowned, trying to recall. He said, blood to stone, stone to blood, let the binding pass. And then the crystal flared. Silence. When Harry opened his eyes, all 3 adults were staring at him. Blood to stone, Lord Black repeated slowly. That's a cornerstone ritual. The oldest form of goblin-wizard agreement. It hasn't been performed in 500 years, Andromeda finished. At least. The goblins outlawed it after the 4th rebellion because it was the only binding that wizards couldn't break. She looked at Harry with something approaching wonder. If Ragnok performed a cornerstone ritual, it means he used his own blood to forge the connection. His own life force. He didn't just witness the inheritance, he enforced it, with the deepest magic goblins possess. He was dying anyway, Harry said quietly. He said he'd been waiting 60 years. 60 years of keeping watch, and he spent his death on you. Lord Black shook his head. I don't know whether to call him a fool or a visionary. It doesn't matter what we call him, Andromeda said briskly. What matters is that the cornerstone ritual creates a physical marker, a stone, infused with the binding magic. If Harry can produce that stone, no goblin can deny his claim. It would be like denying their own heritage. Harry thought about the circular room, the pedestal, the crystal that had flared with light when he'd accepted the inheritance. I know where it is, he said. But I don't know how to get back there. The waypoint? Ollivander frowned. You emerged from the Peveril entrance beneath Gringotts. The room you describe must be connected, it is. Lord Black was already moving toward the door. The deep tunnels under the bank connect to all the old waypoints. If the Peveril entrance opened for Mr. Potter, the path should still be accessible. He paused, looking back. Andromeda, send word to Gringotts that we're coming. Ollivander, stay here, if anyone asks, you know nothing. I rarely know anything, the wandmaker said dryly. It's a professional requirement. Lord Black almost smiled. Then his gaze found Harry. Come, Mr. Potter. It's time you met your bankers. Gringotts Bank loomed at the end of Diagon Alley like a temple to some ancient god of gold. Harry had seen it from a distance during Ollivander's tour, but up close it was overwhelming, white marble that seemed to glow, bronze doors twice as tall as a man, and goblins everywhere. They stood guard by the entrance, moved in disciplined groups across the plaza, watched from windows with expressions that made Lord Black's coldness seem warm by comparison. "Don't show fear," the old man murmured as they climbed the steps. "And don't show arrogance. Goblins despise both." "What should I show?" "Nothing. Show them absolutely nothing until you have to." The bronze doors swung open without anyone touching them. Inside, the bank was even more impressive, a vast hall of polished marble and crystal chandeliers, with rows of teller stations staffed by goblins in formal livery. The sound of coins and the scratch of quills created a constant, purposeful hum. A goblin in more elaborate robes than the others stepped forward to meet them. His face was deeply lined, his eyes the same depthless black as Ragnok's, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of centuries. "Lord Black. We received your solicitor's message." His gaze moved to Harry. "And this, I presume, is the child who claims Peveril heritage." "Harry Potter," Lord Black said formally. "Heir to the Peveril line, as recognized by the wards of Diagon Alley and confirmed by cornerstone ritual." The goblin's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his posture. "Cornerstone ritual. That is a significant claim. One I can prove." Harry was surprised by how steady his voice sounded. "Ragnok the Elder performed the ritual before he died. There's a stone, a crystal, in the waypoint chamber. It holds the binding. Ragnok." The goblin's voice softened almost imperceptibly. "So he finally found what he was looking for." He inclined his head. "I am Director Ragnok the Younger. His grandson, by the old count." Harry blinked. "His grandson? Goblins live longer than wizards, Mr. Potter. Ragnok the Elder was ancient by any measure, 400 years, give or take a decade. He began his vigil shortly after my birth." The director's black eyes held Harry's. He believed, as his father believed, that a Peveril heir would emerge to claim the alley. Most of our nation thought him mad. "If what you say is true, I can prove it. Just let me into the waypoint chamber." Director Ragnok studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he stepped aside and gestured toward a corridor that led deeper into the bank. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Let us see what my grandfather spent his life waiting for." The tunnels beneath Gringotts were a labyrinth of stone and iron, lit by torches that burned without heat and guarded by creatures Harry didn't want to look at too closely. Director Ragnok led the way, with Harry and Lord Black following and a squad of goblin guards bringing up the rear. The further they descended, the older the stonework became, rough-hewn blocks giving way to natural cavern walls marked with symbols that made Harry's eyes ache. "The deep vaults," the director said without looking back. "Constructed in the 1st century of Gringotts' existence, connected to tunnels that were ancient before humans walked these islands. Your ancestor chose this location for a reason, Mr. Potter. The magical convergences here are unlike anywhere else in Britain." Magical convergences? Places where the walls between worlds grow thin. Where power can be drawn more easily, and where bargains can be made with things beyond normal reach. Director Ragnok's voice was flat, but Harry thought he heard a warning in it. The Peverils understood such places. They built their foundations upon them. The tunnel opened suddenly into a familiar space, the circular room with the domed ceiling, the silver and black design on the floor, the pedestal at the center. But something was different. The crystal that had blazed with light during the ritual was dark now, cold and dead-looking. And on the floor beside the pedestal, exactly where Ragnok the Elder had slumped, lay a small stone about the size of Harry's fist. It was black, shot through with veins of silver that seemed to pulse faintly in the torchlight. "The cornerstone," Director Ragnok breathed. "It actually exists." Harry walked forward slowly, feeling the room respond to his presence. The symbols on the ceiling began to move again, and the pedestal hummed with power. When he knelt and picked up the stone, it fit his palm perfectly, warm despite its appearance. "Blood to stone," he murmured, and the silver veins flared brilliant white. Behind him, he heard the guards gasp. When he turned, every goblin in the room was kneeling, including Director Ragnok, whose face had lost all its careful neutrality. "The binding is proven," the director said, his voice thick with emotion. "Ragnok the Elder's vigil is ended. The Peveril line endures." Lord Black, the only one still standing, watched with an expression Harry couldn't read. "Well," the old man said finally. "I suppose that settles that." The return to the surface was very different from the descent. Word spread through the bank with impossible speed. By the time they reached the main hall, goblins were lining the corridors to watch Harry pass, their expressions ranging from wonder to something that looked almost like hope. "You must understand," Director Ragnok said quietly as they walked, "the cornerstone ritual is sacred to us. It represents the oldest agreements, the deepest bonds between our peoples. When wizards broke those bonds in the rebellions, we lost much. Faith, perhaps. Trust, certainly." He glanced at Harry. "To see the ritual honored again, after so long, it means more than I can easily express." "Ragnok the Elder believed the Peveril heir would come," Harry said. "Why did your nation think he was mad?" "Because hope is dangerous, Mr. Potter. Because belief without evidence leads to disappointment, and disappointment leads to despair." The director paused at the doors to the main hall. "But my grandfather refused to despair. And it seems, in the end, he was right." Harry looked down at the stone in his hand, the proof of his inheritance, the product of a dying goblin's faith. He thought about what Ragnok the Elder had said in those final moments, that the contract cared nothing for age, that the choice was Harry's to make. "I want to honor that faith," Harry said slowly. "I don't know anything about goblin-wizard relations, or the rebellions, or why things are the way they are. But Ragnok the Elder spent his life waiting for me, and he died to make sure the inheritance passed. That means something." Director Ragnok's expression shifted. "What exactly are you proposing, Mr. Potter?" "I'm not proposing anything yet. I don't know enough to propose anything." Harry met the goblin's eyes. "But I'm asking. Teach me. Help me understand. And when I do, when I actually know what I'm talking about, maybe we can figure out what honoring that faith really means." For a long moment, the director was silent. Then, slowly, he extended his hand, not for a handshake, but palm up, an offering. "In the old tongue," he said, "we call that Kisharval. The promise of learning. It is, not something wizards have offered in many centuries." He waited until Harry placed the cornerstone in his palm, then closed his fingers around it and pressed it back into Harry's hand. "Keep this close, Mr. Potter. It is your proof of claim, but it is also a connection, to my grandfather's magic, to the old ways, to the foundations beneath the alley itself." "What kind of connection?" "The kind that warns you of danger. The kind that guides you when you're lost. The kind that," Director Ragnok smiled, showing teeth, "opens doors that should be closed." The words echoed strangely in Harry's memory, "opens doors that should be closed." Like the door on Spinner's End. Like the passage to the hidden courtyard. Like a pattern beginning to emerge. "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't thank me yet, Mr. Potter. You've claimed an inheritance that powerful people want, accepted a contract that may contain clauses you won't like, and attracted the attention of beings that have existed since before humans learned to write." The director stepped back as the doors began to swing open. "Your gratitude may prove premature." Outside the bank, the alley was in chaos. Word had spread beyond Gringotts, of course it had, and a crowd had gathered in the plaza, held back by a line of goblin guards. Harry saw shopkeepers he recognized from Ollivander's tour, witches and wizards in ministry robes, a group of people with notebooks and magical cameras who must have been journalists. And at the front of the crowd, face twisted with barely contained fury, stood Lucius Malfoy. "The Ministry demands an explanation," he said as Harry emerged. "You cannot simply walk into Gringotts and claim ancestral rights without proper verification. The verification has been provided." Director Ragnok's voice cut through the noise like a blade. "Harry Potter has proven his claim to the Peverell inheritance through cornerstone ritual, recognized by the Goblin Nation as the highest form of magical legitimacy. Any challenge to his status may be taken up with Gringotts directly, though I would advise against it." Malfoy's face went pale, then red. "This is preposterous. The Ministry has no jurisdiction over Goblin succession law." Lord Black stepped forward, positioning himself between Harry and the crowd. "As your own solicitors will confirm, if you bother to ask them. The Wisengamot hearing you demanded is now moot, Lucius. The boy's claim stands." The crowd murmured. Harry saw some faces brighten with relief, others darken with concern. A woman in the back began to cry, for reasons Harry couldn't guess. And Malfoy, after a long moment of visible struggle, smoothed his expression into a mask of polite acceptance. "Very well," he said, too quietly for the crowd to hear. "You've won this round, Potter. But rounds aren't the game." He leaned closer, his voice dropping further. "You're a child playing with powers you don't understand. Sooner or later, you'll make a mistake. And when you do," his smile was cold, "I'll be waiting." He turned and swept away, the crowd parting before him like water around a stone. Harry watched him go, feeling the cornerstone warm in his pocket and the weight of the alley's attention pressing down on him like a physical force. "That man," he said slowly, "is going to be a problem." "Oh, yes," Lord Black agreed. "But not today's problem. Today," he gestured at the watching crowd, at the cameras, at the whole mad spectacle of it. "Today, you have a different challenge." "What's that?" The old man's smile was thin but not unkind. "Today, Mr. Potter, you become famous. Again." The rest of the day was a blur of interviews, introductions, and official proceedings. Andromeda materialized from somewhere to handle the legal aspects: registration of Harry's claim with the Ministry, formal notification to the alley's shopkeepers, establishment of a temporary guardianship that kept him out of Ministry hands without placing him under any single family's control. Lord Black supervised from the shadows, offering advice when asked and cryptic warnings when not. Director Ragnok assigned a goblin liaison to handle Gringotts-related matters, a young goblin named Griphook who seemed perpetually annoyed by the entire situation. And Harry, throughout it all, tried to remember that he was 9 years old and had woken up that morning in a cupboard under the stairs. By evening, he was exhausted, the kind of bone-deep tired that came from being overwhelmed rather than overworked. He sat in the apartment above Ollivander's shop, watching the alley's lights flicker to life through the window, and tried to make sense of everything that had happened. The door opened, and Ollivander entered with a tray of food. "You should eat," the wandmaker said, setting it down. "Tomorrow will be equally demanding, and the day after that, and the day after that. This is your life now, Mr. Peverell." "I know." Harry picked at a piece of bread without really tasting it. "Do you think I made the right choice? Completing the ritual, I mean. Accepting all of this?" Ollivander was silent for a moment. Then he sat across from Harry, his pale eyes thoughtful. "I think," he said slowly, "that the question itself shows you're already wiser than many who've held power. The right choice isn't always clear, and anyone who tells you otherwise is selling something." He paused. "But I also think that Ragnok the Elder believed in you. He spent 60 years of his life waiting for you, and he spent his death to ensure you'd have the chance to succeed. That kind of faith isn't given lightly. What if I'm not worth it? What if I fail? Then you fail." The wandmaker shrugged. "But failure isn't the worst thing, Mr. Peverell. Failing to try, that's worse. Standing still while the world moves around you, that's worse. Whatever happens next, you've already done something most people never do, you've stepped through the door." Harry thought about that. About the door on Spinner's End, the door that had appeared when he needed it, the choice he'd made in a moment of desperation. The woman in the courtyard, he said. The collector. She said there's a debt. A price for all of this that hasn't been paid yet. Ollivander's expression grew serious. Yes. I was afraid of that. What do I do? What anyone does with a debt they can't yet pay, you learn everything you can about it, you prepare for when it comes due, and you hope that when the time arrives, you'll be ready. The wand-maker stood. But that's a problem for tomorrow, and the day after, and all the days yet to come. Tonight, you rest. You've earned it. He left, and Harry sat alone with his thoughts. Outside the window, Diagon Alley hummed with life, his alley now, for better or worse. Somewhere beneath it, a creature older than human civilization was watching, waiting, calculating. Somewhere in a manor house, Lucius Malfoy was plotting his next move. Somewhere, the world Harry had left behind was going on without him, the Dursleys probably furious that their unwanted nephew had vanished without doing his chores. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the cornerstone. It pulsed gently in his hand, silver veins glowing faintly in the dim light. I don't know what I'm doing, he said quietly to the empty room. But I'm not going back. Whatever comes next, whatever the price is, I'll face it. The stone warmed in response, and for just a moment, Harry felt something like approval radiating from it. He set it on the bedside table, lay down on the dusty bed, and let exhaustion pull him under. And in his dreams, the alley whispered its secrets, and the shadows kept their own counsel, and somewhere in the darkness between worlds, a debt continued to grow. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Weight of Cobblestones. Harry woke to the sound of shouting. Not the angry kind, not Aunt Petunia screeching about breakfast or Uncle Vernon bellowing about freakishness. This was different, excited voices, the clatter of footsteps on cobblestones, the general commotion of a crowd gathering for something significant. He rolled out of bed, still wearing yesterday's clothes, and crossed to the window. Diagon Alley had transformed overnight. Where yesterday there had been cautious curiosity and guarded glances, today there was celebration. Shopkeepers had hung banners from their windows, not matching, not coordinated, just whatever fabric they could find in silver and black, the peveril colors Harry hadn't known were his until Ollivander mentioned it in passing. A group of children were running through the streets waving paper flags. Someone had set up a food cart near Gringotts, and the smell of frying sausages drifted up to Harry's window. They're celebrating you, Ollivander said from the doorway. Harry turned to find the wandmaker watching him with an unreadable expression. Or rather, celebrating what you represent. The alley hasn't had a proper owner in living memory, even the oldest wizards only remember the ministry's stewardship. This is new for them. Hopeful. Hopeful for what? Change. Stability. Someone who actually cares about the alley rather than treating it as a source of revenue and political influence. Ollivander moved to the small table and set down a tray of breakfast. Whether that hope is justified remains to be seen. Harry looked back at the celebration, at the faces of people he didn't know treating his arrival as cause for joy. The weight of it settled on his shoulders like a physical thing. No pressure, he muttered. All the pressure in the world, Mr. Peveril. That's rather the point of power. The wandmaker's thin smile held a touch of sympathy. Now eat. Lord Black will be here within the hour, and he's bringing someone he wants you to meet. Lord Black arrived precisely on time, because of course he did. The old man looked slightly less ancient than he had the day before, still leaning on his cane, still moving like every step cost him something, but with a sharpness in his eyes that suggested the previous day's events had rekindled something long dormant. Behind him came a girl. She was about Harry's age, maybe a year older, with dark hair pulled back severely and eyes the color of a winter sky. Her robes were expensive but understated, and she carried herself with the kind of careful poise that Harry recognized from watching Aunt Petunia's society friends, the look of someone who'd been trained from birth to never show weakness. Harry Potter, Lord Black said, allow me to introduce Daphne Greengrass, daughter of Cyrus Greengrass of the noble house of Greengrass. She'll be assisting with your education." The girl, Daphne, looked at Harry with an expression of polite neutrality that revealed absolutely nothing. "A pleasure," she said, her voice flat as paper. "Likewise," Harry managed. "Daphne's family maintains one of the alley's oldest apothecaries," Lord Black continued, settling into a chair with evident relief. "They've held a neutral position in wizarding politics for generations, neither aligned with the old pureblood families nor the progressive factions. Given the attention you've attracted, a neutral ally will be valuable. I wasn't aware I was being assigned allies." "You weren't. This is an introduction, not an assignment." Lord Black's smile was thin. "What you do with the introduction is your own concern." Harry looked at Daphne, who returned his gaze without flinching. There was something calculating behind her careful mask, not hostile, exactly, but assessing. She was sizing him up just as surely as he was sizing her up. "Why are you here?" he asked her directly. "Really?" Her eyebrow twitched, the first crack in her composure. "Because Lord Black asked my father, and my father doesn't refuse Lord Black. Also because," she hesitated, then seemed to decide something. "Because the ministry sent inspectors to our shop yesterday. They claimed there were irregularities in our licensing. Irregularities that didn't exist the day before you showed up." "Malfoy." "Almost certainly. The Greengrasses have remained neutral by being too insignificant to target. But if my father's shop is seen as supporting your claim..." She shrugged, the gesture deliberate. "We become targets. So you're here because you're already in trouble. Might as well see what you can get out of it." The ghost of a smile crossed her face. "Lord Black said you were quick." "I've had practice reading situations." Harry didn't elaborate. "Some lessons from the Dursleys were actually useful." "What do you want?" "Protection for my father's shop. Assurance that we won't be destroyed simply for existing near your political earthquake." Daphne's mask slipped further, showing genuine worry beneath. "He's worked his entire life to build that apothecary. I won't watch Lucius Malfoy burn it down because it's convenient." Harry thought about this. About the cornerstone heavy in his pocket, about the wards that recognized him as owner, about the power he'd inherited without understanding. "If I protect your shop," he said slowly, "what do I get?" Lord Black made a sound that might have been approval. Daphne's eyes narrowed. "What do you want?" "Information. You know how this world works, the politics, the families, who hates who and why. I don't. Teach me, and your shop stays safe. You're 9 years old. You want me to be your political tutor? I want you to be honest with me. Everyone else has an angle. Lord Black wants an ally, Ollivander wants a stable ally, Malfoy wants me gone. You want something concrete that I can actually provide." Harry shrugged. "That's cleaner than the alternatives." Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed, a short, surprised sound that transformed her face entirely. "You're strange," she said. "Has anyone told you that?" "Frequently." "Good. It means they're paying attention." She extended her hand, not palm up like Director Ragnok, but for a handshake, firm and businesslike. "Deal." Harry took it. The first lesson began immediately. Daphne led Harry through the alley, explaining everything she knew, which was considerable, about its geography, its history, and its politics. Lord Black followed at a distance, occasionally correcting or expanding on her points, but mostly letting her take the lead. "The alley is divided into 3 sections," Daphne explained as they walked. "The main stretch, where we are now, is mostly retail. Shops, restaurants, service providers. This is where the money flows publicly. Behind it, running parallel, is the business district. Offices, legal firms, the smaller branches of Gringotts that handle day-to-day transactions. Less visible, but just as important. And the third section? Daphne's expression tightened. Nocturne Alley. Connected at the north end, through that archway. She pointed to a shadowy gap between buildings. Officially, it's just another commercial district. Unofficially, let's say the shops there sell things you can't buy anywhere else, and the people who frequent it prefer not to be seen in proper daylight. Dark magic? Sometimes. Also rare ingredients, forbidden texts, services that polite society pretends don't exist. The ministry tolerates it because trying to shut it down would be more trouble than it's worth, and because certain prominent families have interests there that they'd rather keep quiet. Harry thought about the courtyard, the collector who'd appeared from shadows. Does Nocturne Alley have unusual things? Creatures or beings that aren't quite human? Daphne's stride faltered. Why do you ask? Just curious. She looked at him sideways, clearly not believing him, but didn't press. There are rumors. Things that live in the deepest parts of Nocturne, where even the regulars don't go. But those are just stories to scare children. Harry nodded, filing the information away. The collector had said she was the oldest tenant. If she could be found anywhere, it would be in the shadows of Nocturne Alley. They continued past Flourish and Blots, where a display of books about the Peveril legacy had appeared overnight, and quality Quidditch supplies, where the owner waved enthusiastically at Harry through the window. They're watching you, Daphne observed. All of them. Every move you make, every shop you enter, will be analyzed and interpreted. Visit a store, and people will assume you favor them. Avoid a store, and they'll assume you have something against them. That's insane. That's politics. She smiled without humor. Welcome to power, Mr. Peveril. They passed the Leaky Cauldron, the pub that connected Diagon Alley to Muggle London, Daphne explained, and turned down a narrower street Harry hadn't noticed before. This is Mercer's Row, Daphne said. Smaller shops, family businesses, less foot traffic. My father's apothecary is at the end. The shop was modest but well kept, with windows displaying neatly arranged bottles and a sign that read Greengrass Apothecary, EST 1743. A man who shared Daphne's coloring stood in the doorway, watching their approach with obvious anxiety. Father, Daphne said formally. May I present Harry Potter, Lord Peveril? Cyrus Greengrass was tall and thin, with the same careful neutrality his daughter wore like armor. But there were cracks in his composure, dark circles under his eyes, tension in his shoulders, the look of a man who'd spent the night wondering if everything he'd built was about to collapse. Lord Peveril, he said, bowing slightly. You honor us with your presence. Please don't bow, Harry said. And please don't call me that. Harry is fine. Greengrass blinked. That's highly irregular. So is a 9-year-old owning Diagon Alley. I think we're past regular. Harry looked at the shop, at the careful arrangement of its windows, at the worn but polished step. Daphne tells me you're having trouble with ministry inspectors. A misunderstanding, I'm sure. Some paperwork that was misfiled, Mr. Greengrass. Harry waited until the man met his eyes. I'm young, not stupid. Malfoy's trying to pressure you because you're vulnerable. The question is what we do about it. For a long moment, Greengrass just stared at him. Then something shifted in his expression, the wariness giving way to something that might have been hope. What did you have in mind? The solution, Harry decided, was embarrassingly simple. Ownership of the alley came with certain rights, including the right to designate specific shops as protected establishments under the original Peveril Charter. The designation was mostly ceremonial, a holdover from centuries past when certain businesses had been essential to the alley's function and therefore exempt from certain regulations. The ministry will object, Daphne warned as Harry reviewed the relevant parchment with Lord Black's solicitor. They'll say you're overstepping, that the charter provisions are outdated. Let them object. The charter's still legally binding, Andromeda confirmed it. And by the time they finish complaining through proper channels, the immediate threat will have passed. Harry signed his name at the bottom of the document, his real name, Harry James Potter, followed by the Peveril seal that had apparently been waiting in Gringotts for 3 centuries. Mr. Greengrass's shop is now a protected establishment. Any regulatory action requires my personal approval. Cyrus Greengrass stared at the parchment like it might bite him. Just like that. Just like that. Harry handed it to him. Display it in your window. If the inspectors come back, tell them to take it up with me. Lord Peveril, Harry, this is. I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. Just keep running your shop, keep being neutral, and, Harry glanced at Daphne, who was watching with an expression of reluctant approval. Keep teaching me how this world works. He left the apothecary with Daphne at his side and Lord Black trailing behind, and felt the cornerstone pulse warmly in his pocket. The alley's wards, he realized, had approved of his decision. He was starting to understand what Ollivander meant about showing through actions. The shopkeepers they passed looked at him differently now, having witnessed his first real exercise of authority. That was well done, Lord Black admitted as they walked. Simple, direct, politically defensible. Malfoy will be furious, but he won't be able to challenge it without looking petty. Good. You understand this was only one battle. The war continues. I understand. Harry looked up at the old man. But it's a battle we won. That matters. Lord Black's thin smile held something like respect. Perhaps it does, Mr. Potter. Perhaps it does. The next test came before lunch. They were in Ollivander's back room, reviewing the alley's financial records, a task made complicated by the fact that no one had properly maintained them for decades, when the shop's front door burst open with a bang. Harry was on his feet before he consciously decided to move, the cornerstone flaring hot against his thigh. Beside him, Daphne's hand went to her wrist, where he noticed for the first time a thin bracelet that glinted with an inner light. Where is he? A voice demanded. Where's the boy claiming to be Lord Peveril? The speaker was a heavy-set man in ministry robes, his face red with exertion or anger or both. Behind him came 2 more officials and, Harry noticed with a sinking feeling, a squad of what looked like magical law enforcement. Ollivander appeared from the front of the shop, his expression cool. This is private property, Cornelius. I don't recall issuing you an invitation. Don't play games with me, Garrick. The ministry has every right to investigate claims of fraudulent inheritance. Fraudulent? Harry stepped into view, and the room's attention snapped to him like iron filings to a magnet. Director Ragnok himself verified my claim yesterday. Through cornerstone ritual. If you want to call that fraudulent, I suggest you take it up with the Goblin Nation. The heavy-set man, Cornelius, Ollivander had called him, sputtered. The ministry doesn't answer to goblins, no, but you do answer to your laws. And according to the solicitors I've consulted, goblin succession law predates and supersedes ministry jurisdiction in matters of bloodline inheritance. Harry was parroting what Andromeda had told him, but he said it with enough confidence that Cornelius's certainty visibly wavered. So unless you have evidence of actual fraud, not suspicion, not political convenience, actual evidence, I believe you're trespassing. One of the enforcement wizards shifted uncomfortably. Minister, maybe we should, Minister. Harry's eyes widened. You're Minister Fudge. Cornelius Fudge drew himself up, clearly expecting the name to inspire awe or at least respect. Indeed. And as Minister for Magic, I have certain responsibilities, like barging into private shops with armed guards. Harry shook his head. I've only been in the magical world for 2 days, Minister. Is this how the government normally operates? Because if so, I have serious concerns about my tenants' safety. Fudge's face went through several colors in rapid succession. Behind him, the enforcement wizards were exchanging glances that suggested they hadn't signed up for this particular confrontation. Now see here, Fudge began. Cornelius. Lord Black's voice cut through the tension like a blade through silk. He emerged from the back room, leaning on his cane, every inch the ancient aristocrat. A word in private, if you please. The minister's bluster collapsed like a punctured balloon. Arcturus. I didn't realize you were, that is. Clearly. Lord Black gestured toward the front of the shop. Shall we? He led Fudge away, leaving Harry alone with Daphne, Ollivander, and the increasingly uncomfortable enforcement squad. You can wait outside, Harry told them. I'm not going anywhere. The squad leader hesitated, then nodded and withdrew. The door closed behind them, and Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. That was the Minister for Magic, Daphne said, her voice carefully controlled. You just told off the Minister for Magic. Was I wrong? No. But you might want to learn the difference between right and wise before you make a habit of it. Ollivander's thin laugh broke the tension. She has a point, Mr. Peveril. Though I admit, watching Cornelius Fudge get lectured by a 9-year-old was the most entertaining thing I've seen in years. I don't like bullies, Harry said simply. And he was trying to bully me. He was. And you handled it well, this time. But Fudge is the minister. He has power, resources, and political alliances you can't match. If you make an enemy of him, then I have an enemy. Harry met Ollivander's eyes steadily. I've had enemies before. I didn't back down then, either. The wand-maker studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Lily Evans' son indeed. Very well, Mr. Peveril. We'll play it your way, for now. Lord Black returned 20 minutes later, looking both exhausted and grimly satisfied. Fudge has agreed to postpone any official inquiry until the Wisengamot hearing next month, he reported, settling heavily into his chair. I reminded him that challenging Goblin succession law would strain relations with Gringotts at a time when the Ministry can't afford additional complications. What kind of complications? Economic ones. Political ones. The details don't matter, what matters is that Fudge cares more about appearing competent than actually being competent. He'll take the path of least resistance, which for now means leaving you alone. For now, Harry repeated. For now. Don't mistake a tactical retreat for a strategic victory. Lord Black's gaze was sharp despite his evident fatigue. Fudge is easily manipulated, which means whoever manipulates him most effectively controls the Ministry's response. Right now, that's Lucius Malfoy. If you want to survive the coming months, you need to either outmaneuver Malfoy or find a way to make Fudge more afraid of you than of him. How do I do that? By demonstrating power. Not political power, not yet, but the kind of power that makes people think twice before crossing you. Lord Black leaned forward. You inherited an alley, Mr. Potter. But do you actually know what you can do with it? Harry thought about the cobblestones that warmed beneath his feet, the passage that had opened to reveal the collector's courtyard, the wards that recognized him at Gringotts. Not really. It responds to me, but I don't know how to control it. Then it's time you learned. The lesson took place in the depths of the alley, in a basement beneath Gringotts that Harry hadn't known existed. This is the Wardstone Chamber, Lord Black explained as they descended a spiral staircase carved from living rock. The heart of the alley's magical defenses. Every protection, every enchantment, every piece of magic that keeps this place hidden and safe flows from here. The chamber was circular, like the Waypoint Room, but far larger, a vast dome of black stone lit by floating spheres of pale light. At its center stood a pillar of crystal twice Harry's height, pulsing with energy that made his teeth ache. The Wardstone, Lord Black said. Placed here by Cadmus Peveril when the alley was created. It's been maintained by various caretakers over the centuries, but no one has truly controlled it since the last Peveril heir died. What do you mean, controlled? The wards have been running on inertia. Doing what they've always done, following patterns laid down 700 years ago. But a proper owner, someone the Wardstone recognizes, can do more. Change the wards. Strengthen them. Extend them. Lord Black's voice was careful, almost reverent. The potential is significant. Harry approached the pillar slowly, feeling the energy intensify with each step. The cornerstone in his pocket was practically vibrating, resonating with something in the crystal. How do I control it? Touch it. Focus on what you want. The ward stone should respond, if the inheritance is truly complete. Harry reached out, his fingers trembling slightly, and pressed his palm against the crystal's surface. The world exploded into light. He was everywhere. Harry gasped, his physical form forgotten as his awareness expanded to fill the entire alley. He could feel every cobblestone, every wall, every magical signature within his territory. The shops were warm spots of life and commerce. The people moving through the streets were bright sparks, each one distinct and recognizable. The wards were a vast web of interlocking protections, ancient and powerful and, he realized with a jolt, incomplete. Gaps. There were gaps in the web, places where the wards had degraded or been deliberately weakened. Some were small, barely noticeable. Others were larger, more concerning. And beneath everything, deep in the shadows where even his expanded awareness could barely reach, something dark pulsed with patient hunger. The collector. He could feel her now, a presence that was both inside and outside the alley, connected to its foundations in ways he didn't understand. She was watching him through the wardstone's eyes, her attention a cold weight against his consciousness. Impressive, little air, her voice whispered through the connection. But you've only scratched the surface. There's so much more you could do, if you were willing to pay the price. Harry pulled back instinctively, and the connection snapped like an overstretched thread. He stumbled away from the wardstone, gasping, his hands shaking. Mr. Potter. Lord Black's voice was sharp with concern. What happened? I saw everything. The whole alley. The wards, the people, he swallowed hard. There's something wrong with the protections. Gaps, weaknesses. And there's something down there, in the deep parts. Watching. Lord Black's face went pale. You sense the collector. She spoke to me. Through the connection. Harry pressed his palms against his eyes, trying to clear his head. She said I've only scratched the surface. That there's more I could do if I was willing to pay. Pay what? She didn't say. But I don't think she was talking about gold. The old man was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was heavy. The collectors deal in things more precious than gold, Mr. Potter. Debts that can't be measured in currency. Prices that can't be paid with coin. He looked at the wardstone, its light now dimmed to a gentle pulse. Your ancestor made a bargain with them when he built this place. Whatever he promised, it seems the debt remains. How do I find out what he promised? The contract. The full text should be in the Peveril vault. You have access now that your claim is verified. Lord Black's expression was grim. But be prepared, Mr. Potter. Some debts are worse than death. And some prices are too high to pay, no matter what you might receive in return. The visit to Gringotts felt different this time. Yesterday, Harry had been an uncertain claimant, hoping his inheritance would be recognized. Today, he walked through the bronze doors as a verified account holder, with goblin guards nodding respectfully as he passed. Director Ragnok met them in the main hall. Lord Peveril. I received word you wish to access the deep vaults. The Peveril vault specifically. I need to find a document, the original contract that established the alley. The director's expression flickered. An ambitious undertaking. The vault has been sealed for 3 centuries. Its contents are extensive. Then I'd better get started. The cart ride down was longer than Harry expected, descending through levels of increasingly ancient stone until the walls stopped looking like construction and started looking like natural cave formations. The air grew colder, damper, carrying the scent of old magic and older secrets. They passed vaults with doors of iron, bronze, silver, gold. They passed chambers where dragons slept, their scales glinting in the dim light. They passed things Harry couldn't identify and didn't want to examine too closely. Finally, the cart stopped before a door of black stone set with silver runes that seemed to move when Harry looked at them. "The Peveril Vault," Director Ragnok announced. "Only the bloodline heir may enter. Even I cannot accompany you past this point." Harry stepped out of the cart, feeling the cornerstone pulse in response to the vault's proximity. The runes on the door brightened as he approached, cycling through patterns that meant nothing to him but clearly meant something to the magic that governed this place. "Place your hand on the door," the director instructed. "The wards will verify your identity." Harry pressed his palm against the cold stone, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then the runes flared brilliant white, the door groaned with the protest of centuries, and the Peveril Vault opened for the first time in 300 years. The vault was enormous. Harry had expected a room, maybe a large room, filled with gold and objects like the pictures he'd seen of bank vaults in Muggle movies. What he found was a cavern, a natural chamber expanded by magic until it could hold the accumulated wealth and secrets of 7 centuries. Gold, yes. Mountains of it, coins and bars and jewelry piled in glittering drifts. Artifacts on pedestals, weapons on racks, paintings in frames that watched him with curious eyes. Books and scrolls and parchments stacked in towering columns. And at the very center, on a plinth of black marble, a single book bound in leather so dark it seemed to absorb light. Harry walked toward it, past riches that could buy kingdoms, past objects that radiated power, past the accumulated legacy of a family that had helped shape the magical world. None of it mattered as much as the book on the plinth. The cover bore a single word, embossed in silver: contract. He picked it up. It was lighter than he expected, the leather warm against his palms. When he opened it to the first page, the text was written in a language he didn't recognize, angular symbols that seemed to shift and crawl across the parchment. But as he stared, the symbols began to change. Slowly, reluctantly, they rearranged themselves into English. "I, Cadmus Peveril, do hereby enter into agreement with the entity known as the Collector, hereafter referred to as the Creditor." Harry read on, his blood growing colder with each clause. The agreement was simple in structure but devastating in implication. Cadmus Peveril had wanted power, the power to build a sanctuary for magical kind, a place where they could live and trade and thrive without fear of persecution. The Collector had offered that power, had provided the magic necessary to create Diagon Alley in a single night. The price: ownership. Not of the alley itself, but of its owner. When Cadmus died, his soul had been claimed by the Collector as payment for services rendered. But Cadmus had been clever, too clever for his own good, it seemed. He'd added clauses, exceptions, loopholes. Ownership of the alley shall pass to the bloodline heir upon completion of the inheritance ritual. The debt shall transfer with ownership. The creditor may not collect until the heir has held ownership for 1 full year, during which time the heir may propose alternative payment. Alternative payment must be of equivalent value to 1 human soul, as judged by the creditor. If no alternative is proposed, or if the proposed alternative is rejected, the original terms shall apply: the soul of the owner shall be forfeit upon the first anniversary of inheritance. Harry's hands were shaking so badly he almost dropped the book. 1 year. He had 1 year to find something the Collector valued as much as his soul, or he'd die, worse than die, he'd be claimed, owned, possessed by something ancient and terrible. But there was more. Amendments to this contract may be proposed by either party during the period of negotiation. Amendments must be agreed upon by both parties to take effect. Breach of contract by either party shall result in immediate forfeiture of all claims and protections, including but not limited to the alley's wards, the owner's authority, and any accumulated benefits of ownership. This contract is binding upon all parties and their successors for all eternity. Harry closed the book and stood in the vault, surrounded by wealth he couldn't use and power he didn't understand, and faced the reality of what he'd inherited. He had 1 year to find an alternative payment for an impossible debt. Or he'd lose everything, including his soul. The climb back to the surface was silent. Director Ragnok asked no questions, clearly sensing that Harry needed time to process whatever he'd found. Lord Black waited in the main hall, his expression sharpening when he saw Harry's face. That bad? Worse. Harry walked past him, heading for the doors. I need to think. You need to tell me what you found. Not here. Not now. Harry pushed through the bronze doors into the alley's late afternoon light, feeling the cobblestones warm beneath his feet, a greeting from the territory that might cost him his soul. Back at Ollivander's. I'll explain everything. He walked in silence through streets that suddenly felt different, more precious, more temporary. The shopkeepers who waved at him, the children who pointed excitedly, the whole bustling life of Diagon Alley, all of it resting on a foundation of debt and bargain and ancient magic. Daphne was waiting at Ollivander's shop, her expression shifting from curiosity to concern as she took in Harry's pallor. What happened? Found the contract. Harry sat heavily in the leather chair, suddenly exhausted. Found out what my ancestor promised. He told them. All of it, the terms, the timeline, the impossible deadline. Lord Black listened with growing grimness. Ollivander's face went pale and stayed that way. Daphne's mask slipped entirely, revealing genuine fear. 1 year, she said when he finished. You have 1 year to find something worth more than a human soul. Or find a way to break the contract. Or find a way to defeat the collector. Harry laughed without humor. Any ideas? Silence. The contract mentions amendments, Lord Black said finally. Both parties can propose changes. If you could negotiate with something that's been waiting 700 years to collect. Harry shook his head. She's not going to accept anything less than what she was promised. The only question is whether there's something I can offer that's equivalent. What could possibly be equivalent to a soul? I don't know. Harry pulled out the cornerstone, watching its silver veins pulse in the dim light. But I have a year to figure it out. And I'm not giving up without a fight. He looked around the room, at the people who'd become his allies in less than a week, and made a decision. I need help, he admitted. I can't do this alone. I need people I can trust, people who know this world, who can help me find answers. Will you help me? Daphne answered first. You protected my family's shop. You didn't have to, but you did. She met his eyes steadily. I'll help. As will I, Ollivander added. The alley has been my home for longer than most wizards live. I won't see it fall because of a debt made before my grandparents were born. Lord Black was silent longest. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with something Harry couldn't identify. I'm old, he said. Dying, really, my family's magic is failing, and I have perhaps a year left myself. But if I'm to die anyway, I might as well die doing something worthwhile. His thin smile held genuine warmth. Count me in, Mr. Potter. Let's see if we can cheat a collector. The next 2 months were the busiest of Harry's life. He threw himself into learning, not just magic, though that was part of it, but everything about the alley, the wizarding world, and the nature of the contract that bound him. Lord Black brought tutors for politics and etiquette. Ollivander taught him the alley's secrets, its hidden passages and ancient wards. Daphne drilled him on the noble families, their alliances and enmities and the complex web of relationships that govern pure-blood society. And at night, when the lessons were done and the tutors had gone home, Harry explored. The alley was different after dark. The shops closed, the crowds dispersed, and the streets took on a different character, quieter, more mysterious, full of shadows and secrets. Harry walked them alone, feeling the cobblestones guide his feet, learning the rhythm of his territory. He found things. A hidden garden behind flourish and blots, overgrown but still alive. A passage beneath the leaky cauldron that led to a forgotten wine cellar. A room in the upper floors of Gringotts that the goblins had apparently forgotten existed, filled with records from the alley's earliest days. And gradually, through trial and error and the wardstone's guidance, he began to learn control. He could strengthen the wards now, not by much, but enough to close some of the gaps he'd sensed during his first connection. He could make the alley respond to his wishes, a door that wouldn't open, a passage that appeared when needed, a warning that traveled through the cobblestones when danger approached. Small things, but they were his, and they made him feel less helpless against the looming deadline. The Wisengamot hearing came and went. Harry had worried about it, but Lord Black's preparation paid off. Between the cornerstone proof and the goblin endorsement, even Malfoy's legal maneuvering couldn't gain traction. The Wisengamot confirmed Harry's ownership by a margin of 15 votes, with Fudge abstaining and Malfoy left visibly seething. "This isn't over," Malfoy had hissed as they passed in the corridor afterward. "You've won battles, boy. Not the war." "Neither have you," Harry had replied. "See you at the next one." It wasn't clever, but it felt good. The real change came 6 weeks after Harry's arrival, on a night when rain lashed the alley's cobblestones and thunder rolled across the magical sky. Harry was in the wardstone chamber, practicing his connection to the alley's defenses, when he felt it, a disturbance at the edge of his territory. Something entering Nocturne Alley that didn't belong there. He focused, trying to identify it, and felt the wrongness more clearly. Not a person, not exactly. Something that wore a person's shape but wasn't one. Something that made the wards recoil. The collector, he thought at first. But no, this was different. Less ancient, less patient. More immediate. More dangerous. He withdrew from the wardstone and ran, following the cobblestone's guidance through rain-slicked streets toward the source of the disturbance. The alley tried to help, opening shortcuts and closing dead ends, but whatever had entered was moving fast, heading deeper into Nocturne. Harry reached the archway between the two alleys and stopped. Nocturne Alley stretched before him, darker than it had any right to be, the rain falling like curtains of black water. The wrongness was stronger here, a pressure against his senses that made his skin crawl. He should go back. Get help. Tell Lord Black or Ollivander or anyone more capable than a 9-year-old with 2 months of training. But the disturbance was moving towards something specific, he could feel it through the wards, a targeting, a hunt. Someone in Nocturne Alley was about to be attacked, and by the time Harry got help, it would be too late. He stepped through the archway and into darkness. Nocturne Alley was everything Daphne had described and worse. The shops here were shuttered and silent, their windows dark or glowing with sickly light. The few people Harry passed moved quickly, avoiding eye contact, clearly wanting no part of whatever was happening. The wrongness intensified with each step, leading him deeper into the twisted streets. He found the confrontation in a small square, surrounded by buildings that leaned toward each other like conspiring thieves. A woman lay on the ground, bleeding from a wound in her side. Standing over her was a figure that might once have been human, tall, wrapped in shadows that clung like living things, with eyes that burned with pale fire. "The Peveril heir," the figure said, its voice like breaking glass. "How convenient. 2 prizes for the price of 1 hunt." Harry's hand went to his pocket, to the cornerstone. It flared hot, almost burning, responding to the threat. "What are you?" he demanded. "A servant. A seeker. A shadow in service to powers that make your collector seem a minor thing." The figure tilted its head, the motion wrong, inhuman. "My master sensed the wardstone's awakening. Sensed a new power taking hold. He sent me to investigate." "Who's your master?" "You'll meet him eventually. Everyone does." The shadow creature took a step forward, and the air grew cold. "But tonight, I'm only here for the woman. She has information my master wants. Give her to me, and I'll leave you in peace." Harry looked at the woman on the ground. She was conscious, barely, her eyes wide with terror as she clutched her wound. Please, she whispered. Don't let him take me. He didn't know her. Didn't owe her anything. She was just a stranger in Nocturne Alley, probably involved in something questionable, probably not someone he should risk himself for. But the creature wanted her, which meant she had value. And Harry was 9 years old and angry and tired of feeling powerless against the ancient forces that kept trying to control his life. No, he said. The shadow creature went still. No. This is my territory. You're trespassing. And I don't give up my people. Harry drew the cornerstone from his pocket, and its light blazed in the darkness. Leave. Now. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the creature laughed, a horrible sound, like screaming in reverse. You think that trinket frightens me? You're a child playing with powers you don't understand. My master, Harry didn't let it finish. He reached for the alley through the cornerstone, reached for the wards and the magic and the ancient power that recognized him as owner, and pushed. The cobblestones beneath the creature's feet erupted upward, slamming into its legs. The walls of the surrounding buildings twisted, reaching out with stone fingers. The shadows that wrapped its form recoiled as the alley's magic flooded the square with light. The creature shrieked and stumbled, clearly surprised by the force of the assault. Harry pressed harder, feeling the wardstone respond to his anger, his determination, his absolute refusal to be helpless. This is my alley, he said, and his voice carried with it the weight of 7 centuries of ownership. My territory. My people. And you are not welcome here. The creature tried to fight back, to summon its own power, but the alley was working against it, every surface, every shadow, every drop of rain turning hostile. It was like watching someone try to fight the ocean. This isn't over, the creature snarled, and then it collapsed in on itself, dissolving into darkness that fled toward the edge of Harry's territory. Within seconds, it was gone. Harry stood alone in the rain, breathing hard, the cornerstone slowly dimming in his hand. Then he remembered the woman. She was still on the ground, her wound bleeding sluggishly, her face pale with shock and blood loss. Harry knelt beside her, having no idea what to do. He couldn't do healing magic, couldn't even do regular magic yet. Help, he called, hoping someone in this God's forsaken place would hear. Someone help. Footsteps splashed through puddles. Voices rose in the darkness. And then, somehow, people were there, shopkeepers from Nocturne Alley, people he'd never met, lifting the woman and carrying her toward the one shop that still showed light. Lord Peveril. One of them, a wizened man with ink-stained fingers, looked at Harry with something like awe. You drove off the shade. The what? The shadow creature. They're servants of, the man stopped, glancing around nervously. Of someone powerful. No one's ever driven one off before. Not without losing something in the process. Harry looked at his hands, still shaking from the effort. He hadn't lost anything. He'd just used what was his. The woman, he said. Will she be okay? We'll see to her. There's a healer nearby who owes favors. But my lord, the old man caught Harry's arm. You've done something tonight. Something that will be noticed. The people here, the ones who live in Nocturne's shadows, they've never had anyone fight for them before. I didn't, you did. And they'll remember. The old man's smile was crooked but genuine. Welcome to the other half of your territory, Lord Peveril. We're glad you're finally paying attention. Harry returned to Ollivander's shop soaked, exhausted, and fundamentally changed. The wand maker took one look at him and produced hot tea and dry robes without asking questions. Lord Black arrived an hour later, having been summoned by Daphne, who'd felt the disturbance through some family magic Harry didn't understand. He told them what happened. The shadow creature, the shade, the old man had called it, and its master who'd sensed the wardstone's awakening. The woman he'd saved without knowing why. The way the alley had responded to his will, more powerfully than anything he'd managed in practice. A shade, Lord Black repeated, his face grey. You're certain? That's what the man called it. Shades are servants of the dark. Not minor dark wizards, the true dark, the old darkness that existed before the first stars lit. The old man's hands were trembling. If something that controls shades has noticed you, then I have more enemies than I thought. Harry's voice was flat with exhaustion. Add it to the list. This isn't a joke, Mr. Potter. The collector is dangerous, but she operates within rules, contracts, negotiations, time limits. The powers that command shades don't. They're pure predation. So I should have let the creature take that woman. Let it operate in my territory without challenge. You should have been careful. Should have called for help. Should have, Lord Black stopped, sighing heavily. Should have done exactly what I would have done at your age. Rushed in without thinking, relying on instinct and anger to see you through. It worked. This time. What about next time? What about when the enemy isn't surprised, when they're prepared for the alley's defenses, when, the old man broke off, coughing harshly. Never mind. What's done is done. But you've announced yourself now, Mr. Potter. To the shadows and the darkness and everyone watching from both. The collector isn't your only concern anymore. Harry thought about the shade's words. My master sensed the wardstone's awakening, and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the rain still dripping from his hair. Who is this master? He asked. What does it want? I don't know. But I intend to find out. Lord Black rose, leaning heavily on his cane. Get some sleep, Mr. Potter. Tomorrow, your real education begins. The next months were harder. Lord Black brought in specialists, people who knew about the old darkness, about the entities that existed beyond the edges of normal magic. Harry learned about threats he'd never imagined, ancient powers that had ruled before wizard kind, bargains and bindings that predated recorded history, wars fought in dimensions humans couldn't perceive. The collector, he learned, was what the specialists called an intermediate power, stronger than any human magic but weaker than the true ancients. She operated through contracts and deals, bound by rules that limited her reach. Dangerous, but predictable. The thing that commanded shades was different. The specialists called it the Umbrell, though they admitted that was probably just one of many names. Unlike the collector, it didn't make bargains, it simply took what it wanted, consumed what it could reach, extended its influence like a cancer spreading through healthy tissue. And it had noticed Harry. The wardstone's awakening was like a beacon, one specialist explained, a witch with scarred hands and eyes that had seen too much. You lit a fire in the darkness, Lord Peveril. Now everything that hunts by darkness knows where you are. How do I protect myself? You don't. You can't, not from something like the Umbrell. All you can do is make yourself not worth the effort, become too dangerous to attack, too connected to valuable allies, too useful to destroy. She smiled grimly. In other words, do exactly what you've been doing. Build power. Build alliances. Make the cost of taking you higher than the benefit. It wasn't comforting, but it was a strategy. Harry threw himself into it with renewed determination. He strengthened the alley's wards until even the specialists admitted they were impressive. He cultivated relationships with the shopkeepers, visiting each establishment, learning their concerns, addressing what problems he could. He made tentative connections in Nocturne Alley, where his defense of the unknown woman had earned him a reputation he hadn't expected. And through it all, the deadline loomed, 1 year from the day of his inheritance, when the collector would come to collect. The anniversary approached faster than Harry wanted. 3 weeks before the deadline, with no alternative payment found and no way to break the contract discovered, Harry sat alone in the wardstone chamber and faced the reality of his situation. He was going to die. Or worse than die, he was going to be claimed, his soul taken as payment for a debt his ancestor had incurred 7 centuries ago. Everything he'd built, everything he'd learned, everyone he'd come to care about, none of it would matter when the collector came to collect. The wardstone pulsed gently, responding to his despair. "Little heir," the collector's voice whispered through the connection. "Your time grows short. Have you found your alternative payment?" "You know I haven't. I know you've searched. You've been remarkably diligent, far more than I expected from a child." Her amusement was cold. "But some debts cannot be repaid with effort alone." "What do you want?" Harry demanded. "Really? What could possibly be worth more to you than my soul?" Silence. Then, slowly, an interesting question. "Most of your predecessors never thought to ask it." "My predecessors? Did you think you were the first?" "The original Peveril sired many children, and his debt passed through many bloodlines. Your line was simply the one that survived long enough to produce an heir who could complete the ritual." The collector's presence intensified, her attention focusing on Harry like a spotlight. 17 heirs before you, little one. 17 souls claimed over 7 centuries. You would be the 18th. Harry's blood ran cold. "You've been farming my family. Letting them build the alley, grow attached to it, then harvesting them when the year is up. Such an ugly way to phrase it. I prefer to think of it as cultivation." Her voice hardened. "But you asked what I want. Very well, I'll tell you. I want what all collectors want, value. Souls are valuable because they're unique, irreplaceable, containing potential that transcends mere magic. But other things have value too." "Like what?" "Like information. Like secrets. Like the accumulated knowledge of 7 centuries of magical commerce." The collector's presence shifted, becoming almost eager. "Your ancestor built well, little heir. The alley isn't just shops and cobblestones, it's a repository. Every transaction, every conversation, every secret whispered in its streets has been recorded in the wardstone's memory. 700 years of magical Britain's private business." Harry thought about that. About the financial records he'd reviewed, the hidden passages he'd discovered, the sense that the alley knew everything that happened within its boundaries. "You want the alley's memories?" "All of them." "All of them would be excessive. But certain memories, certain secrets, those might be worth a soul." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Think about it, little heir. The ministry's hidden dealings. The family's private shames. The truth about events that history has covered in comfortable lies. That kind of information is power, the kind of power that even I find valuable. And if I give you what you want, you'll cancel the debt. I'll accept it as equivalent payment. The contract will be satisfied. Your soul will remain your own." A pause. "But choose carefully, Harry Potter. The secrets you reveal could destroy lives, topple governments, shatter the world you've been trying to protect. The question is whether saving yourself is worth that price." The connection faded, leaving Harry alone with the most impossible choice of his short life. He told the others, of course. Gathered them in Ollivander's back room, Lord Black and Daphne and Ollivander and, unexpectedly, Andromeda Tonks, who'd been helping with legal matters and had somehow become part of the inner circle. They listened. They argued. They debated. "You can't give her ministry secrets," Lord Black said flatly. "The political consequences would be devastating. Wars have started over less." "Wars aren't worth your life," Daphne countered. "If revealing some corrupt dealings saves Harry, it wouldn't stop at corrupt dealings. The alley's memories go back 7 centuries. Gods know what's buried in there, the truth about the Goblin rebellions, the real reasons for the statute of secrecy, secrets that could unmake the entire structure of magical society. Then we find specific things to offer," Ollivander suggested. "Secrets that are valuable but not catastrophic. Historical curiosities rather than political weapons. The collector isn't interested in curiosities. She wants power, information that gives her leverage over living people, current events." Andromeda's voice was tired but firm. "She's been playing this game for millennia. She won't settle for anything less than what she's asked for. Harry let them argue, staring at the cornerstone in his hand. It had been his constant companion for almost a year now, pulsing with the alley's magic, connecting him to everything he'd built. The question is whether saving yourself is worth that price. Was it? He thought about the shopkeepers who'd come to trust him. The goblins who'd accepted him as legitimate. The people of Nocturne Alley who'd started seeing him as a protector. Daphne, who'd become his first real friend. Lord Black, who'd become something like a grandfather. If he revealed the alley's secrets to save himself, what would he be saving? A boy who betrayed everyone who trusted him for the sake of his own survival. A lord who sold out his people for one more year of life. 17 heirs before you, the collector had said. 17 souls claimed over 7 centuries. 17 people who'd faced this choice. 17 people who'd either paid the price or tried to escape and failed. The collector had been farming his family for 700 years, patient and relentless, and every single one of his predecessors had lost. But none of them had been him. There's another option, Harry said quietly, and the argument stopped. The confrontation happened 3 days before the deadline. Not because Harry wanted to rush things, but because he'd learned something important from Lord Black's lessons: never let your enemy choose the battlefield. If the collector expected to come for him at the year's anniversary, she'd be prepared for that moment. Better to force the confrontation early, when the terms might be different. He descended to the hidden courtyard alone, finding the passage through the alley's shifting streets. The collector was waiting, as he'd known she would be, sitting on her ancient bench beside the well, her eyes of perfect darkness watching him approach. Early, she observed. Eager to meet your fate, little heir. Eager to propose an amendment. Her smile widened, showing those 2 sharp teeth. An amendment? How intriguing. What could you possibly offer that would change the terms? Harry stopped at the edge of the courtyard, close enough to speak but far enough to run if necessary. Not that running would help against something like her. You want the alley's memories, he said. The secrets recorded in the wardstone. Information that gives you power over living people. I do. Then I'll give you something better. I'll give you access to future secrets. An ongoing stream of information, updated continuously, for as long as the alley stands. The collector's expression shifted, surprise, quickly masked. Explain. You've been taking a soul every few generations for 700 years. That's what, 17 payments. But each payment ends the collection. The heir dies, the secrets stop updating, and you have to wait for the next one. Harry felt his heart pounding but kept his voice steady. I'm offering you continuity. A permanent connection to the wardstone that lets you access what it records in real time. Not just historical secrets, but current ones. Every conversation, every transaction, every whispered deal, all of it, forever. In exchange for your soul. In exchange for canceling the debt entirely. Not just for me, for all future heirs. The Peveril line keeps ownership of the alley, and you get access to its intelligence gathering permanently. The collector rose from her bench, her impossible height unfolding, her shadow stretching toward Harry like a reaching hand. You're offering me more than you understand, little heir. A permanent connection to the wardstone would give me influence over the alley itself. The ability to shape what it records, what it remembers. You'd be making me a partner in everything the Peverils have built. I know. And you're willing to accept that? To share your authority with something like me? Harry met her depthless eyes without flinching. I'm willing to share authority with someone who has concrete interests. You want information. Fine, you can have it. But in exchange, you protect the source. You help maintain the alley, because its survival is now in your interest too. You're trying to bind me. Turn me from a creditor into an ally. I'm trying to change the terms of our relationship from adversarial to mutual. Harry's voice was calm, though his hands were sweating. 17 heirs, you said. 17 souls taken over 7 centuries. How much did that really get you? A few decades of information each time, then nothing until the next heir appeared. This way, you get everything, continuously, permanently, without limit. The collector was silent for a long moment. Her shadow had stopped reaching, hovering at the edge of Harry's feet like a cat deciding whether to pounce. "You're cleverer than I expected," she said finally. "Cleverer than any heir since Cadmus himself. He tried a similar approach, thought he could negotiate his way out of the original bargain. It didn't work. Times change. And I'm not offering negotiation, I'm offering partnership." Partnership. She tasted the word like something unfamiliar. "I haven't had a partner in a very long time. The concept is strange to me." Strange isn't the same as unwelcome. Another silence. Then, slowly, the collector smiled, a different smile than before, less predatory, more amused. "Very well, Harry Potter. I accept your amendment. The debt is restructured. In exchange for permanent access to the Wardstone's recordings, I cancel all claims against the Peveril bloodline, now and forever." Her shadow withdrew, coiling back around her feet. "But I warn you, partnership has responsibilities. You've made me invested in your ally's survival. That means I'll be watching, advising, occasionally, intervening. You may find my attention more burdensome than my absence. I'll manage. We'll see." She extended her hand, long-fingered, pale as bone, cold as the void between stars. "Shall we seal the contract?" Harry hesitated. This was it, the moment where everything changed or everything ended. One handshake, and he was bound to an ancient entity for the rest of his life. But the alternative was death. And this way, at least he had a chance. He took her hand. The contact was like plunging into ice water, shocking and overwhelming. Power flowed between them, the alley's magic, the collector's ancient essence, the cornerstone's binding force all intertwining into something new. Harry felt the contract rewrite itself, the original debt dissolving and new terms taking shape. When it was done, he could feel her at the edge of his consciousness, a presence, watching, waiting, but not hostile. Not anymore. "Welcome to the partnership, little heir," the collector said, releasing his hand. "I look forward to seeing what you do with our alley." She dissolved into shadow, leaving Harry alone in the courtyard with the weight of an impossible bargain lifted from his shoulders and a new complication settling in its place. But he was alive. He was free. And for the first time in months, Harry Potter smiled. The others were waiting when he emerged, Lord Black leaning on his cane, Daphne pacing anxiously, Ollivander watching with pale, worried eyes. "Well?" Daphne demanded. "What happened?" Harry told them. The offer, the negotiation, the new terms. Their reactions ranged from relieved to horrified to somewhere in between. "You've made a collector your partner," Lord Black said slowly. "An ancient entity with access to every secret in Diagon Alley's history. Do you understand what that means? It means I'm alive. It means the debt is paid. And it means the alley has a new protector, one who's actually invested in keeping it standing. It means you've let a wolf into the fold." "I've let a wolf become part of the fold," Harry corrected. "There's a difference. She's not our enemy anymore, she's our ally. Dangerous, yes. Unpredictable, maybe. But on our side. You hope. I trust." Harry looked at them, his people, his allies, his friends. "I didn't survive this year alone. You helped me, taught me, protected me when I couldn't protect myself. Now we have another ally, whether we wanted her or not. The question is what we do with that." Silence. Then Daphne laughed, a startled, disbelieving sound. "You're insane," she said. "Absolutely, completely insane. You negotiated with a collector and won. I didn't win. I changed the game." Harry grinned. That's different. Lord Black shook his head slowly, but there was something like pride in his tired eyes. Lily Evans' son indeed. Very well, Mr. Potter, we'll see how your partnership develops. But don't expect me to trust your new ally anytime soon. I wouldn't expect anything else. The months that followed were different. The looming deadline was gone, replaced by something more complex, a partnership that required constant navigation, regular communication, and occasional compromise. The collector kept her word, she watched, advised, and occasionally intervened in ways that were helpful if unsettling. Harry learned to work with her, to understand her perspective, to find the boundaries of their new relationship. The alley prospered. With the collector's help, Harry strengthened its defenses, expanded its wards, and began addressing problems that had festered for generations. The shopkeepers saw the changes and responded, slowly at first, then more openly, until Harry found himself treated not just as a landlord but as a leader. And always, in the background, the other threats remained. Malfoy continued his schemes, though with less success than before. The collector had no patience for petty political parasites, as she called him, and several of his proxies found themselves facing unexpected complications. The ministry watched warily, unsure what to make of a 9-year-old who'd somehow consolidated control over magical Britain's economic heart. And somewhere in the darkness, the Umbrell still hunted. The shade never returned, but Harry felt its master's attention sometimes, a cold presence at the edge of his awareness, watching, waiting, calculating. The collector warned him that their confrontation had only been postponed, not prevented. The Umbrell is patient, she told him during one of their regular communications. It can afford to wait for opportunities. When it moves again, it will be with overwhelming force. How do I prepare? Keep building. Keep strengthening. Keep making yourself too expensive to destroy. Her presence shifted, almost gentle. You've done well so far, little heir. Better than I expected. But the true tests are still coming. Harry thought about those words as the year drew to a close, his first full year as Lord Peverell, master of Diagon Alley, partner to a collector and target of an ancient darkness. He thought about them as his 11th birthday approached, bringing with it the promise of Hogwarts and wands and a whole new world of challenges. And he thought about them as he stood at his window, watching the alley bustle with life below, feeling the cornerstone pulse warmly in his pocket. 1 year down. A lifetime to go. But for the first time since stepping through that door on Spinner's End, Harry felt ready for whatever came next. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Lessons in Stone and Silver. The owl arrived on a Tuesday. Harry was in the wardstone chamber, practicing his control over the alley's defenses, when he felt the distinctive tingle of magical post crossing his territory's boundary. He withdrew from the connection and climbed back to Ollivander's shop, finding the wandmaker holding a thick envelope of yellowish parchment. It seems, Ollivander said dryly, that someone at Hogwarts has finally noticed you exist. Harry took the envelope. The address was written in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the apartment above Ollivander's, Diagon Alley, London. He turned it over and found a purple wax seal bearing a coat of arms, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. My Hogwarts letter, Harry said. I wondered when it would come. Later than usual. Most students receive theirs on their 11th birthday, yours was 3 weeks ago. Ollivander's pale eyes were thoughtful. I suspect the delay was deliberate. Someone didn't want me to get it. Or someone wanted to see how you'd react to being ignored. The wandmaker shrugged. Politics extends even to school admissions, Mr. Peverell. Particularly when the student in question is the boy who lived and the owner of Diagon Alley. Harry broke the seal and pulled out the letter. The first page was standard, congratulations, term begins September 1st, enclosed list of necessary books and equipment. But the second page was different, a handwritten note on different parchment, the ink a deeper green. Mr. Potter, I would be most grateful if you would visit Hogwarts at your earliest convenience to discuss certain matters pertaining to your unique situation. The headmaster's office may be accessed via the fireplace in the leaky cauldron. Simply ask Tom for the connection. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster Harry read it twice, then handed it to Ollivander. Dumbledore, the wand-maker murmured. Interesting. He stayed remarkably quiet about your emergence. I expected him to involve himself months ago. Who is he? Besides the headmaster, I mean. Many things. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Widely considered the most powerful wizard alive. Ollivander set down the note. He's also the man who placed you with your Muggle relatives after your parents died. Harry went still. He what? You didn't know? Dumbledore was the one who decided where you'd be raised. Your parents' will specified other guardians, but he overrode them, claimed it was for your protection. The wandmaker's expression was carefully neutral. I assumed Lord Black had told you. No. He didn't. Harry's voice was flat. Is there anything else about my life that people have decided I don't need to know? Ollivander was silent. Great. Harry picked up the letter again, staring at Dumbledore's elegant signature. I suppose I should go see what the most powerful wizard alive wants with me. The leaky cauldron was busy for a Tuesday afternoon, but the crowd parted for Harry as he made his way to the bar. He'd gotten used to that, the stares, the whispers, the way people's eyes went to his forehead even though his scar was usually hidden by his hair. Tom the barman was a stooped, bald man with a face like a friendly walnut. He greeted Harry with evident pleasure. Lord Peveril. An honor, sir, a true honor. What can I get you? I need to use the fleur to Hogwarts. Headmaster Dumbledore's office. Tom's eyebrows rose. The headmaster himself? Well, well. Of course, sir, the fireplace is just through here. You'll want to speak clearly, Hogwarts, headmaster's office. The fire does the rest. Harry had used the Fleur network before. Lord Black had insisted on teaching him the basics, but it still felt strange to step into green flames and trust them to carry him somewhere else. He took a breath, threw in the powder, and spoke the destination. The world spun, flashing past in a blur of fireplaces and half-glimpsed rooms, and then he was stumbling out onto a thick carpet in a room unlike anything he'd ever seen. The headmaster's office was circular and cluttered, filled with strange silver instruments that whirred and puffed smoke, portraits of sleeping figures on the walls, and more books than Harry had thought could fit in a single space. A magnificent red and gold bird sat on a perch near the desk, watching him with intelligent eyes. And behind the desk, rising to greet him, was Albus Dumbledore. He was tall and thin, with silver hair and a beard long enough to tuck into his belt. His robes were a vivid purple decorated with silver stars, and his eyes, bright blue behind half-moon spectacles, held a twinkle that seemed simultaneously warm and calculating. Harry, he said, his voice gentle. Thank you for coming. Please, sit down. Harry remained standing. You wanted to see me. I did. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver at the coldness in Harry's tone. Lemon drop? No, thank you. Ah, well. More for me, then. The old wizard settled back into his chair, somehow making it look like a throne. I imagine you have questions. About your placement with the Dursleys, perhaps? That's one of them. A necessary precaution, I'm afraid. When your parents died, there were those who would have sought to harm you, followers of Voldemort who blamed you for their master's downfall. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection tied to her blood, but it required you to live with her blood relatives to remain effective. Dumbledore's eyes were kind but unyielding. The Dursleys were the only option. The Dursleys were abusive. They were, not ideal. For the first time, something flickered in Dumbledore's expression, regret, perhaps, or guilt. I had hoped that blood connection would inspire better treatment. I was wrong. I am sorry for that, Harry. Truly. Sorry doesn't fix 10 years of being treated like vermin. No. It doesn't. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. But you survived. You grew strong in ways I didn't anticipate. And when the opportunity arose, you escaped, found your way to Diagon Alley, claimed your inheritance, built something remarkable from nothing. His smile returned. That strength came from somewhere, Harry. Perhaps the Dursleys, for all their cruelty, gave you that. Harry stared at him. You're saying I should be grateful. I'm saying that every experience shapes us, and even the worst can become the foundation for something better. Dumbledore leaned forward. But that's not why I asked you here. I wanted to speak with you about Hogwarts, about what you can expect, and what others will expect of you. I'm already aware that I'll be famous. The boy who lived and all that. Yes, but it's more complicated than simple fame. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Harry, you're not just a celebrity. You're a symbol, of hope for some, of fear for others. And now you're also Lord Peverell, owner of Diagon Alley, with more political power than most adult wizards. When you arrive at Hogwarts, you'll be stepping into a world of competing interests, all of whom will want something from you. I've been dealing with competing interests for months. Adult interests, yes. But Hogwarts has its own politics, the four houses, each with their own cultures and rivalries. Children can be crueler than adults in some ways, and more honest in others. You'll need to navigate both carefully. Harry considered this. What house was my mother in? Gryffindor. As was your father. But Harry, Dumbledore's voice softened. The Sorting Hat considers many factors. Don't assume you'll follow in their footsteps. I'm not assuming anything. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. Is that all you wanted to tell me? Almost. There's one more thing, a warning, of sorts. Dumbledore rose and moved to the window, looking out over grounds Harry couldn't see from his angle. Hogwarts is old, Harry. Old and full of secrets, some of which haven't been touched in centuries. As Lord Peverell, you may find that certain doors open for you that would stay closed to others. Be careful what you wake. Like the collector. Dumbledore turned, his expression suddenly sharp. You know about the collector. I've met her. We have an arrangement. The silence stretched for several seconds. Then Dumbledore sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of decades. You're remarkable, Harry. More than I ever anticipated. But be careful, arrangements with beings like the collector always carry costs that aren't immediately apparent. He moved back to his desk, his manner becoming brisk. You should begin your school shopping. Your book list is standard for first years, but I'd recommend additional reading on defensive magic. Given your profile, extra preparation would be wise. I've already been studying defensive magic. Good. Then study more. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again, but there was steel behind the warmth. Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry Potter. I look forward to seeing what you become. Harry emerged from the flue back into the leaky cauldron, his mind churning. Dumbledore was complicated. Not an enemy, exactly, nothing he'd said felt false, and his regret about the Dursleys had seemed genuine. But not a friend either. More like a chess player, seeing pieces rather than people, making moves that served some larger strategy Harry couldn't perceive. Lord Black had warned him about Dumbledore. The old man means well, he'd said, but his definition of, well, may not match yours. He's spent so long fighting the dark that he's forgotten there are other kinds of light. Be careful what you wake. Harry thought about Hogwarts, ancient and full of secrets. Thought about the Peverell name, older than the school itself. Thought about doors that might open for him. Then he thought about the fact that he had 3 weeks until term started and a lot of shopping to do. First things first. Daphne was waiting for him outside Flourish and Blots, a list in her hand and an expression of determined efficiency. I got your message, she said. Shopping for Hogwarts? Among other things. I need to talk to you about Dumbledore. Later. If we're going to get everything done today, we need to start now. The bookshop first, then Madame Malkin's for robes, then the apothecary. I've already asked Father to set aside your potions ingredients, then the trunk shop, then Ollivander's for your wand. Harry blinked at her organizational fury. Over the past year, Daphne had become his closest friend and his most reliable advisor, but he still occasionally forgot how terrifyingly competent she could be. You've thought about this a lot. I've thought about everything a lot. That's my job. She grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the bookshop. Also, you're buying me lunch. That's the price of my assistance. Fair enough. Flourish and blots was chaos, September was approaching, and dozens of Hogwarts students crowded the aisles, searching for their required texts. Harry collected his standard first-year books quickly, then lingered in the defense section, adding titles that caught his interest. Advanced Shield Techniques, Daphne read over his shoulder. Combat Magic for the Modern Duelist. Physical Conditioning for Wizards. She raised an eyebrow. Planning for War. Planning for Survival. Harry added another book to his stack. Dumbledore warned me that Hogwarts has secrets. And I've already got one ancient power interested in me, I'd rather not face a second one unprepared. The Umbrell. And whatever else is out there. The collector mentioned other powers, other entities. The wizarding world sits on top of something much older and stranger than most people realize. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Sometimes I forget, she said finally. What you've been through, what you're dealing with. You act so normal most of the time. I'm 11 years old. Normal is relative. Point taken. She picked up a book from a nearby shelf, Practical Household Charms for Beginners, and added it to his stack. You should learn some of the basics too. Not everything needs to be combat-focused. I'll add it to the list. They paid for the books and moved on to Madame Malkin's, where Harry endured the fitting process with minimal complaint. His Hogwarts robes were standard black, but Madame Malkin insisted on adding subtle silver trim to his hems. For Lord Peverell, nothing less will do, and he was too tired to argue. The apothecary was quick. Mr. Greengrass had indeed set aside everything Harry needed, and refused payment despite Harry's protests. Consider it gratitude, he said firmly. For everything you've done for my family. The trunk shop was interesting. Harry had intended to buy something simple, but the shopkeeper talked him into a multi-compartment model with expansion charms, feather-light features, and security wards that would give most thieves pause. It cost a small fortune, but Harry's vault at Gringotts contained several large fortunes, so the expense barely registered. And then, finally, Ollivander's. The wand-maker's shop felt different today. Harry had been here dozens of times over the past year, but always for conversation and tea, never for the shop's actual purpose. Now, stepping through the front door as a customer, he felt the weight of thousands of wands pressing against his awareness, potential, power, magic waiting to be claimed. Ah, Mr. Potter. Ollivander emerged from the back, his pale eyes bright with anticipation. I wondered when you'd come. I've been saving something special for you. You've known what wand would choose me? Known. No. Suspected? Very much so. The wand-maker moved along his towering shelves, his fingers trailing over boxes with practiced familiarity. Wand selection is a mysterious process. The wand chooses the wizard, as they say, but certain patterns emerge. Certain resonances. He pulled a box from a high shelf and carried it to the counter with evident reverence. Holly and phoenix feather, he said, opening the lid. 11 inches. Nice and supple. A wand for a powerful wizard, one destined for great things. Harry picked up the wand, feeling its weight in his hand. It was beautiful, the wood smooth and warm, the craftsmanship obvious even to his untrained eye. He gave it a wave. Nothing happened. Ollivander's eyebrows rose. Interesting. That wand has been waiting for you since before you were born. Its core is the twin of another, the very wand that gave you your scar. Voldemort's wand. The same phoenix gave only 2 feathers. One resides in the wand that killed your parents. The other. Ollivander gestured at the holly wand. I was certain it would choose you. But it didn't. No. You've changed, Mr. Potter. The boy who survived Voldemort's curse might have been matched with this wand, but you're not that boy anymore, are you? The wandmaker's smile was thin but genuine. You've grown beyond what prophecy and destiny intended. Your wand must reflect who you've become, not who you were supposed to be. He returned the holly wand to its box and retreated into the depths of his shop, emerging minutes later with a different case, older, dustier, clearly not opened in a very long time. Try this one. The wand inside was darker than the holly, almost black, with intricate silver inlay along its length. Harry picked it up and felt immediately different, a warmth spreading up his arm, a sense of connection that went beyond physical touch. He waved it, and silver sparks erupted from the tip, dancing through the air before fading like dying stars. Remarkable, Ollivander breathed. Elder wood and thestral hair. 13 inches. Unyielding. I made this wand 60 years ago and never found a match. Most wizards can't even touch it without feeling pain. But for you. What's special about it? Elder wood is rare, difficult to work with, and intensely loyal. A wand of elder will only serve a master who is exceptional, it refuses to tolerate mediocrity. Ollivander's voice dropped. And thestral hair, that's the rarest core I've ever used. Thestrals can only be seen by those who've witnessed death, and their hair carries that connection to mortality. A wand with this core is powerful for defensive magic, for boundary crossing, for dealing with things between life and death. Harry thought about the collector, the Umbrell, all the ancient powers that lurked at the edges of the world. A wand for dealing with things between life and death seemed appropriate. I'll take it. I never doubted you would. Ollivander wrapped the wand carefully. But be warned, Mr. Potter, this wand will push you. Challenge you. Demand that you become worthy of its power. If you stagnate, it may abandon you. Elder is fickle that way. Then I won't stagnate. The wandmaker's pale eyes studied him for a long moment. No, he said finally. I don't believe you will. Lunch was at a small cafe near the Leaky Cauldron, where Harry and Daphne found a quiet corner table and ordered sandwiches. Tell me about Dumbledore, Daphne said as soon as the waitress departed. Harry recounted the meeting in detail, the Dursley justification, the warning about Hogwarts, the strange reaction when Harry mentioned the collector. Daphne listened without interrupting, her expression growing more thoughtful with each revelation. He's testing you, she said when he finished. The delayed letter, the invitation to meet privately, the mixture of apology and warning, it's all designed to see how you'll react. Testing me for what? To see if you can be controlled. Daphne leaned forward. Dumbledore is the closest thing the light side has to a leader. He's spent decades positioning himself as the essential figure in any crisis, the wise mentor, the powerful protector, the man who always knows what to do. But you don't fit his plans. You've built your own power base, made your own alliances, dealt with the collector without his help. That makes you unpredictable. Dangerous, you mean? Potentially. From his perspective, you're either an asset he needs to cultivate or a threat he needs to neutralize. This meeting was his first move in figuring out which. Harry thought about Dumbledore's twinkling eyes, his mixture of warmth and calculation. He genuinely seemed to regret what happened with the Dursleys. Maybe he did. That doesn't mean he wouldn't do it again if he thought it was necessary. Daphne's voice was hard. The light has its own kind of ruthlessness, Harry. They convince themselves that the ends justify the means, that their good intentions excuse their bad actions. Dumbledore especially, he's been making necessary sacrifices for so long that I doubt he knows how to stop. You sound like Lord Black. Lord Black taught me well. Her expression softened slightly. I'm not saying Dumbledore is your enemy. He's not, he genuinely wants to stop the dark, protect innocent people, make the world better. But his methods, he treats people like pieces on a board. Useful or dangerous, allied or opposed. He doesn't know how to deal with someone who won't be either. Then what do I do? Exactly what you've been doing. Be yourself. Don't play his games, but don't antagonize him either. Make him understand that you're not a piece, you're a player. She smiled. And keep surprising him. Dumbledore's greatest weakness is his certainty that he understands everything. Every time you do something he didn't predict, you remind him that he doesn't. Harry nodded slowly. It was good advice, the same approach that had served him well with the Collector, with Malfoy, with everyone who tried to fit him into their expectations. What about you? He asked. Are you nervous about Hogwarts? Daphne's mask slipped briefly, showing genuine uncertainty beneath. A little. I know what to expect intellectually, the houses, the classes, the social dynamics, but knowing isn't the same as experiencing. She looked at him sideways. We might be sorted into different houses, you know. That could make things complicated. Would it matter? To some people, yes. House loyalty is taken seriously, friendships across house lines are rare, especially between certain combinations. She hesitated. I'll probably be in Slytherin. My family's been there for generations. If you end up in Gryffindor, then we'll be the exception. Harry's voice was firm. I'm not letting a talking hat decide who my friends are. Daphne's smile was small but real. I was hoping you'd say that. The remaining weeks before term passed quickly. Harry continued his training, physical conditioning, magical theory, everything he could absorb before entering a world where structured education would consume most of his time. The Collector offered occasional advice through their connection, her ancient perspective sometimes useful and sometimes bewildering. Hogwarts is a focal point, she told him during one of their communications. Like the alley, it sits on a convergence of magical energies. The castle itself is aware, not sentient, exactly, but responsive. It will recognize you as a Peveril heir. Will that cause problems? It will cause opportunities. Whether those become problems depends on what you do with them. Her presence shifted, becoming more intense. Be careful around the third-floor corridor. Something is hidden there, something that doesn't belong. I can feel it from here. What is it? I don't know. But it resonates with death magic, which means it's either very valuable or very dangerous. Probably both. Harry filed the warning away, adding it to the growing list of things he needed to investigate once he arrived. Lord Black's health continued to decline. The old man rarely left Grimmauld Place now, conserving his remaining strength for essential matters. But he insisted on one final lesson before Harry departed, a conversation that lasted 3 hours and covered everything from Hogwarts politics to the proper way to handle blood feuds. You'll be tested, he warned. By students, by teachers, by the castle itself. Some tests will be obvious, challenges to your authority, attempts to make you look foolish. Others will be subtle, opportunities that seem too good to be true, friendships offered too quickly, information given too freely. How do I tell the difference? You don't, not always. The best you can do is act with integrity and pay attention to consequences. Every action reveals something, about you, about others, about the systems you're operating within. Learn to read those revelations. And if I make mistakes? You will. Everyone does. Lord Black's thin smile held affection despite his exhaustion. The measure of a man isn't whether he makes mistakes, it's how he responds when he does. Own your failures, learn from them, and keep moving forward. That's all any of us can do. It wasn't exactly comforting, but it felt true. September 1st arrived with gray skies and a light drizzle. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, surrounded by families saying goodbye to their children, and felt profoundly alone. He had no family to see him off, the Dursleys didn't count and wouldn't have come anyway, just Ollivander, who'd accompanied him to King's Cross before departing with a quiet, "Good luck, Mr. Peveril." The Hogwarts Express was a magnificent scarlet steam engine, already crowded with students loading their trunks and calling to friends. Harry found an empty compartment near the back and settled in, watching through the window as the platform gradually cleared. The train lurched into motion at 11 o'clock precisely. Harry watched London slide past, giving way to suburbs, then countryside, as the express carried him toward a future he couldn't predict. The compartment door slid open. "Anyone sitting here?" A boy with red hair and a freckled face peered in hopefully. "Everywhere else is full." "Go ahead." The boy dragged in a battered trunk and collapsed onto the opposite seat. "Thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went wide. "Are you really? I mean, sorry, that's rude, but you're actually Harry Potter." "The Harry Potter? As far as I know." "Blimey." Ron shook his head slowly. "Wait until my brothers hear about this. They'll never believe, actually, they probably will believe it. Fred and George believe anything if it's interesting enough. But still." Harry found himself smiling despite his wariness. Ron's enthusiasm was infectious, and more importantly, it seemed genuine, not the calculated interest of someone seeking advantage, just honest excitement. "You have brothers at Hogwarts?" "5 brothers total." "Well, one's already graduated, Bill, he works for Gringotts now. Charlie's in Romania doing something with dragons. Percy's a 5th-year prefect, drives everyone mad. And Fred and George are 3rd years, they're twins, biggest troublemakers in the school." Ron grinned. "I've got a lot to live up to. What about you? What do you want to do?" "I dunno, really. Be good at something, I guess. Something that's just mine, not a hand-me-down from one of my brothers." Ron's expression turned slightly embarrassed. "That sounds stupid, doesn't it?" "Not at all." Harry thought about his own years in Dudley's shadow, wearing his cousin's old clothes, never having anything that was truly his own. "I understand that feeling." "Yeah." Ron looked at him with new interest. "I thought you'd be, I dunno, confident and powerful and stuff. You're Lord Peveril, right? Own all of Diagon Alley?" "Technically, yes. But I only found out about all of that 2 years ago. Before that, I was just a kid nobody wanted." Ron was quiet for a moment. "That's rough, mate. I'm sorry." "It's okay. Things are different now." Harry hesitated, then added, "Fair warning, being friends with me might be complicated. I've got enemies, political obligations, an ancient entity as a business partner. It's not simple." "Sounds exciting, actually." Ron's grin returned. "My life's been pretty boring so far. A little complication might be nice." The compartment door opened again before Harry could respond. Daphne stepped in, her expression cool and controlled, and froze when she saw Ron. "Weasley. Greengrass." Ron's tone was notably less friendly. "Didn't expect to see you here. I was looking for Harry." Daphne's eyes flicked to Harry. "Astoria's compartment is full, so I thought, join us," Harry said. "Ron, this is Daphne Greengrass." "Daphne, Ron Weasley. We've met." Ron's voice was stiff. "Our families don't exactly get along." "Our families have different political positions," Daphne corrected. "That's not the same as not getting along." "Could have fooled me." The tension in the compartment was sudden and sharp. Harry looked between them, sensing history he didn't understand. "What's the issue?" he asked directly. "If we're going to share a compartment, I'd rather know what I'm dealing with." Daphne and Ron exchanged glances, hostile on his side, carefully neutral on hers. The Greengrasses are neutral, Ron said finally. During the war, they didn't take sides. My uncles died fighting you-know-who, and her family just sat it out. My family protected our own, Daphne countered. We didn't have the luxury of choosing sides, we would have been destroyed regardless of who won. Neutrality was survival. Easy to say now that the war's over. Easy to judge when your family wasn't the one being threatened. Harry held up a hand before the argument could escalate. Enough. Both of you. They fell silent, looking at him with varying degrees of surprise. The war ended before any of us were old enough to have opinions about it. Whatever your families did or didn't do, that's their history, not ours. Harry's voice was calm but firm. I'm not asking you to be friends. But if you're both going to be part of my life, and you are, then you need to at least be civil. Can you manage that? Silence stretched for several seconds. Fine, Ron said grudgingly. For you, mate. But I'm not pretending to like it. I never asked you to pretend anything, Daphne replied. Civil is sufficient. She sat down next to Harry, as far from Ron as the compartment allowed, and the three of them lapsed into an awkward quiet. This, Harry thought, was going to be complicated. The rest of the train journey was less tense but still uncomfortable. Ron and Daphne maintained their fragile truce, speaking to Harry but rarely to each other. They talked about Hogwarts, the houses, the teachers, the classes they were looking forward to or dreading, and Harry learned more about the school's social dynamics than any book had taught him. Gryffindor's where the brave go, Ron explained. My whole family's been there. Ravenclaw's for the clever ones, Hufflepuff's for the nice ones, I guess. And Slytherin. He glanced at Daphne. Well. You know. Slytherin is for the ambitious, Daphne said coolly. The cunning. The ones who understand that the world doesn't reward good intentions without good execution. The dark wizards, you mean? Some dark wizards have been Slytherins. Some have been Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and Hufflepuffs too. Sorting doesn't determine character. Her eyes met Ron's. Assuming it does is the kind of thinking that created the war your uncles died in. Ron's face reddened, but before he could respond, the compartment door opened yet again. A pale boy with slick-back blonde hair stood in the doorway, flanked by two larger boys who looked like they'd been hired for intimidation purposes. So it's true, the blonde boy said, his eyes fixed on Harry. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. And keeping interesting company, I see, a blood traitor and a fence-sitter. Malfoy. Daphne's voice was ice. Greengrass. The boy, Malfoy, smiled without warmth. Still pretending neutrality means anything? Your father's been groveling for scraps while mine reshapes the wizarding world. Draco Malfoy, I presume. Harry stood, positioning himself between the newcomer and his companions. I've dealt with your father. He wasn't particularly impressive. Draco's smile flickered. My father is one of the most powerful. Your father tried to intimidate me on my first day in Diagon Alley and got shut down by Lord Black. Then he challenged my inheritance in the Wizengamot and lost. And every scheme he's attempted since has failed. Harry's voice was pleasant, conversational. So when you say, reshapes the wizarding world, I'm curious what you mean. Because from where I'm standing, your family's influence seems to be shrinking, not growing. The silence was absolute. Draco's face had gone from pale to flushed, his composure cracking. Behind him, his two companions shifted uncertainly. You don't know what you're talking about, Draco said finally. You're muggle-raised. You don't understand how things work. I understand that power comes from respect, and respect is earned through success. Your father hasn't had much of that lately. Harry stepped closer, and Draco involuntarily stepped back. Here's some free advice, Malfoy, if you want to be influential at Hogwarts, you'll need to do it on your own merits. Your family name won't carry you as far as you think it will. Draco stared at him for a long moment, clearly trying to formulate a response. Then he turned on his heel and stalked away, his companions hurrying to follow. Ron let out a breath. "Bloody hell, Harry." "That was unwise," Daphne interrupted. "The Malfoys don't forgive slights easily. The Malfoys are already my enemies. Draco was never going to be my friend, better to establish the terms of our relationship now rather than let him think I'm intimidated." Harry sat back down. "Besides, you saw his face. He's not used to being challenged. That's a weakness I can work with." Daphne studied him with an expression he couldn't quite read. "Sometimes," she said slowly, "I forget you're only 11. So do I." Hogwarts appeared as the sun was setting, its many towers silhouetted against a darkening sky. Harry felt it before he saw it, a pulse of ancient magic, deep and vast, resonating with something in his bones. The castle was aware of him, just as the collector had predicted. He felt it reaching out, testing, tasting his presence. "Peveril," something seemed to whisper. "Welcome home. First year's this way." A giant of a man, literally giant, at least 8 feet tall with a wild black beard, was calling from the platform. "First years follow me." Harry, Ron, and Daphne joined the crowd of nervous 11-year-olds following the giant, Hagrid, someone called him, down a steep path to a lake shore. Boats waited there, small wooden vessels that seemed to move on their own, carrying students across dark water toward the castle's looming bulk. The Hogwarts entrance was everything Harry had imagined and more. Massive oak doors, towering ceilings, moving staircases, portraits that watched and whispered as the first years passed. A stern witch in emerald robes, Professor McGonagall, she introduced herself, explained the sorting ceremony and the 4 houses before leaving them to wait in an antechamber. Harry used the time to observe his fellow first years. Some he recognized from the train or from research Lord Black had assigned: Neville Longbottom, heir to an old family, looking terrified; Susan Bones, niece of Amelia from the DMLE, the Patil twins, from a family prominent in magical India. Others were clearly Muggle-born, looking around with the same wonder Harry had felt when he first entered Diagon Alley. The doors opened, and McGonagall led them into the great hall. It was magnificent, for long tables filled with students, a head table where the teachers sat, and a ceiling enchanted to show the night sky, complete with floating candles. But Harry barely noticed the splendor. His attention was fixed on a battered old hat sitting on a stool at the front of the hall. The Sorting Hat. It sang a song about the 4 houses, their virtues, their histories, their founders. Then McGonagall began calling names, and students walked forward to sit on the stool and have the hat placed on their heads. Greengrass, Daphne. Daphne walked forward with perfect composure, sat, and had the hat lowered onto her head. It considered for perhaps 3 seconds. Slytherin. The table on the far right cheered as Daphne joined them, her expression carefully neutral. More names. More sortings. Longbottom, Neville, went to Gryffindor after an agonizing wait. Malfoy, Draco, was Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked forward, feeling hundreds of eyes on him, and sat on the stool. McGonagall lowered the hat, and suddenly a voice was speaking directly into his mind. "Ah, Mr. Potter. I've been waiting for you." Harry tried to keep his expression neutral. "You have." The Peveril air, marked by prophecy, touched by entities beyond mortal ken. "You're the most interesting student I've seen in decades." The hat's voice was amused. "Now, where to put you?" Gryffindor, Harry thought. "My parents were Gryffindors." "Were they?" You have courage, certainly. Facing the collector took bravery beyond most adults. But you're not reckless. You calculate, plan, consider consequences. That's not typical Gryffindor behavior." Then Ravenclaw. "You value knowledge, but as a tool rather than an end in itself. You learn to accomplish goals, not for the joy of learning. The hat paused. Hufflepuff would appreciate your loyalty to those you care about, but you're too willing to sacrifice individuals for larger objectives when necessary. That leaves Slytherin. Yes. You have ambition, cunning, and the drive to achieve your goals regardless of obstacles. You form alliances based on mutual benefit, navigate political complexities with surprising skill, and never forget that power must be cultivated and protected. The hat's voice became thoughtful. But you also have something most Slytherins lack, genuine concern for others. You protected that woman in Nocturne Alley without calculating the benefit. You defended the Greengrass shop because it was right, not just advantageous. So where do I belong? Nowhere perfectly. You're an anomaly, Mr. Potter, shaped by circumstances that don't fit the usual patterns. The hat was quiet for a long moment. But if I must choose, you'll do the most good, and cause the most interesting chaos, in Slytherin. The hall erupted, not in cheers, but in shocked murmurs. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, sorted into the House of Snakes. The table on the far right looked equally stunned, several students exchanging uncertain glances. Harry removed the hat and walked toward the Slytherin table, his face carefully blank. He found a seat near Daphne, who gave him a small nod of acknowledgement. Interesting, she murmured. The hat thought so too. At the head table, Dumbledore was watching him with an expression Harry couldn't read. Nearby, a professor with greasy black hair and a hooked nose stared at Harry with something that looked almost like hatred. Well, Harry thought. This should be interesting. The Slytherin common room was in the dungeons, behind a stretch of bare stone wall that responded to the password, Pure Blood Supremacy. Harry noted the password with distaste but said nothing. The room beyond was elegant in a cold way, green-tinged light filtering through windows that looked into the lake, dark leather furniture, and a massive fireplace flanked by carved serpents. The other first years clustered uncertainly near the entrance while older students claimed the best seats with practiced ease. Harry found a position near the fire, close enough to warm himself after the damp journey across the lake, and waited. He didn't have to wait long. Potter. Draco Malfoy approached with his earlier companions, Crabbe and Goyle. Harry had learned their names, and an expression of forced casualness. Slytherin. I didn't expect that. Neither did most people, apparently. It changes things. Draco's eyes were calculating. Whatever happened on the train, we're housemates now. In Slytherin, that means something. Does it? It means we have common interests. Common enemies. Draco lowered his voice. The other houses will never accept you, the boy who lived in Slytherin. They'll call you a traitor, a future dark wizard. The only allies you'll have are here. Harry considered this. Draco wasn't wrong, the reactions in the Great Hall had made that clear. Whatever goodwill Harry's fame might have earned him had evaporated the moment the hat shouted, Slytherin. But that didn't mean Draco was offering genuine alliance. What do you want, Malfoy? To be friends. The word sounded strange in Draco's mouth, like he wasn't quite sure what it meant. We got off on the wrong foot. I'm willing to start over if you are. Your father is still trying to undermine my control of Diagon Alley. My father's business is his own. I'm talking about us, students, housemates, potential allies. Draco's smile was thin but not quite false. Politics doesn't have to be inherited, Potter. We can make our own arrangements. Harry looked at him for a long moment. The offer wasn't genuine, couldn't be, given everything between their families, but it wasn't entirely false either. Draco was young, still finding his footing. The potential existed for something other than reflexive enmity. I'll consider it, Harry said finally. But I don't make deals without understanding the terms. What exactly would friendship mean to you? Mutual support within Slytherin. Presenting a united front to the other houses. Sharing information about opportunities and threats. Draco's voice dropped further. And keeping certain parties informed about each other's activities. Spying, you mean? You want me to report to your father through you? Draco's expression flickered. I wouldn't put it that way. But it's accurate. Harry smiled without warmth. I appreciate the honesty, Malfoy, more than you know. Most people try to hide their angles. Here's mine, I'll be civil with you. Professional, even. But I don't trust people who make offers while hiding the real cost. When you're ready to be straightforward with me, we can talk about actual alliance. He walked away before Draco could respond, joining Daphne near one of the lake-viewing windows. That was well done, she said quietly. You left the door open without committing to anything. He's not ready for real alliance. He's still thinking like an extension of his father. Harry watched Draco retreat to his companions, clearly recounting the conversation with evident frustration. But he might grow out of that. People change. Not often. And not Malfoy's. We'll see. The first week of classes was a blur of new subjects, new faces, and new complications. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall was fascinating. She turned her desk into a pig on the first day, demonstrating what was possible with sufficient skill and dedication. Charms with the tiny Professor Flitwick was equally engaging, though more accessible for beginners. History of Magic, taught by a ghost named Professor Binns, was deadly dull but potentially useful if Harry could stay awake through the lectures. Herbology, Defense against the Dark Arts, Astronomy, each class brought new challenges and new opportunities. Harry threw himself into his studies with the same intensity he'd applied to learning the alley's secrets, determined to master as much as possible. But it was potions that proved most problematic. Professor Snape, the greasy-haired man Harry had noticed at the sorting feast, was head of Slytherin House. He was also, apparently, determined to hate Harry regardless of house loyalty. Ah, yes, Snape said on the first day of class, his cold eyes finding Harry in the dungeon classroom. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. The word dripped with contempt. Around the room, students shifted uncomfortably. Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry considered the question. He'd read ahead in his potions texts, and Lord Black had insisted on covering basic potions theory as part of his education. The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Snape's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. And where would I find a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat. It's a stone that counteracts most poisons. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. Silence. The class was staring at Harry with various expressions of surprise. Even the Gryffindors, who'd been bracing for their housemate to be humiliated, looked impressed. It seems, Snape said slowly, that fame hasn't entirely destroyed your ability to learn. 10 points to Slytherin for adequate preparation. The praise was grudging at best, but Harry would take it. He'd expected worse from the man, much worse, given the hostility radiating from him since the sorting feast. Later, he would learn why. Snape had been in love with his mother, had hated his father, and now saw Harry as a living reminder of everything he'd lost. The resentment was personal in ways Harry couldn't have anticipated. But that was a problem for another day. 2 weeks into term, the incident happened. Harry was walking back from the library, having stayed late to research the nature of wand cores, when he heard voices from an empty classroom. The door was ajar, and the conversation drew his attention. Can't keep it here. It's too dangerous. Dumbledore insists. The protections are adequate. Adequate isn't enough, not for something like this. If the wrong people learn what's hidden on the 3rd floor. Harry pressed himself against the wall, listening. The voices belonged to teachers. He thought he recognized Professor Sprout and one other he couldn't place. The stone is secure. Flamel trusted the headmaster, and so should we. Flamel is 600 years old. His judgment isn't what it used to be. And Quirrell has been asking questions. Footsteps approached the door. Harry melted into the shadows of a nearby alcove, barely breathing, as the two professors emerged and walked away without noticing him. The stone. Hidden on the third floor. Something dangerous enough to worry teachers, trusted to Dumbledore by someone named Flamel. Something is hidden there, the collector had warned. Something that doesn't belong. It resonates with death magic. Harry made his way back to the Slytherin common room, his mind racing. He needed information, about the third floor, about Flamel, about whatever the stone was and why it was at Hogwarts. He found Daphne in her usual corner, reading a Transfiguration text, and sat down beside her. "I need your help with something." "Research." She looked up, noting his expression. "What kind of research?" "The kind that might get us in trouble if we're caught." Daphne closed her book slowly. "Tell me everything." The library at Hogwarts was vast, but its organization was impeccable. Within 2 days, they'd found what they needed. Nicholas Flamel. Alchemist. Creator of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary artifact that could turn lead to gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to its drinker. "It's here," Harry said, staring at the page in disbelief. "The Philosopher's Stone is hidden at Hogwarts. On the third-floor corridor that's supposed to be off-limits." "That explains the warning at the start of term," Daphne replied. "Dumbledore said the corridor was forbidden under pain of death. I assumed it was hyperbole. It might not be." Harry remembered Hagrid at the train station, how he'd mentioned Hogwarts being one of the safest places in Britain, except for Gringotts. "Someone tried to break into Gringotts this summer," he said slowly. "A high-security vault was targeted but found empty. The papers said nothing was taken. Because whatever was in the vault had already been moved. To Hogwarts. Where Dumbledore could protect it personally." Harry rubbed his temples. "But why? Why risk bringing something so valuable, so dangerous, to a school full of children? Maybe he didn't have a choice. If someone was actively trying to steal it." Daphne's voice trailed off. "Harry, who would want the Philosopher's Stone badly enough to break into Gringotts?" The answer was obvious. Terrible, but obvious. Someone who needs to stay alive. Someone who was defeated but not destroyed. Someone who's been waiting for an opportunity to return. Harry met her eyes. Voldemort. The research continued, more carefully now. They learned about Voldemort's first rise, his decade of terror, his mysterious defeat the night he'd killed Harry's parents. They learned that many of his followers had escaped punishment, claiming to have been under magical compulsion. They learned that some people believed he wasn't truly gone, just weakened, waiting, seeking a way to return. The Philosopher's Stone would be perfect for that. Immortality, unlimited resources, the power to rebuild everything he'd lost. "We need to tell someone," Daphne said during one of their late-night discussions. "Dumbledore, McGonagall, someone who can actually do something." "Tell them what?" "That 2 first-years figured out what's hidden on the third floor. They'd either dismiss us or ask questions we can't answer." Harry shook his head. "Besides, I'm not sure telling Dumbledore would help. He already knows the risk, he's the one who brought the stone here. If he's chosen this course, he has reasons we don't understand. So we do nothing. We prepare. We learn everything we can about the protections, the threats, the people involved. And we watch." Harry's expression hardened. If someone is going to try for the stone, they'll need to move eventually. When they do, we'll be ready. Ready for what? I don't know yet. But I'd rather be prepared for something undefined than unprepared for something specific. Daphne studied him for a long moment. "You're thinking like a Slytherin." "I am a Slytherin." The hat wasn't wrong about that. "No," she agreed. "It wasn't. Halloween brought the troll. Harry was in the great hall with the rest of the school when Professor Quirrell, the defense teacher, a nervous man who wore a turban and always smelled faintly of garlic, burst through the doors screaming about a troll in the dungeons. Chaos erupted. Students panicked. Teachers shouted for calm. Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise, ordering everyone to return to their common rooms. But the Slytherin common room was in the dungeons, where the troll was. Harry grabbed Daphne's arm as the prefects began herding students toward the doors. This doesn't make sense. If the troll is in the dungeons, why send the Slytherins there? Emergency protocols, she replied. The common room has defensive wards. We're safer there than wandering the corridors. Assuming we can get there without running into a mountain troll. They followed the crowd, but Harry's instincts were screaming. Something was wrong, not just the troll, but the timing, the circumstances. Halloween was significant in the magical world, a night when barriers between realms grew thin. A night when something hidden might be vulnerable. The stone, he breathed. Daphne's eyes widened. You think this is a distraction? A troll in the dungeons draws everyone's attention away from the third floor. The teachers are focused on the students are focused on survival. Perfect opportunity for someone to make a move. Then we should tell who? Everyone who could help is either managing the crisis or already knows what's happening. Harry made a decision. We need to check the third floor ourselves. That's insane. Probably. Are you coming? Daphne hesitated for half a second. Then she nodded. They slipped away from the crowd as it bottlenecked at a doorway, ducking into a side corridor that Harry had discovered during his exploration of the castle. Hogwarts was a maze, but it was a maze that seemed to want to help him. Passages opened where he needed them, stairs aligned conveniently, and within minutes they were climbing toward the forbidden corridor. The third floor was empty, the usual bustle of students and portraits replaced by eerie silence. Harry approached the door at the end of the corridor, a simple wooden door with no obvious protections, and tried the handle. It was unlocked. Someone's already been here, he said quietly. They slipped through, wands drawn, and found themselves face to face with a massive three-headed dog. The beast was asleep, all three heads lolling on enormous paws. Soft music drifted through the chamber, a harp playing itself in the corner, and Harry understood, the dog was being kept unconscious by enchantment. Trapdoor, Daphne whispered, pointing. Under its paw. Someone had already moved the dog to access the trapdoor beneath. The wooden panel was slightly askew, as if recently closed. Harry felt the collector's presence stir at the edge of his consciousness. Be careful, little heir. Whatever lies below is protected by more than a sleeping dog. He already knew that. But whoever had entered before them didn't seem to have been stopped, which meant the protections were either inadequate or already bypassed. We should go back, Daphne said. Get a teacher, a scream echoed from somewhere below, high and terrified and cut off suddenly. Harry didn't hesitate. He opened the trapdoor and dropped into darkness. The fall was longer than expected, but something soft broke his landing, a plant of some kind, with thick vines that cushioned the impact. Then the vines started moving. Devil's snare, Harry recognized, feeling the tendrils tighten around his legs. Don't struggle, it relaxes when you relax. He forced his body to go limp, and after a moment, the plant loosened enough for him to slide free. Daphne dropped through the trapdoor seconds later, and Harry caught her before she could land in the snare's grip. This way, he said, pulling her toward the only visible exit. The chambers that followed were tests, he recognized them as such, designed to challenge specific skills. A room full of flying keys, where Harry used his natural agility to catch the one they needed. A massive chess set that required them to play their way across, with Daphne's strategic mind making the crucial moves. A logic puzzle with potions that Harry solved through careful deduction. And then, finally, the last chamber. Harry stepped through the flame barrier alone, the potion only had enough for one, and found himself in a circular room with a single object at its center, a mirror, ornate and ancient, with an inscription around its frame. Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Before the mirror stood a man. He wasn't anyone Harry recognized, not a teacher, not a Death Eater he'd seen in photographs. Just a man in dark robes, staring into the glass with desperate intensity. "I know you're there, boy," the man said without turning. "I felt you coming. The wards on this place, they respond to you differently. Who are you?" "Someone who wants what's in this mirror. Someone who's been searching for a very long time." The man turned, and Harry saw that his face was wrong, too pale, too smooth, with eyes that held a red glint in their depths. "The question is, what are you going to do about it?" Harry raised his wand. "Step away from the mirror." "Or what? You'll hex me." The man laughed, a cold, wrong sound. "You're 11 years old, Potter. You've been at Hogwarts for 2 months. What do you think you can do against someone who's lived longer than your grandparents?" "I can call for help." "There's no help coming. The troll is keeping everyone busy, and these chambers are warded against detection." The man took a step closer. "It's just you and me, boy. And you're going to give me what I need." "The stone." "Yes, the stone. It's in that mirror somewhere, I can feel it, but I can't reach it. Dumbledore's final protection is too clever." Another step. "But you," the mirror responds to desire, "and you're a Peverell. Your bloodline has touched death magic before. Perhaps it will respond to you differently." Harry felt the collector's presence intensify, her attention focusing on the confrontation. "This is not a mortal man, little heir. Something else wears his flesh." He'd suspected as much. The wrongness in the man's movements, the red glint in his eyes, this was possession of some kind. Someone or something controlling a human body. "Who are you really?" Harry asked. "Not the body. The thing inside it." The man went still. Then, slowly, he smiled. "Clever boy. You're wasted in Slytherin, you should have been a Ravenclaw." His voice changed, becoming deeper, more resonant. "I am Lord Voldemort, Harry Potter. Surely you've heard the name." Harry's blood went cold, but he kept his wand steady. "You're supposed to be dead. Death and I have a complicated relationship. As do you, I understand." Voldemort's borrowed eyes studied him intently. "I've heard interesting things about you, Potter. The Peverell inheritance, the partnership with a collector. You've built quite a little empire for someone so young. And you've possessed a teacher to steal a rock. We all have our accomplishments." Voldemort laughed again, the sound sharper this time. "I like you, boy. You have spirit. It's almost a shame I'll have to kill you. You tried that once. It didn't work. Circumstances were different then. Your mother's protection, well. That won't save you a second time." Voldemort raised the man's wand. "Now, let's see what the mirror shows you. Walk toward it. Look into the glass. And if I refuse? Then I'll kill you here and find another way to solve Dumbledore's puzzle. Your death accomplishes nothing except to end your story early." Voldemort's voice softened, almost hypnotic. "But if you cooperate, I might let you live. I could use someone with your talents, your connections. Think about it, Potter. Real power, not the political games you've been playing. The chance to shape the world rather than being shaped by it." Harry thought about it. Thought about the Dursleys, about his years of powerlessness. Thought about everything he'd built since discovering the alley, and everything he might lose. Then he thought about his parents. About Dumbledore's explanation of how they'd died, protecting him, sacrificing themselves so he could live. "No," he said. "No. I've met real power, Voldemort. Ancient power, the kind that makes you look like a children's story." Harry stepped toward the mirror, but not because he was obeying. Because he needed to be closer for what came next. You're just a man who was afraid of death, so afraid that he tore his own soul apart to avoid it. That's not power. That's desperation. Voldemort's face twisted with rage. You dare? Harry looked into the mirror. His reflection looked back, but not alone. Behind him stood figures he didn't recognize, a woman with his eyes, a man with his hair. His parents. And in the reflection, the Harry in the mirror reached into his pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone, then dropped it into the real Harry's pocket. He felt the weight of it immediately. The stone. The mirror had given it to him. What did you see? Voldemort demanded. What did the mirror show you? Harry turned back to face him, the stone heavy in his pocket, and smiled. My family, he said. And then he reached for the alley's magic through the cornerstone. The connection was different here, weaker, stretched by distance, but it existed. Hogwarts sat on the same kind of convergence point as Diagon Alley, and the ancient magics recognized each other. Harry pulled on that connection, drawing power from the castle itself. What are you? Voldemort began. Light exploded from Harry's hands. It wasn't a spell, not really, just raw magical energy, channeled through his Peveril heritage and amplified by the castle's willingness to help. The blast caught Voldemort's host body full in the chest, hurling him backward into the wall. But the body was already burning. Wherever Harry's magic touched it, the flesh blackened and crumbled, as if the very touch of his power was anathema to whatever Voldemort had become. A dark shape ripped itself free of the burning body, a face in the shadows, twisted with hatred and pain, and fled through the chamber wall, screaming curses as it went. Harry collapsed, his vision swimming. The effort of channeling so much power had drained him completely. The last thing he heard before unconsciousness claimed him was the sound of running footsteps and Daphne's voice calling his name. He woke in the hospital wing, sunlight streaming through tall windows. Dumbledore sat beside his bed, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. The stone, Harry croaked. Destroyed, Dumbledore said quietly. Nicholas and I agreed it was for the best. The elixir of life has kept him alive for 6 centuries, but he's ready to move on. And the stone was too dangerous to exist, as recent events have proven. Voldemort escaped. Quirrell's body was too damaged to survive, so the spirit that possessed him fled. He's still out there, Harry, still seeking a way to return. This wasn't a victory, merely a delay. Harry closed his eyes, processing this. They'd stopped Voldemort from getting the stone, but he hadn't been destroyed. The threat remained. How did you know? He asked finally. How did you know to come? Miss Greengrass found Professor Snape and convinced him that something was wrong. He alerted me, and we followed as quickly as we could. Dumbledore's expression was complicated. You shouldn't have gone down there alone, Harry. You're 11 years old. I'm also the Peveril heir, partner to a collector, and apparently the person Voldemort most wants dead. Harry opened his eyes. Age doesn't change any of that. No. It doesn't. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You did something remarkable in that chamber, something that should have been impossible. The castle helped you, responded to your magic in ways it hasn't for anyone in centuries. I've been trying to understand why. The Peverils built Hogwarts. One of the founders, I mean. The castle recognizes the bloodline. That's what I suspected. But it's more than recognition, it's alliance. Hogwarts has chosen to support you, Harry, in ways that even I don't fully understand. The old wizard's eyes were troubled. This complicates things. Your enemies will learn of this, and they'll be more afraid of you than ever. Good. Maybe they'll leave me alone. Or maybe they'll become more desperate. Dumbledore rose, his joints creaking audibly. Rest, Harry. You've earned it. We'll talk more when you're recovered. He left, and Harry lay staring at the ceiling, thinking about everything that had happened. He'd faced Voldemort and survived. He'd touched ancient power and not been destroyed by it. He'd proven, to himself if no one else, that he could stand against the darkness. But it wasn't over. It was barely beginning. And somewhere out there, a spirit of pure malevolence was planning its next move. Daphne visited that afternoon, her expression a mixture of relief and fury. "You almost died," she said flatly. "Again." "But I didn't." "Again." "That's not the point." She sat on the edge of his bed, her composure cracking. "I thought you were dead, Harry. When you went through those flames and didn't come back, when I finally found Snape and we got down there and you were just lying on the floor. I'm sorry. You should be." But her voice had softened. "What happened down there?" "Really?" Harry told her. Everything, the mirror, the stone, Voldemort's spirit, the way Hogwarts had responded to his magic. She listened without interrupting, her face growing paler with each revelation. "You channeled the castle's power," she said when he finished. "Through your bloodline connection. That's... I don't even know what that is." "Neither do I. But it worked. This time. What happens when you face something that can't be beaten by throwing raw magic at it? Then I'll figure something else out." Harry took her hand, an unusual gesture for him, physical contact still uncomfortable after years of the Dursleys. "I'm not going to stop taking risks, Daphne. That's not who I am. But I promise I'll try to be smarter about it. That's the best I'm going to get, isn't it?" "Probably." She squeezed his hand once, then let go. "Fine. But next time you're running off to face an evil wizard, I'm coming with you. No arguments." Harry smiled. "Deal." The rest of the year passed without major incident. Voldemort didn't return, not visibly, anyway. Harry continued his studies, excelled in his classes, and gradually built relationships throughout Slytherin House. Not friendships, exactly, he wasn't ready for that kind of vulnerability with most people, but working alliances based on mutual respect and benefit. Draco remained a complicated figure. He'd been genuinely shaken by the Voldemort incident, even the Slytherins had heard rumors about what happened on the third floor, and his attempts at superiority seemed increasingly hollow. Harry maintained their truce without advancing to actual alliance, waiting to see what kind of person Draco would become when the pressure of his father's expectations finally broke. Ron Weasley sought Harry out after the incident, having heard from his brothers about the troll and the teacher's midnight expedition. "I knew you were mental," he said with evident admiration. "Facing you-know-who at 11. That's properly mad. It wasn't really a choice." "Still counts." Ron's expression grew serious. "Listen, I know we haven't talked much since the train, house stuff, you know, but if you ever need help, I mean it. What you did was brave, Potter. Gryffindor brave." "Thanks, Ron. Anytime." It wasn't the beginning of a deep friendship, not yet, the house divide was real, and they moved in different circles. But it was a connection, a bridge across the gap that might become something more given time. And that was how Harry's first year at Hogwarts ended, not with triumph, but with foundation. He'd learned what the castle could offer him. He'd faced his greatest enemy and survived. He'd built relationships that would serve him in years to come. Summer approached, and with it the return to Diagon Alley. The collector was waiting, he knew, eager to debrief and plan. Lord Black's health was failing faster now, he might not survive another year. And somewhere in the shadows, Voldemort was gathering strength for another attempt. But Harry was gathering strength too. Every challenge made him stronger, every lesson made him wiser. He was 11 years old, master of an ancient territory, partner to an eternal entity, and target of the darkest wizard in history. And he was just getting started. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Wizengamot's teeth. The summer heat pressed down on Diagon Alley like a physical weight, but Harry barely noticed. He stood in the ward stone chamber, deep beneath the cobblestones, his consciousness expanded through the alley's defensive network. 3 weeks had passed since his return from Hogwarts, and he'd spent most of that time relearning his territory, feeling for changes, probing weaknesses, strengthening the protections he'd built before school had claimed his attention. The collector's presence brushed against his awareness like cold silk. "You've grown, little heir. The castle's magic left traces in your soul. Is that a problem?" "Not for me. But others may notice. Hogwarts and the alley are connected through ancient channels, your bond to one strengthens your bond to the other." Her amusement rippled through the connection. "You're becoming quite the collection of magical inheritances." Harry withdrew from the ward stone, rubbing his temples against the familiar ache that accompanied extended communion with the alley's heart. "Speaking of collections, I need to talk to you about Lord Black." "The dying man." "Yes, I've felt his deterioration. He has perhaps a month remaining. He wants to name me his heir." Silence. "Then, slowly, that would make you master of 2 of magical Britain's great territories. The alley and Grimmauld Place, with all its associated holdings." The collector's voice grew thoughtful. "The political implications would be considerable. That's what I wanted to discuss. Lord Black says there are complications, family magic, blood requirements, something called the Black Madness. He wants to perform a ritual that would give me limited access to the family magic without full adoption. A tributary arrangement. Clever. The main line would remain extinct, but a branch would continue through you, connected but distinct." She paused. "This is acceptable, even advantageous. The Black family's defenses are formidable, and their library contains knowledge that could prove useful. I approve." "I wasn't asking for approval." "No, but you wanted my perspective nonetheless. That's why you're here instead of simply accepting his offer." The collector's presence shifted, becoming almost warm. "You're learning, little heir. The value of consultation before commitment." Harry left the chamber feeling oddly reassured. The collector wasn't a friend, couldn't be, given what she was, but their partnership had developed into something functional. She offered advice without demanding obedience, perspective without manipulation. In a world full of competing interests, her straightforward self-interest was almost refreshing. The afternoon sun hit him like a wave as he emerged into the alley proper. Shopkeepers waved as he passed, their greetings mixing with the general bustle of commerce. Harry had learned to navigate these interactions smoothly, a nod here, a word there, just enough personal attention to maintain goodwill without encouraging excessive familiarity. He was heading toward the leaky cauldron when the cobblestones beneath his feet pulsed with warning. Someone had entered his territory with hostile intent. The source of the warning was easy to find, a cluster of ministry officials near the entrance to Gringotts, surrounding a man Harry recognized from Wisengamot sessions, Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation and notorious hardliner. Lord Peveril. Crouch's voice was clipped, precise, utterly devoid of warmth. "Just the person I was looking for. Mr. Crouch. To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Official business." Crouch produced a scroll sealed with the ministry's crest. "The Wisengamot has received a petition challenging your continued ownership of Diagon Alley. Given your age and unique circumstances, the petitioners argue that a formal review of your competency is warranted." Harry accepted the scroll without letting his expression change. "May I ask who filed this petition?" "The concerned parties wish to remain anonymous during the preliminary stages." "Malfoy, then." Crouch's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. "The identity of the petitioners is confidential, it's Malfoy. He's been trying to undermine my claim since I first emerged, and anonymous petitions are exactly his style." Harry broke the seal and scanned the document quickly. "This calls for a competency hearing before the full Wisengamot. Next week." The matter was deemed urgent given the alley's economic significance. "Urgent." Harry looked up, meeting Crouch's cold gaze. An anonymous petition, filed during summer break when I'm conveniently away from Hogwarts and my usual support structure, with a hearing scheduled before I can properly prepare. That's not urgency, Mr. Crouch. That's ambush. I'm merely delivering the summons, Lord Peveril. Your interpretation of the process is your own concern. I'm sure it is. Harry folded the scroll carefully. Please inform the Wisengamot that I'll attend the hearing as required. And please inform whoever filed this petition that I don't appreciate being underestimated. He walked away before Crouch could respond, his mind already racing through the implications. A competency hearing. They were going to argue that a 12-year-old couldn't properly manage magical Britain's economic center, and they weren't wrong, not entirely. Harry had relied heavily on advisors, on Lord Black's guidance, on the systems he'd inherited rather than created. If the Wisengamot looked too closely at the actual mechanisms of his ownership, he needed help. Professional help. And he knew exactly where to find it. Andromeda Tonks met him at Fortescue's ice cream parlor, a location chosen specifically for its public visibility. Nothing dampened rumors of incompetence like being seen casually socializing with your legal counsel. A competency hearing, she said, reviewing the summons with narrowed eyes. They're citing the Adequate Guardianship Act of 1847, a law designed to protect the interests of underage heirs from predatory relatives. Can they actually take the alley from me? Not directly. The act allows for appointment of a custodial manager who would oversee your holdings until you reach majority. Your ownership would remain technically intact, but someone else would make all the decisions. Andromeda set down the parchment. 3 guesses who the petitioners will nominate as manager. Malfoy. Almost certainly. He's been positioning himself as a responsible stakeholder in the alley's affairs, his family's shops, his investments in various businesses, his charitable donations to merchant associations. Her voice dripped with contempt. He's been building this case for months, maybe longer. Harry thought about the pattern, the failed legal challenges, the political maneuvering, the constant pressure that never quite rose to the level of open conflict. Malfoy had been patient, methodical, playing a longer game than Harry had realized. What are our options? We fight it. The competency standard under the Act is actually quite rigorous. They have to prove active mismanagement, not just theoretical risk. Your track record over the past year provides strong counter-evidence. Andromeda pulled out a quill and began making notes. We'll need witnesses who can testify to your decision-making capacity. Shopkeepers you've helped, officials who've observed your conduct, anyone who can speak to your maturity and judgment. Lord Black. If he's well enough to appear, yes. His endorsement would carry significant weight. The Black family's reputation for political acumen is legendary. She paused. There's also the matter of your partnership. The collector. Harry went still. What about her? The petition mentions it specifically. They're arguing that your arrangement with an unknown magical entity demonstrates poor judgment and potential corruption. Andromeda's expression was troubled. I've defended some unusual clients over the years, Harry, but I'll admit I don't know how to spin a partnership with something that old and strange. The collector isn't a liability. She's an asset. To you, certainly. But to the Wisengamot? To a body of elderly witches and wizards who've spent their lives being warned about dark bargains and forbidden magic? She shook her head. We need to frame her carefully. Present the partnership as pragmatic crisis management rather than voluntary alliance. Harry didn't like it, didn't like the implication that his relationship with the collector was something to be ashamed of, but he understood the logic. Politics was about perception, and right now his partnership looked suspicious to people who didn't understand the full context. What else do we need? Documentation. Every decision you've made, every improvement you've implemented, every problem you've solved. We need to demonstrate a pattern of competent governance that contradicts their narrative of reckless youth. Andromeda gathered her materials. I'll file our response today and request the standard preparation period. That should buy us at least 2 weeks. They scheduled the hearing for next week specifically. And the rules allow me to challenge that timeline. Whether I succeed depends on the political winds, but it's worth attempting. She rose, tucking the summons into her bag. In the meantime, start gathering your allies. We're going to need every voice we can muster. The next 2 weeks were chaos. Harry called in every favor he'd accumulated, activated every relationship he'd cultivated, reached out to everyone who might have reason to support his continued ownership. The response was mixed but encouraging. Cyrus Greengrass agreed to testify, his quiet loyalty transformed into public advocacy by the threat to his protector. Florian Fortescue volunteered without being asked, his gratitude for Harry's defense of the Alley's Commons evident in his passionate support. Director Ragnok sent a formal statement from Gringotts affirming the legitimacy of Harry's inheritance, a significant gesture from an institution that rarely involved itself in wizarding politics. Amelia Bones was more complicated. "I can't publicly support you," she said during their private meeting at the DMLE offices. "My position requires neutrality in political disputes. But I can testify to your conduct during the incidents we've dealt with, the Shade attack, the various security concerns. As a matter of record rather than advocacy. That would help." "It might." "But Harry," she leaned forward, her scarred face serious. "You should know that this hearing isn't really about competency. The Wisengamot doesn't care whether a 12-year-old can manage property. They care about what you represent." "What's that?" "Change. Disruption. A power center outside their control." Amelia's voice was quiet but intense. "The old families have divided magical Britain between them for centuries. They've built their wealth and influence on assumptions about how things work, who owns what, who controls whom, who matters and who doesn't. You've challenged those assumptions just by existing." "I didn't choose to exist." "No, but you chose to fight. You could have accepted ministry guardianship, let them manage your holdings, been a figurehead rather than an active owner. Instead, you built alliances, made decisions, exercised actual authority." She almost smiled. "You scared them, Harry. They're not used to being scared by children." Harry thought about Malfoy's constant maneuvering, about Fudge's nervous hostility, about all the subtle and not-so-subtle attempts to undermine his position over the past year. He'd interpreted them as individual threats, separate challenges to be handled one at a time. But Amelia was describing something larger, a systemic response to his very presence. "How do I win against something like that?" "The same way you've been winning, by being better than they expect. Smarter, more capable, more willing to do what's necessary." Her expression hardened. "And by remembering that you have allies they can't match. The goblins respect you. The Alley's wards recognize you. And whatever that thing you've partnered with actually is, it's clearly chosen to support you rather than them. You know about the Collector. I know there's something powerful connected to the Alley that wasn't there before you arrived. Something that's been active in ways that benefit your interests." Amelia shrugged. "I don't pretend to understand it, but I've learned not to ignore realities just because they're uncomfortable." Harry filed that away, another piece of information about how he was perceived, another angle to consider. "Thank you for being honest with me. Thank you for being worth the honesty." She rose, their meeting clearly at an end. "Good luck with the hearing, Lord Peveril. I hope you understand what you're really fighting for." The Wisengamot chamber was designed to intimidate. Circular, with rising tiers of seats surrounding a central floor, it focused every eye on whoever stood before the assembly. The purple-robed members sat in their assigned positions, ancient families, ministry officials, appointed experts, while observers crowded the galleries above. Harry entered alone, as protocol demanded. Andromeda waited in the advocate's box, her notes spread before her, but the person facing the Wisengamot's judgment had to stand without visible support. It was supposed to emphasize the gravity of the proceedings, the weight of collective authority. It just made Harry feel exposed. "We are gathered," Dumbledore's voice rang out, the old wizard presiding in his role as chief warlock, to consider Petition 2847, regarding the competency of Harry James Potter to maintain ownership of the territory known as Diagon Alley. Lucius Malfoy rose from his seat in the noble section, his expression perfectly composed. The petition was filed by concerned citizens who believe that Wizarding Britain's economic centre should not rest in the hands of a child. However well-intentioned Lord Peverell may be, he lacks the experience, the judgment, and the maturity to handle such responsibility. The Wisingamot recognizes Lord Malfoy, Dumbledore said neutrally. Lord Peverell, how do you respond? Harry had practiced this moment 100 times, but practice couldn't capture the weight of actually facing the assembly. He took a breath and began. The petition claims I lack competence. I'd like to address that claim directly, with evidence rather than opinion. He produced his first set of documents, financial records, ward reports, testimony from shopkeepers. In the year since I assumed ownership, Diagon Alley's commercial activity has increased by 17%. Security incidents have decreased by 34%. The ward structure has been strengthened to levels not seen in centuries. He handed the documents to the clerk for distribution. These aren't the achievements of an incompetent child. They're the results of deliberate policy implemented through competent advisors. Advisors you chose yourself, Malfoy countered. Including at least one representative of an unknown magical entity. How does reliance on such, questionable counsel demonstrate competence? The collector was bound to the alley long before I was born. Her presence isn't something I chose, it's something I inherited, part of the territory's history that previous custodians preferred to ignore. Harry met Malfoy's gaze steadily. I chose to engage with her rather than pretend she didn't exist. That's not poor judgment, it's practical management of existing conditions. Murmurs ran through the chamber. The collector's existence wasn't secret, exactly, but most members had apparently hoped to avoid discussing it directly. The petitioners also cite Lord Peverell's age, Andromeda interjected from the advocate's box. But the Adequate Guardianship Act specifically excludes cases where the minor in question demonstrates exceptional capability. I have here testimony from 17 separate individuals attesting to Lord Peverell's judgment, including statements from Gringotts Bank, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and numerous respected merchants. The clerk accepted the additional documents. Dumbledore allowed time for the members to review them, his expression unreadable. This is all very impressive, Malfoy said, but it avoids the central question, should magical Britain's economy depend on the decisions of a 12-year-old? Lord Peverell may have performed adequately so far, but what happens when a crisis exceeds his limited experience? What happens when his youthful impulses lead him into conflict with established interests? Like yours? Harry asked quietly. I beg your pardon. Your established interests. The investments you've made in alley businesses, the influence you've cultivated among merchants, the systems you've built to profit from what you assumed would remain ownerless territory. Harry's voice didn't rise, but it carried clearly through the chamber. This petition isn't about competency, Lord Malfoy. It's about control. You can't buy the alley, can't legislate it away from me, so you're trying to have me declared unfit and install yourself as custodial manager. That's a serious accusation, it's a reasonable inference. You've opposed my ownership since the day I emerged. You've challenged my inheritance, pressured my tenants, maneuvered against me at every turn. This hearing is just your latest attempt. Harry turned to address the full chamber. The question before this body isn't whether I'm competent to manage the alley. It's whether you're going to let one man's greed overturn legitimate inheritance rights just because the heir is young. The chamber erupted. Members shouted over each other, some supporting Harry's accusations, others defending Malfoy, still others calling for order. Dumbledore let the chaos continue for several seconds before raising his wand and releasing a thunderclap that silenced everyone. Lord Peverell has made serious allegations, the chief warlock said. Lord Malfoy, do you wish to respond? Malfoy had gone pale with fury, his composed mask finally cracking. The boy is deflecting. My motivations are irrelevant, the only question is whether his ownership serves Wizarding Britain's interests. And who determines what those interests are? Harry asked. You. The families who've profited from the alley's ownerless state for generations. The ministry officials who've accepted your donations and done your bidding. He shook his head. The alley has an owner now. A legitimate owner, verified by goblin ritual and accepted by the wards themselves. If you don't like that, Lord Malfoy, your quarrel is with inheritance magic, not with me. The vote, when it finally came, was closer than Harry would have liked, 47 to 39, with 12 abstentions. The petition was denied, his competency affirmed, but barely. Lord Black, watching from the gallery, caught Harry's eye and gave a slight nod. They'd won. But as Harry left the chamber, he felt Malfoy's gaze on his back like a physical weight. This battle was over. The war continued. The celebration at Fortescue's was subdued but genuine. Daphne had returned from her family's summer estate specifically for the hearing, and she joined Harry and Andromeda in a corner booth, their victory toast made with butterbeer rather than anything stronger. 47 to 39, Andromeda said, shaking her head. Closer than I expected. You made enemies today, Harry. I had enemies already. Now I know who they are. True enough. She raised her glass. To survival, then. And to the next battle. They drank. Harry watched the alley through Fortescue's window, feeling the familiar pulse of his territory beneath him. The hearing had been exhausting, emotionally as much as politically, but he'd emerged stronger for it. His position was more secure, his allies more committed, his enemies more clearly defined. What happens now? Daphne asked. We prepare for whatever Malfoy tries next. And we address the other issues I've been putting off. Harry set down his glass. Lord Black's health is failing. He wants to formalize the tributary arrangement before he dies, probably within the next few weeks. That will complicate things further, Andromeda warned. The Black estate is contested, there are other family members who believe they have claims. Sirius Black. Harry had learned about his godfather during his research, the man who'd supposedly betrayed his parents, imprisoned in Azkaban without trial for over a decade. And Bellatrix Lestrange. Among others. The Black family tree is a tangle of marriages, disownments, and questionable legitimacy. Andromeda's expression tightened. I should know. I was born into it. Harry had forgotten, Andromeda Tonks was Andromeda Black originally, disowned for marrying a Muggleborn. Lord Black's reference to her as the competent one made more sense now. Will you help me navigate it? The succession, I mean. I'll try. But Harry, she hesitated. Lord Black has his own agenda in all this. He's not doing you a favor out of kindness. He's making a political move, positioning his family's power to continue through you rather than dying with him. I know. I've always known. Harry met her eyes. That doesn't make the opportunity less valuable. The Black Library, the family magic, the political connections, all of that could help me against threats that haven't even emerged yet. The Umbrell, Daphne said quietly. Among other things. Harry hadn't forgotten the Shade's attack, the warning that something ancient and hungry had noticed his existence. The Collector provided some protection, but she had her own limitations. Additional resources could make the difference between survival and destruction. Then we proceed carefully, Andromeda concluded. I'll draft the formal arrangements and have them ready for Lord Black's review. Whatever happens, we'll do this properly. Lord Black died on a Wednesday, 3 weeks after the Wizengamot hearing. Harry was with him at the end, sitting in Grimmauld Place's master bedroom while the old man's breathing grew slower and more labored. They'd completed the tributary ritual 2 days earlier, a simple ceremony that had established Harry as a branch heir of the Black family, connected to but not consumed by its power. You've done well, Lord Black said, his voice barely above a whisper. Better than I expected when I first found you facing down Lucius Malfoy. You taught me. I gave you tools. You chose how to use them. The old man's thin smile held genuine warmth. My family has been dying for decades, Harry. Bad choices, bad blood, bad luck. I thought I'd be the last, that everything we built would end with me. His hand found Harry's, the grip weak but determined. But you'll continue it. Differently than we would have, but continue nonetheless. I'll try. That's all any of us can do. Lord Black's eyes drifted closed, then opened again with visible effort. One last piece of advice, my grandson. Sirius. He's in Azkaban, but he shouldn't be. The evidence against him was incomplete. Look into it, when you have time. The truth matters, even when it's inconvenient. Your grandson. Harry frowned. I thought, but Lord Black was gone. Harry sat with the body for a long time, feeling the weight of another loss settle onto shoulders that already carried too much. He'd known Lord Black for less than 2 years, but the old man had become something important, a mentor, an ally, perhaps the closest thing to a grandfather Harry had ever known. Now he was alone again. Different from before, he had friends now, allies, resources, but still fundamentally alone. The last of the Potters. The heir of the Peverils. The branch scion of the Blacks. A collection of legacies without anyone to share them with. The funeral arrangements fell to Harry as the designated heir of the tributary line. He handled them mechanically, organizing the ceremony, notifying the appropriate parties, accepting condolences from people who'd never particularly cared about Arcturus Black but wanted to maintain connections with his successor. Daphne stood beside him throughout, a silent presence that helped more than any words could have. You don't have to do this alone, she said after the last mourner had departed. I know. But some parts of it. Some parts one need to process by myself. She nodded, understanding in a way that most people wouldn't. I'll be at the alley if you need me. Harry watched her go, then turned back to the empty house. Grimmauld Place was his now, not fully, not as a true black heir, but enough. The family magic had accepted the tributary bond, the wards recognized him, and the accumulated resources of generations were available for his use. Including, he remembered, the family library. The repository of knowledge that Lord Black had called one of the most comprehensive in Britain. Harry began to explore. The Black Library was everything Lord Black had promised and more. Thousands of books, scrolls, and artifacts filled the sprawling chamber, organized by a system Harry couldn't immediately decipher. Dark magic texts sat beside healing manuals, ancient grimoires shared shelves with modern research papers. The collection was eclectic, comprehensive, and deeply unsettling in its implications about what the Black family had considered worth preserving. Harry spent 3 days just cataloging what was available, his fascination overcoming his grief as he discovered treasure after treasure. Detailed histories of magical Britain's founding, complete with political intrigues the official records had scrubbed. Theoretical texts on the nature of magical creatures, including entities that supposedly didn't exist. Combat magic manuals that made his Hogwarts defense classes look like children's games. And in a locked cabinet that responded only to black blood, a slim volume bound in black leather with no title on its spine. Harry opened it carefully, feeling the wards that protected its contents brush against his consciousness. The text inside was handwritten, the script archaic but readable, notes on the nature and binding of shades, compiled by Arcturus Black II, 1743. He read with growing intensity. The book detailed everything the Black family had learned about shades over centuries of study, their origins, their capabilities, their weaknesses. Most importantly, it described the entity they served, the Umbrell, a consciousness from the space between dimensions that had existed since before human magic emerged. The Umbrell wasn't evil, exactly, at least not in the way humans understood evil. It was hungry. It fed on magical energy, consumed it, grew stronger with each feeding. Shades were its extensions into the mortal world, scouts and hunters that identified sources of power worth consuming. And according to the notes, the Umbrell had a particular interest in focal points, places where magical energy concentrated naturally, like convergences and ancient sites. Like Hogwarts. Like Diagon Alley. Harry closed the book with trembling hands. The shade that had attacked him hadn't been random. The Umbrell had sent it specifically because Harry's inheritance had awakened the alley's power, had made it more visible, more attractive as a target. He'd painted a target on his territory just by claiming it. The timing is concerning, the collector admitted during their next communion. The Umbrell has been quiescent for centuries, the last major incursion was before the Statute of Secrecy. For it to stir now. Is it because of me? What I've done with the alley? Partially. Your strengthening of the wards increased the territory's magical signature. But there's more, the wardstone's awakening created resonances that reached beyond this dimension. The Umbrell may have been attracted by the signal itself, not just the power it indicated. So I woke it up. You contributed to conditions that made its awakening more likely. The distinction matters, the Umbrell would have stirred eventually regardless. Your actions merely accelerated the timeline. The collector's presence shifted, becoming almost sympathetic. Don't blame yourself entirely, little heir. The forces involved are older than human civilization. Your influence, however significant locally, is minor in the larger scale. That's not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. Comfort is a luxury you can't afford right now. Her voice sharpened. The Umbrell will move against you eventually. The question is how you prepare. The Black Library may contain useful information, my knowledge of the creature is limited, as our domains rarely intersect. Harry thought about the notes he'd found, the histories and observations compiled over generations. Lord Black's ancestors studied shades. They knew how to fight them. The Black family was always practical about such things. Use what they learned. Prepare defenses, identify weaknesses, build capabilities that can counter the Umbrell servants if not the entity itself. A pause. And consider reaching out to others who faced similar threats. You're not the only one the Umbrell has targeted over the millennia. Who else? That, little heir, is research you'll need to do yourself. Some secrets aren't mine to share. The remainder of summer passed in a blur of preparation. Harry divided his time between the alley and Grimmauld Place, learning to manage both territories while building defenses against the threat he now understood was coming. The Black Library provided the theoretical framework, the Wardstone provided the practical power, and the Collector provided guidance when Harry's own knowledge fell short. Daphne returned to help, her analytical mind proving invaluable for organizing the massive amounts of information Harry was trying to process. Together, they developed a classification system for the black texts, identified the most immediately useful resources, and began building a strategic picture of the threats facing them. The Umbrell operates through shades, she summarized during one of their planning sessions, but it can also corrupt living things, plants, animals, even people. The corruption is subtle at first, then accelerates. The Black Notes described several historical incidents where entire communities were consumed before anyone realized what was happening. How do we detect corruption? The family developed a ward scheme specifically for this purpose. She pointed to a diagram in one of the older texts. It's complex, requires rare materials and considerable magical investment, but it can identify Umbrell influence within a defined area. Can we implement it for the alley? Maybe. The scale would be challenging, and we'd need ingredients that aren't easily obtained. But it's possible. Harry studied the diagram, his mind racing through possibilities. Protecting the alley was his primary responsibility, but the territory was large, complex, and full of people who'd notice if he started installing strange ward structures everywhere. We start small, he decided. Key locations first, the Wardstone Chamber, the entrances, the most vulnerable points. If it works, we can expand gradually. What about Hogwarts? That's Dumbledore's responsibility. I'll warn him about what I've learned, but I can't protect the castle from here. Harry rubbed his eyes, exhaustion pulling at him. One crisis at a time. Daphne touched his arm, a rare gesture of physical comfort from someone who usually maintained careful boundaries. You're doing everything you can. That's all anyone can ask. Is it enough? It has to be. September arrived, bringing with it the return to Hogwarts and a temporary pause in Harry's defensive preparations. The train journey was quieter this year. Ron found their compartment again, his awkwardness with Daphne diminished slightly by a summer's reflection. Other students drifted in and out, Neville Longbottom, seeking familiar faces, the Patil twins, curious about Harry's summer adventures, even Draco Malfoy, whose brief appearance was surprisingly free of hostility. My father wants me to tell you he respects your performance at the hearing, Draco said stiffly, the words clearly rehearsed. He says he underestimated you. Is that an apology? It's an acknowledgement. Draco's jaw tightened. Father doesn't apologize. Then tell him I acknowledge his acknowledgement. And tell him I'll be watching for his next move. Draco left without further comment, and Ron let out a low whistle. That was almost friendly. For Malfoy, anyway. It was strategic, Daphne corrected. Lucius is repositioning. He lost the direct confrontation, so he's trying a different approach, presenting his son as a potential ally rather than an enemy. You think Malfoy wants to be allies? I think Draco wants whatever his father tells him to want. For now. She looked at Harry. But people change. You said that yourself. Harry remembered saying it, remembered believing it. He wasn't sure he still did. Hogwarts welcomed them with the usual feast, the usual sorting, the usual announcements. Harry noticed a new defense teacher, a wizard named Lockhart with perfectly arranged hair and a smile that never quite reached his eyes, but paid him little attention. His focus was on larger concerns. The castle felt different this year. The bond he'd established during the confrontation with Voldemort remained, but it had deepened somehow, become more natural. Harry could sense the ancient magic flowing through Hogwarts stones, could feel the attention of the castle's awareness brushing against his consciousness at odd moments. Peveril, it seemed to whisper. Welcome home. He spent the first week re-establishing his routines, classes, study sessions, the political navigation that Slytherin House required. His position had strengthened over the summer, the Wisengamot hearing had established him as someone who could hold his own against adult adversaries, and his housemates adjusted their behavior accordingly. Even the older students treated him with cautious respect now. Harry wasn't sure if he should be pleased or concerned about that. The first sign of trouble came 2 weeks into term. Harry was walking back from the library when he felt it, a wrongness at the edge of his perception, faint but unmistakable. The same feeling he'd experienced before the shade attacked in Nocturne Alley. He stopped, extending his senses, trying to locate the source. The wrongness was moving, not toward him, but through the castle's lower levels. Through the dungeons. Through the area near the Slytherin common room. Harry ran. He found the source in an unused corridor, a section of the dungeons that students rarely visited. A first-year Slytherin, Harry recognized her as a girl named Astoria, Daphne's younger sister, stood frozen against the wall, her face pale with terror. Facing her was a figure that hurt to look at directly. Human-shaped but wrong, its edges blurred and shifting, its presence pressing against reality like a weight against thin ice. Another shade. Different from the one in Nocturne Alley, smaller, weaker, but unmistakably the same kind of creature. Get away from her, Harry said, his wand already in his hand. The shade turned. Its not-quite face regarded him with something that might have been recognition. Peveril, it whispered, the voice like static from a broken radio. The Umbrell remembers you. The Umbrell hungers. The Umbrell can wait in line. Harry reached for the connection to Hogwarts magic, feeling the castle's power respond to his call. I've faced your kind before. You survived. You will not survive again. The shade lunged. Harry raised a shield, not a spell, but a barrier of pure magical force channeled through his Peveril heritage, and felt the impact like a physical blow. The creature was stronger than the one he'd faced before, its attacks more coordinated. But Harry was stronger too. He drew on everything he'd learned over the summer, the Black family's knowledge of shade weaknesses, the defensive techniques from their combat manuals, the raw power of the castle's ancient magic. His counterattack was precise and devastating, light erupting from his wand in patterns designed specifically to disrupt shade cohesion. The creature screamed, a sound that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, and began to dissolve. But before it vanished entirely, it spoke one final time, "This is only the beginning. The Umbrell comes. Nothing you build will stand." Then it was gone. Harry lowered his wand, breathing hard, and turned to find Astoria still pressed against the wall. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head, too frightened to speak. "Come on. We need to find your sister." He led her through the dungeons, his mind racing. The Umbrell had sent another shade, to Hogwarts this time, not just the alley. The threat was escalating, becoming more direct. And Harry was running out of time to prepare. The news of the attack spread quickly, though the details remained confused. A magical disturbance, in the dungeons, a student rescued by Lord Peveril, something that definitely wasn't a normal dark creature. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office that evening. "A shade," the headmaster said, his expression grave. "Inside Hogwarts." "Yes, sir. Weaker than the one that attacked me in the alley, but definitely the same type of creature." "And you destroyed it?" "I drove it off." "I'm not sure shades can actually be destroyed, they may just reform in whatever dimension they come from." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, his age showing in the lines of his face. "You know more about these creatures than most scholars twice your age." "I've had reason to learn." "The Black Library." Harry nodded. "Lord Black left me access to the family's collected knowledge. Some of it dates back centuries, observations, experiments, defenses against things that most people think are only legends." "And what do those records tell you about our current situation?" Harry hesitated, then decided that honesty served his interests better than evasion. "The Umbrell is stirring. Something, maybe my awakening of the alley's wards, maybe something else, has attracted its attention. The shades are scouts, testing defenses, identifying targets. Eventually, there will be a larger incursion." "How large?" "The records describe historical events where entire territories were consumed. Not just people, the land itself, stripped of magical energy until nothing remained but dead zones." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "That's what the Umbrell does, sir. It feeds. And it's very, very patient." The silence stretched for nearly a minute. "I've studied many dark creatures over the years," Dumbledore said finally. "Dragons, dementors, the various terrors that lurk in forgotten corners of the world. But this, an entity from beyond our dimension, consuming magical energy itself, this is beyond my experience. It's beyond most people's experience." The Blacks were unusual in their willingness to study things that frightened everyone else. Unusual is one word for it. The headmaster's tone was dry, but his expression remained troubled. "What do you propose we do, Harry?" "Prepare. Build defenses. Identify vulnerabilities and address them before the Umbrell can exploit them." Harry pulled out his notes, the summary he'd compiled of Black family defensive schemes. "I've been working on ward configurations that can detect and repel shade incursions. With your permission, I'd like to implement them at Hogwarts." Dumbledore reviewed the notes carefully, his eyebrows rising at several points. "This is sophisticated work. Far beyond Newt level." The Blacks were thorough. Indeed they were. The headmaster set down the papers. "Very well, Harry. I'll authorize your defensive measures, with appropriate supervision, of course. Professor Snape has expertise in ward magic that may prove useful. Harry managed not to grimace at the mention of Snape. Their relationship had improved slightly over the past year, but the potions master still seemed to resent Harry's very existence. "There's one more thing," Harry said. "The collector mentioned that others have faced the Umbrell before, people or organizations with relevant experience. Do you know anything about that?" Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, quickly masked. "The collector told you this?" "She suggested I research it. Said some secrets weren't hers to share." The headmaster rose, moving to his window to gaze out at the grounds. "There was, once, an organization dedicated to combating threats from beyond our dimension. The Guardians of the Veil, they called themselves. They were active for several centuries before, before circumstances made their work untenable. What happened to them? They were destroyed. Or absorbed. Or simply, faded, as such organizations sometimes do. The Umbrell was involved, as were other powers." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "I knew some of them, in my younger days. Good people, trying to protect a world that didn't know it needed protection. Is there anyone left? Anyone who might help? Perhaps. The Guardians had chapters in many countries, it's possible some survived. But tracking down survivors of a secret organization that was deliberately erased from history." The headmaster shook his head. "That would require resources I don't currently have available. But it's possible. Many things are possible, Harry. The question is whether pursuing them is wise." Dumbledore turned back to face him. "You have many responsibilities already, the alley, your studies, the political challenges that seem to find you regardless of your preferences. Adding a search for hypothetical allies to that burden might be more than you can handle." "Might be. But the alternative is facing the Umbrell alone." Harry stood, gathering his notes. "I'll think about it, sir. And I'll keep you informed about the defensive preparations." "Please do." Dumbledore's eyes held something that might have been approval, or might have been concern. "And Harry? Be careful. The powers you're dealing with don't forgive mistakes." "I know. They never do." The defensive work proceeded slowly over the following months. Harry coordinated with Snape, an awkward collaboration that neither of them enjoyed, to implement the ward schemes from the Black Records. The potions master's expertise proved genuinely valuable, his understanding of magical theory helping to adapt centuries-old designs to Hogwarts' unique architecture. "The castle's existing wards are extensive," Snape observed during one of their working sessions. "Layered over millennia by some of the finest magical minds in history. Integrating your additions without disrupting the existing structure requires delicacy. Can it be done? Possibly. If we approach each section individually, mapping the existing ward structure before attempting modifications." Snape's lip curled slightly. "It will take months. Perhaps years. Then we'd better get started." They worked in silence mostly, their mutual discomfort making conversation difficult. But gradually, Harry began to understand the man behind the hostility, a brilliant wizard with deep wounds, using cruelty as armor against a world that had hurt him badly. It didn't make Harry like Snape. But it helped him understand. Christmas approached, bringing with it a temporary pause in the defensive work. Harry declined invitations to stay at the Weasley household or visit Daphne's family estate, choosing instead to remain at Hogwarts. "You're avoiding people," Daphne observed during one of their study sessions in the library. "I'm prioritizing. There's a lot of research left to do, and the castle is quieter during the holidays." "That's an excuse, not a reason." Harry set down his quill, meeting her eyes. "Fine. The truth is that I don't know how to be around normal families. The Weasleys would be warm and welcoming and completely alien to everything I've ever experienced. Your family would be formal and political and exhausting in different ways. Either option would require energy I don't have right now. So you'd rather be alone?" I'd rather be productive. There's a difference. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she reached across the table and took his hand, another rare gesture of physical comfort. You don't have to carry everything yourself, she said. I know you think you do, I know your whole life has taught you that depending on others is dangerous. But some burdens are too heavy for one person, even someone as stubborn as you. I have allies. I'm not alone. Allies aren't the same as friends. People who help you because it serves their interests aren't the same as people who care about you. Her grip tightened. I care about you, Harry. Not because you're Lord Peveril or the boy who lived or any of the other titles you've accumulated. Because you're you. And I don't want to watch you destroy yourself trying to save everyone else. Harry didn't know what to say. The words hung in the air between them, weighted with implications he wasn't sure how to process. I'll try to be better about it, he managed finally. The isolating thing. It's hard to change patterns that have been keeping me alive for years, but I'll try. That's all I'm asking. She released his hand, her composure returning. Now, about the Guardian research, I've found some references in the old histories that might be useful. They turned back to their work, but something had shifted between them. A door had opened, even if Harry wasn't ready to walk through it yet. The second shade attack came on Christmas Eve. Harry was in the library, deep in research, when the castle's awareness brushed against his mind with urgent warning. This time the wrongness was different, not a single presence, but multiple, converging on the castle from several directions simultaneously. He ran. The creatures were everywhere, in the corridors, the great hall, even the grounds outside. At least a dozen shades, maybe more, moving with coordinated purpose that suggested direction from a greater intelligence. The Umbrell wasn't just testing anymore. It was attacking. Harry fought through the corridors, his wand blazing with light and force, driving back shades wherever he found them. Other defenders appeared, Snape, McGonagall, Dumbledore himself, the castle's remaining staff rallying against the unprecedented incursion. But there were too many. For every shade they destroyed, another seemed to emerge from the shadows. The creatures weren't trying to consume the castle, not yet, they were probing, searching, seeking something specific. The boy, Harry heard them whisper as they passed. Find the Peveril. The Umbrell commands. They were hunting him. Harry made a decision. He stopped running away from the shades and started running toward them. Harry, no. Dumbledore's voice, somewhere behind him. You can't, but Harry wasn't listening. He reached for the castle's power, deeper than before, more completely than he'd ever attempted, and let it flood through him. Hogwarts responded. The ancient magic of the castle rose like a tide, channeled through Harry's Peveril blood, transformed by his will into something devastating. Every stone, every ward, every accumulated enchantment of 1,000 years answered his call. Light exploded outward from where Harry stood, brilliant and terrible, touching every shadow in the castle simultaneously. The shades screamed, all of them, a chorus of dimensional agony, and began to dissolve. But Harry didn't stop. He pushed harder, reached further, extended the castle's protective magic beyond its normal boundaries to create a barrier that would prevent any shade from entering. When it was over, he was on his knees, blood streaming from his nose, his vision swimming with exhaustion. Dumbledore reached him first, the old wizard's face pale with shock. What did you do? He demanded. Defended the castle, Harry managed. Used everything it had. You nearly killed yourself. The power you channeled, it should have burned you alive. The Peverils built this place. Harry's voice was barely a whisper now. The castle wanted to help. I just showed it how. He passed out before he could hear Dumbledore's response. He woke in the hospital wing, surrounded by worried faces. Daphne was there, along with Ron and several others. Even Snape stood in the corner, his expression unreadable but his presence suggesting some level of concern. 3 days, Daphne said when she saw his eyes open. You've been unconscious for 3 days. The castle? Safe. Whatever you did, it worked. No shade has been able to approach Hogwarts since Christmas Eve. Dumbledore says the barrier you created should hold for years. Her voice caught. But Harry, you almost died. Again. Had to be done. Did it? Or did you just not want to wait for backup, for help, for anyone else to share the burden? Her mask cracked, showing fear and anger beneath. This is exactly what I was talking about. You can't keep nearly killing yourself to save everyone else. What was the alternative? Let the shades take whoever they found. They were hunting me specifically. If I'd kept running, they would have torn through everyone looking for me. Then we would have fought together. All of us, not just you carrying the weight of, she has a point, you know. Ron's voice, unexpectedly serious. I watched you during that fight, mate. You didn't even look for allies, just charged right at the worst of it like you didn't care whether you survived. I had to end it quickly. The longer the fight continued, the more people might have gotten hurt. Yeah, I understand the logic. Ron moved closer to the bed. But Harry, you're not expendable. Whatever you think about yourself, whatever that miserable childhood taught you, you matter. Not just your titles or your power or what you can do for everyone else. You. Harry stared at him, genuinely surprised. Ron had never spoken to him so directly, never pushed past the surface friendship they developed. When did you become wise? I'm not wise. I just have a lot of brothers and a mum who'd kill any of us if we tried to handle everything alone. Ron's grin was lopsided but real. You need more of that in your life. People who won't let you be stupid in the name of being heroic. Harry looked around the room, at Daphne's worried face, at Ron's awkward sincerity, at the others who'd come to check on him. People who cared. People who wanted to help. Maybe, he thought, it was time to let them. Okay, he said quietly. I'll try. Really try, not just, say the words and keep doing things my way. That's all we're asking, Daphne said, echoing her words from the library. That's all we've ever asked. Recovery took another week, during which Harry was forbidden from any magical activity more strenuous than brushing his teeth. He used the time to think, about the Umbrell's attack, about his own patterns of behavior, about what changes he actually needed to make. The Shade incursion had been a test, he concluded. The Umbrell was probing Hogwarts' defenses, learning what it would take to break through. Harry's response had raised the stakes significantly. The barrier he'd created was formidable, but it wouldn't last forever. Eventually, the entity would find a way around or through or under, and the next attack would be worse. He needed the Guardians. Whatever remained of them, wherever they were hidden, he needed their knowledge and experience. The Black Records were useful but incomplete, the Collector's advice was valuable but limited. Only people who'd actually fought the Umbrell could tell him what he really needed to know. I want to find them, he told Dumbledore during one of the headmaster's visits. The Guardians of the Veil. Whatever's left of them. A difficult undertaking. The organization's secrecy was legendary even before their destruction. But not impossible. You said you knew some of them, that means there might be records, contacts, clues to follow. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he reached into his robes and withdrew a small object, a coin of tarnished silver, engraved with a symbol Harry didn't recognize. This was given to me by a friend, many years ago. A guardian who trusted me with their cause. The old wizard pressed the coin into Harry's palm. If any of them survive, they'll recognize this. It won't lead you to them directly, but it proves you have legitimate reasons to seek them out. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me yet. This path may prove more dangerous than facing the Umbrell directly. The Guardians were destroyed for good reason. There are forces in this world that don't want their knowledge preserved. Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. But you're right that we need help. If anyone can find the survivors, it's probably you. Harry looked at the coin in his hand, feeling the weight of another responsibility settling onto his shoulders. The search would be long, difficult, probably fruitless. But it was better than waiting for the Umbrell to make its next move. "I'll find them," he said. "Whatever it takes." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I believe you will, Harry. I only hope you're ready for what you find." Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, What walks in Nocturne. The summer after second year began with a funeral. Harry stood at the edge of the small gathering in Godric's Hollow, watching as the last of the Guardians of the Veil was laid to rest. Elara Vance had been 93 years old, the final survivor of an organization that had once numbered in the hundreds, and she had died 2 days after telling Harry everything she knew about fighting the Umbrell. "She held on for you," the priest said quietly, having noticed Harry's presence at the back of the mourners. "Refused to pass until she'd found someone to carry on the work." "Did she have family?" "None living. The Guardians gave up such things when they took their oaths." The priest studied Harry with knowing eyes. "You're young to inherit such a burden." "I've been inheriting burdens since I was 9. This one, at least, I chose." Harry left before the service concluded, his mind churning with everything Elara had taught him in their brief time together. The search for the Guardians had consumed most of his second year, following clues, tracking rumors, chasing dead ends across 3 continents through carefully worded letters and the occasional covert fluke connection. He'd found Elara in a cottage in Wales, warded so heavily that even the collector had trouble sensing her presence. She'd been dying when he arrived, her body failing after nearly a century of fighting things that weren't meant to exist in the mortal world. But her mind remained sharp, and she'd spent her final weeks pouring knowledge into Harry like water into a vessel. The Umbrell was old, older than human magic, older than the separation of dimensions that kept reality stable. It existed in the spaces between worlds, feeding on magical energy wherever it could reach. The Guardians had fought it for millennia, containing its incursions, protecting focal points, maintaining barriers that most people never knew existed. But the Guardians were gone now. Destroyed by the Umbrell's servants, scattered by political pressures, forgotten by a magical world that preferred to ignore threats it couldn't easily categorize. Only Elara had remained, watching and waiting for someone who could continue the work. Someone like Harry. "The Umbrell can't be destroyed," she told him during one of their sessions, her voice thin but steady. "Not by any magic we've discovered. It exists outside the rules that govern our reality. Trying to kill it would be like trying to punch the ocean." Then how did the Guardians fight it? Containment. Redirection. Strategic sacrifice. Her eyes, clouded with age but still fierce, had fixed on his face. "We learned to identify its patterns, predict its movements, channel its hunger toward targets that could absorb the damage. Not victory, exactly, more like managed coexistence." "That doesn't sound sustainable." It wasn't. "That's why we're all dead." Her laugh had been dry, bitter. "But you have advantages we didn't, boy. Your Peveril blood gives you access to focal points we could only dream of controlling. Your partnership with the collector," she'd shaken her head in wonder. "We spent centuries trying to negotiate with entities like her. You stumbled into an alliance before you were 12. Lucky, I suppose. Not luck. Resonance. The universe recognized something in you, potential, perhaps, or destiny if you believe in such things. Whatever it is, the Umbrell recognized it too." Her grip on his arm had tightened. "That's why it's coming for you specifically. Not just because you control the alley, or because you strengthened Hogwarts wards. Because you represent something it fears." What could an entity like that possibly fear? Integration. Connection. The weaving together of powers it assumed would remain separate forever. Elara's voice had dropped to a whisper. "The Umbrell feeds on magical energy because it can't generate its own, it's fundamentally parasitic, dependent on stealing from others. But if someone unified enough focal points, established strong enough connections between them, they could potentially redirect the flow. Create a network the Umbrell couldn't penetrate. A defensive grid. More than defensive. A containing structure. The kind of thing the Guardians dreamed about but never had the resources to build. She'd smiled, showing teeth that were still surprisingly sharp. You might actually be able to cage the thing, Harry Potter. If you survive long enough to try. The memory faded as Harry operated back to Diagon Alley, appearing in the private arrival point he'd established beneath Ollivander's shop. The wand maker was waiting for him, as he usually was when Harry returned from his various journeys. The funeral went well. As well as funerals go. Harry handed Ollivander a small package, Hilara's final gift, a collection of journals that contained the Guardian's accumulated knowledge. These need to be added to the secure archive. The wards on them are still active, don't try to read them until I've had a chance to adjust the protections. More forbidden knowledge. Ollivander's tone was dry but not disapproving. Your collection grows impressive, Mr. Peveril. Knowledge isn't forbidden. Just dangerous if mishandled. Harry climbed the stairs to the main level, feeling the alley's wards welcome him home. Anything happen while I was gone? The usual political maneuvering. Malfoy's proxies have been making inquiries about property values near the south entrance, probably positioning for another economic gambit. The goblins sent a formal request for a meeting regarding the updated ward structure. And Miss Greengrass has been asking after you. Harry paused at that last item. Daphne's here. Arrived yesterday. She's been staying at her father's shop, waiting for you to return. Ollivander's pale eyes held a knowing glint. She seemed concerned. Harry found Daphne in the apartment above the Greengrass apothecary, surrounded by books and parchments that suggested she'd been doing research of her own. You're back. She rose as he entered, her expression shifting through relief, annoyance, and something softer before settling into her usual composure. How was Wales? Educational. Hilara died 2 days ago. I'm sorry. Daphne moved closer, studying his face. Did she tell you what you needed to know? Most of it. Enough to start building something real. Harry sat in the chair she'd vacated, suddenly exhausted. The Guardians had a plan, a theory, really, about how to contain the Umbrell permanently. They never had the resources to implement it, but with the alley, Hogwarts, and whatever else I can connect to the network. You think you can actually cage an extra-dimensional entity? I think I have to try. The alternative is waiting for it to consume everything while I hide behind increasingly desperate defenses. Harry rubbed his eyes. What have you been researching? Daphne hesitated, then handed him one of the parchments from her pile. It was a genealogical chart, the Peveril family tree, but more detailed than anything Harry had seen before. I've been tracing your bloodline. The Peverils didn't just build Diagon Alley and Hogwarts, they established focal points all over Britain. Magical convergences that were developed, enhanced, connected through the family's unique relationship with spatial magic. I know about some of them. Lord Black mentioned, Lord Black didn't know the half of it. Daphne pointed to specific points on the chart. There are at least 7 major Peveril sites still active in Britain alone, plus another dozen minor ones. Most have been claimed by other families over the centuries, but the underlying connections are still there. Still tied to the Peveril bloodline. Harry stared at the chart, his mind racing. If I could access those connections, you could potentially create exactly the kind of network Hilara described. But Harry, Daphne's voice grew serious. Most of these sites are controlled by people who won't just hand them over because you ask nicely. The Lovegoods, the Longbottoms, even the Malfoys, they all hold Peveril properties that would need to be integrated into your plan. The Malfoys. Their manor sits on one of the strongest convergences outside of London. The irony isn't lost on me either. Daphne sat on the edge of the bed, her composure cracking slightly. This is going to be complicated, Harry. Political, magical, probably violent at some point. Are you sure you want to pursue it? Do I have a choice? There's always a choice. You could focus on defending what you already control, let the Umbrell wear itself out against your existing barriers, while it consumes everything else. While it picks off vulnerable targets one by one until I'm isolated and desperate. Harry shook his head. That's not a choice. That's just slow failure. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand, a gesture that had become more common over their years of friendship, but still carried weight. Then we do it together. All of it, the politics, the magic, the violence if it comes to that. I'm not letting you face this alone. I know. Harry squeezed her hand gently. I've learned that lesson, at least. The plan developed over the following weeks, taking shape in late-night sessions and carefully worded letters. Harry started with the easiest targets, focal points controlled by families who owed him favors or shared his concerns about the growing darkness. The Lovegoods were surprisingly cooperative. Xenophilius Lovegood was eccentric but perceptive, and his daughter Luna had an uncanny ability to sense things that others missed. The Umbrell touched our land once, Xenophilius explained during Harry's visit to their ramshackle home. Decades ago, before I was born. My grandmother felt it, said the shadows grew hungry, the wards turned cold. She drove it back, but barely. His normally dreamy eyes sharpened. If you can prevent that from happening again, Lord Peveril, you have my full support. The Longbottom negotiation was more formal but equally successful. Neville's grandmother, Augusta, was a formidable witch who'd lost too many family members to dark forces to dismiss the Umbrell threat. My son and daughter-in-law were destroyed by darkness, she said, her voice hard. I won't let the same happen to my grandson or his inheritance. Whatever access you need, Lord Peveril, you have it. Other families proved more difficult. The Bones property required delicate handling through Amelia. The Abbott lands involved complicated inheritance issues that took weeks to untangle. Each negotiation was different, requiring Harry to adapt his approach to the specific concerns and interests of the people involved. But progress was being made. The network was growing. The Malfoy situation, as Daphne had predicted, was the real challenge. Harry approached it indirectly at first, gathering information about Malfoy Manor and its magical significance. The convergence beneath the property was powerful, one of the strongest in southern Britain, but it had been corrupted over generations of dark magic use. Accessing it would require not just Lucius Malfoy's permission but extensive purification work. The wards around the manor are layered, Daphne reported after consulting with her family's contacts. Blood magic, intent-based protections, probably a few nasty surprises that aren't in any official records. Getting in without permission would be difficult and probably fatal. So we need permission. From Lucius Malfoy. Who has spent years trying to destroy you politically and would probably dance on your grave if given the opportunity. She raised an eyebrow. Any brilliant ideas? Harry considered the problem from every angle. Malfoy wouldn't help him out of goodwill, that much was obvious. But enemies could become allies when circumstances changed, when the alternative to cooperation became worse than the cooperation itself. What does Malfoy actually want? Harry asked. Not the political games, the proxy battles, what's the underlying goal? Power. Influence. Preservation of his family's position. And what threatens that position? Daphne's expression shifted as she followed his reasoning. The Umbrell. If it consumes magical Britain, the Malfoy fortune becomes worthless. All the political influence in the world doesn't help if there's no world left to influence. Exactly. Malfoy is pragmatic above all else, he serves his own interests. Right now, his interests align with opposing me because I represent a threat to his existing power structure. But if I can convince him that the Umbrell represents a bigger threat, he might be willing to deal. Daphne nodded slowly. It's risky. Malfoy is skilled at turning negotiations to his advantage. Even if he agrees to help, he'll try to extract concessions that could harm you later. Then I'll need to be better at negotiating than he is. Or have leverage he can't counter. A thin smile crossed her face. I might be able to help with that. The meeting with Lucius Malfoy took place in neutral territory, a private room at Gringotts, warded against eavesdropping and protected by goblin security. Malfoy arrived precisely on time, his expensive robes immaculate, his expression a carefully crafted mask of polite neutrality. If he was surprised by Harry's request for a meeting, he didn't show it. Lord Peverell. An unexpected invitation. Lord Malfoy. Thank you for accepting. They sat across from each other, the small table between them holding nothing but 2 cups of tea that neither touched. Harry could feel the tension in the air, the weight of years of conflict pressing down on the moment. You've been busy, Malfoy observed. Traveling, meeting with obscure families, gathering support for some unnamed project. The political rumor mill has been active. I'm building a defensive network against an extra-dimensional threat called the Umbrell. The attacks at Hogwarts 2 years ago were just the beginning, the entity is gathering strength for a larger incursion. Malfoy's mask flickered slightly. That's direct. You appreciate direct communication, don't you, Lord Malfoy? All those years of political maneuvering, speaking around topics rather than addressing them, I imagine it gets tedious. It has its place. But yes, I appreciate clarity when circumstances warrant. Malfoy leaned back slightly. You believe this Umbrell poses a genuine threat? I believe it will consume everything magical in Britain if not contained. The alley, Hogwarts, your manor, everything that makes our world worth living in. Harry met Malfoy's eyes steadily. That includes your family's holdings, your political influence, your son's future. None of it matters if the Umbrell wins. And you think you can stop it? I think I can contain it. Create a network of focal points that channels and redirects its hunger, prevents it from feeding on populated areas. Harry produced a map, the same one Daphne had prepared, showing the Peverell sites across Britain. Most of the necessary convergences are already under my control or have agreed to cooperate. But there's a gap in the southern network. Malfoy looked at the map, his expression unreadable. Malfoy Manor. The convergence beneath your property is essential. Without it, the southern network remains incomplete, and the Umbrell will have a path directly toward London. How convenient. Malfoy's tone was dry. You need something from me that I've spent years protecting from outside influence. And I'm supposed to simply grant access. I'm not asking you to grant anything. I'm offering a partnership. The word hung in the air between them. Partnership, Malfoy repeated slowly. You and I. After everything that's passed between us. After everything, yes. Because everything that's passed between us becomes irrelevant if the Umbrell consumes magical Britain. Harry leaned forward. I'm not asking you to trust me, Lord Malfoy. I'm not asking you to like me. I'm asking you to recognize that our interests align in this specific matter and act accordingly. And what would I receive in return for this partnership? Integration into the defensive network. Protection for your property, your family, your holdings. A seat at the table when decisions about Britain's magical future are made. Harry paused. And the knowledge that your son won't inherit a wasteland. Malfoy was silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. Harry could practically see the calculations happening behind his eyes, the weighing of risks and benefits, the assessment of angles and opportunities. There's something you're not telling me, Malfoy said finally. Some leverage you're holding in reserve. Yes. Care to share what it is? Harry reached into his pocket and withdrew a small vial of shimmering liquid. He set it on the table between them. Do you know what this is? Malfoy's eyes widened slightly, the first genuine surprise Harry had seen from him. That's impossible. It's a sample of the corruption the Umbrell leaves behind when it feeds. One of the Guardians collected it decades ago, before the organization was destroyed. Harry's voice was calm, almost casual. The interesting thing about Umbrell corruption is that it's drawn to dark magic. The stronger the darkness, the faster the corruption spreads. The implication was clear. Malfoy Manor, with its generations of accumulated dark magic, would be a beacon for the Umbrell, not just a target, but an accelerant. If the entity ever reached the property uncontained. You're threatening me. I'm providing context. Harry picked up the vial and returned it to his pocket. The Umbrell is coming regardless of what either of us does. The only question is whether you face it with protection or without. Malfoy's jaw tightened. If this is a negotiation tactic, it's the truth. I gain nothing from deceiving you about the threat level, and I have better things to do than manufacture elaborate lies just to force your cooperation. Harry stood, the meeting clearly reaching its conclusion. Think about what I've told you, Lord Malfoy. Consult whatever sources you trust. When you've verified the threat for yourself, we can discuss specific arrangements. He was at the door when Malfoy's voice stopped him. Why? Harry turned. Why what? Why warn me at all? You could have built your network around my property, left it exposed, let the Umbrell consume everything I've built. Malfoy's expression was genuinely puzzled. After everything I've done to oppose you, why offer partnership instead of revenge? Because I'm not interested in revenge. I'm interested in survival, mine, yours, everyone's. Harry's voice was quiet but intense. The Umbrell doesn't care about our political disputes, Lord Malfoy. It doesn't care about blood status or ancient grudges or who controls what territory. It just feeds. If we let it divide us, it wins. He left before Malfoy could respond, but he could feel the other man's gaze on his back all the way out of Gringotts. Malfoy's answer came 3 days later, delivered by Owl to the Alley. Lord Peverell, I have verified your claims regarding the Umbrell threat through independent sources. The situation is as dire as you described, perhaps more so. I am prepared to discuss partnership terms. However, I require certain assurances before granting access to my property's convergence point. The wards protecting the manor have stood for centuries, I will not see them compromised by hasty integration. Additionally, there is a matter I wish to discuss that may be relevant to your efforts, information about the Umbrell's previous incursions that I believe the Guardian's records may have missed. I propose we meet again, this time at the manor itself. You may bring appropriate witnesses if that eases your concerns about my intentions. Lucius Malfoy. Harry read the letter twice, parsing its implications. Malfoy was agreeing to negotiate, that was the important part. But the references to missed information, the invitation to his home territory, there were complications lurking in those carefully chosen words. He knows something, Daphne observed when Harry showed her the letter. Something he thinks gives him leverage. Probably. But the alternative is leaving that gap in the network, so. Harry folded the letter carefully. I'll need you there. And maybe Ron, if he's willing. Ron Weasley at Malfoy Manor. Despite the tension, Daphne's lips quirked. That should be interesting. The visit to Malfoy Manor was, as predicted, interesting. Harry arrived with Daphne and Ron, the latter having agreed to come after only minimal persuasion. If you're walking into the snake pit, mate, you need someone watching your back who isn't also a snake. No offense, Greengrass. None taken, Weasley. The manor itself was impressive, ancient, imposing, dripping with the kind of old money elegance that screamed pure-blood aristocracy. But Harry could feel something else beneath the surface, the convergence point, pulsing with power that had been twisted by generations of dark magic use. Malfoy met them in the entrance hall, flanked by his wife Narcissa and, to Harry's surprise, Draco. Lord Peverell. Welcome to Malfoy Manor. Thank you for receiving us, Lord Malfoy. Harry's eyes moved to Draco, noting the teenager's carefully controlled expression. Draco. Potter. The word was neutral, neither hostile nor friendly, just acknowledging. Things had shifted since their first encounters, Draco had grown past reflexive antagonism into something more complicated. They were led to a drawing room where tea had been laid out, the ritual niceties of pure-blood hospitality, even between potential enemies. Harry participated in the formalities while observing everything, the way Narcissa watched him with calculating interest, the way Draco sat slightly apart from his parents, the way Malfoy himself seemed oddly nervous. "You mentioned information," Harry said once the pleasantries were concluded. "Something the Guardians might have missed." Malfoy exchanged a glance with his wife. "What I'm about to tell you has been a family secret for generations. We've never shared it with outsiders, but circumstances require flexibility." He rose and moved to a bookshelf, pressing a hidden panel that revealed a small alcove. Inside was a single book, bound in black leather that seemed to absorb light. "This is a journal kept by Armand Malfoy, the founder of our British line. He came to England with William the Conqueror, but before that..." Malfoy's voice dropped. "Before that, he was a guardian of the Veil." Harry went still. "What?" "The Malfoy family didn't always practice dark magic, Lord Peveril. For centuries, we were among the foremost defenders against extradimensional threats. It was only after the Guardian's destruction that we adapted to new circumstances." Malfoy's expression was complicated, pride and shame mixed together. "This journal contains Armand's personal notes on the Umbrell, including information about a previous attempt to contain it, an attempt that nearly succeeded." Harry accepted the journal carefully, feeling the weight of history in his hands. Why didn't the Guardians know about this? Because Armand betrayed them. When the final battle came, he chose survival over sacrifice, fled rather than dying with his brothers and sisters. The Guardians never forgave the treachery, and subsequent Malfoys buried the connection out of shame. Malfoy's voice was bitter. "We've spent centuries pretending we were always what we are now. But the truth remains in that journal." Harry opened the book, scanning the first pages. The handwriting was archaic but readable, the contents, remarkable. Detailed observations of the Umbrell's behavior, tactical analyses of containment strategies, personal reflections on the nature of the threat. And near the end, a diagram, a network of focal points, connected in a pattern that was clearly the ancestor of what Harry was trying to build. "They almost succeeded," Harry breathed. "The original Guardians almost contained it. They failed because they couldn't access enough convergences. Several major families refused to cooperate, and without those focal points, the network had gaps." Malfoy's eyes met Harry's. "Gaps very similar to the one you're trying to close now." Harry looked up from the journal. "Why are you telling me this? You could have buried this information forever, no one would have known." "Because my family's future depends on your success." Malfoy's mask dropped entirely, showing the fear beneath. "The corruption you showed me at Gringotts, I've seen traces of it already, at the edges of our property. The Umbrell is drawing close, attracted by the very darkness we've accumulated over centuries." His voice cracked slightly. "If you fail, we won't just be consumed, we'll be consumed first. The very thing that made us powerful becomes our death sentence." The irony was almost poetic. Harry looked at Draco, who was watching his father with an expression of barely concealed shock. Clearly, this vulnerability was new to him as well. "The journal will help," Harry said finally. "And your convergence point is essential. But I need more than just access, I need commitment. Active participation in the network's maintenance, willingness to work with the other families we've recruited. Even the blood traders." The words were reflexive, but lacked their usual venom. "Everyone. The Umbrell doesn't distinguish between blood statuses, and neither can we." Harry closed the journal. "If you want protection for your family, you need to accept that protecting everyone is part of the cost." Malfoy was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Very well, Lord Peveril. You have a deal." The integration of Malfoy Manor into the network was complex and time-consuming, requiring weeks of careful work to purify the convergence point and establish proper connections. Harry led the effort personally, with assistance from a rotating team that included both traditional allies and the Malfoys themselves. The process was awkward, generations of hostility didn't evaporate overnight, but necessity made strange companions. Draco, in particular, proved unexpectedly useful. His knowledge of dark magic's weaknesses helped identify corruption that more light-oriented practitioners might have missed. Father never talked about this, Draco admitted during one of their working sessions. The Guardian history, I mean. I always thought we'd been, what we are now, forever. Most families have complicated histories if you dig deep enough. I suppose. Draco was quiet for a moment. Do you really think this will work? The containment network? I think it's the best chance we have. Whether it actually works. Harry shrugged. We won't know until the Umbrell tests it. That's not exactly reassuring. It's honest. I'd rather be honest and uncertain than confident and wrong. Draco nodded slowly, something shifting in his expression. My father said you're different from what he expected. Harder. Less. Gryffindorish. I was sorted into Slytherin. But you're the boy who lived. The hero. Heroes are supposed to be noble and straightforward, not. He waved vaguely. Whatever you are. Heroes are supposed to win. The methodology is negotiable. Harry's smile was thin. Maybe that's why I ended up in Slytherin. By the end of summer, the network was nearly complete. 12 major focal points, connected through carefully established channels, each one contributing its power to a grid that covered most of magical Britain. The alley served as the central hub, its wardstone acting as the primary nexus through which all the convergences flowed. Hogwarts anchored the northern section, Malfoy Manor stabilized the south. The collector observed the final stages of construction with something that might have been admiration. You've accomplished more in 3 years than the Guardians managed in 3 centuries, she said during one of their communications. The network is impressive, perhaps the most sophisticated containment structure ever built. Will it work? That depends on how the Umbrell responds. You've created a trap, little air, but traps require bait. Something to draw the entity into a position where containment becomes possible. Harry had been trying not to think about that part. The bait would have to be something the Umbrell wants badly enough to risk the trap. Yes. And there's only one thing in your territory that meets that criterion. Me. Your power, specifically. The connections you've established, the bloodline magic that flows through you, the Umbrell has been drawn to you since you first awakened the alley's wards. If you place yourself at the network's heart during its incursion, the entity won't be able to resist focusing on you. That sounds like a suicide mission. It sounds like a calculated risk. The network is designed to protect its central node. If everything works as intended, you'll be shielded from the worst of the assault. The collector's presence shifted, becoming almost gentle. But I won't lie to you, Harry. There's significant danger involved. If the network fails, if the containment doesn't hold, you'll be the first thing consumed. Harry had known this, on some level. Had known since he first started building the network that he would have to be part of it, that his role couldn't be delegated to someone less connected to the focal points. How long do we have? Weeks, perhaps. The Umbrell has been probing the network's edges, testing for weaknesses. When it decides to move, it will move suddenly and with overwhelming force. A pause. You should make whatever preparations you deem necessary. Arrangements for those you care about, should the worst occur. The preparations were harder than Harry expected. Not the practical aspects, updating his will, ensuring the alley's management would continue in his absence, documenting the network's maintenance requirements. Those were just administrative tasks, requiring attention but not emotion. The conversations were different. Daphne took the news with characteristic composure, but he could see the fear beneath her mask. You're telling me you might die, she said flatly. In a few weeks. I'm telling you I might die so you can decide if you want to stay involved. This isn't your fight, you could go somewhere safe, wait until it's over. Don't be stupid. Her composure cracked, showing anger. I've been involved since I was 10 years old. You don't get to dismiss me now because things are getting dangerous. I'm not dismissing you. I'm giving you a choice. My choice is to be there. At the center of your network, helping you contain an extra-dimensional horror. She stepped closer, her eyes fierce. If you're going to risk your life, I'm going to risk mine beside you. That's not negotiable. Harry wanted to argue, to protect her, to send her somewhere the Umbrell couldn't reach. But he knew that look, had seen it every time they'd faced danger together. Okay, he said quietly. Together. Ron's reaction was more direct. Well, this is bloody terrifying, he said. But count me in. Ron, you don't have to. Yeah, I know I don't have to. But you're my friend, Harry, and you've never asked me for help before. Not really. Ron's expression was serious in a way Harry rarely saw. Let me help now. Whatever that means. The others, Neville, Luna, even Draco, who'd apparently decided that his family's survival depended on Harry's success, each offered their support in different ways. By the time the preparations were complete, Harry found himself surrounded by allies he hadn't expected, commitment he hadn't asked for. You're not alone in this, Daphne told him the night before the anticipated incursion. Whatever happens tomorrow, you're not alone. Harry looked at the people gathered in the alley's common room, friends, allies, former enemies united by common threat, and felt something he'd rarely experienced in his life. Hope. The Umbrell came at midnight. Harry felt it through the network, a massive presence pressing against the barriers he'd built, testing their strength, probing for weaknesses. The focal points flared with power as the containment system activated, channeling energy from every convergence into the defensive grid. He stood at the wardstone's heart, the alley's full power flowing through him, and faced the darkness. Peveril, the Umbrell's voice thundered through dimensions. You dare challenge me? I dare contain you, Harry replied, his voice steady despite the terror coursing through him. Your feeding ends here. Your network is impressive. But networks can be broken. The assault began. Shades erupted from shadows all across the network, attacking focal points simultaneously. Harry felt each incursion through his connections, the Longbottom property under siege, the Lovegood Tower besieged, Malfoy Manor fighting desperately against waves of darkness. But the network held. Each focal point drew on the others, sharing power, reinforcing weaknesses. The shades were destroyed as fast as they appeared, their essence absorbed by the containment grid. Impressive, the Umbrell admitted. But shades are merely scouts. Let me show you true power. Reality twisted. The space around Harry folded in on itself as the Umbrell manifested directly, not through servants, but as itself. A presence so vast and alien that Harry's mind struggled to comprehend it. Darkness that ate light. Hunger that consumed meaning. But Harry had prepared for this. He reached through the network, drawing on every focal point simultaneously. The collector's power joined his own, her ancient magic complementing his Peveril heritage. Hogwarts responded to his call, the castle's millennial defenses feeding into the grid. Even Malfoy Manor contributed, its purified convergence adding strength to the containment effort. Light erupted from Harry's chest, not just magical light, but something deeper, something that transcended normal categories of power. The accumulated energy of a dozen focal points, channeled through a single human vessel, transformed into a force that could challenge even an extra-dimensional entity. Impossible, the Umbrell howled. No mortal, I'm not just mortal. Harry's voice resonated with the combined power of his network. I'm the integration. The connection. Everything you assumed would remain separate forever. He released the energy, and the containment field closed around the Umbrell like a fist. The entity fought back, of course it did, with all the power of countless millennia and infinite hunger. The struggle lasted seconds or hours or years, Harry lost track of time, lost track of everything except the single imperative of holding the field together, keeping the containment intact. And then, suddenly, it was over. The Umbrell was caught. Trapped. Bound within a prison of interconnected focal points, its hunger redirected inward, feeding on itself in an endless loop that would keep it contained indefinitely. Harry collapsed, the network's power withdrawing, leaving him empty and exhausted and alive. Around him, he could hear cheering, from the alley, from the network connections, from allies who'd survived the assault. Hands reached for him, lifting him, supporting him. "You did it," Daphne's voice, thick with tears. "Harry, you actually did it." "We did it," he managed. "Everyone. Together." The darkness had been contained. The threat had been neutralized. And Harry Potter, Lord Peverell, survivor of impossible odds, had saved magical Britain again. But even as the celebrations began, even as the relief washed over him, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Some things couldn't be contained forever. And sooner or later, the Umbrell would find a way to break free. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Price of Stone. 3 years had passed since the Umbrell's containment. Harry stood at the window of his office above Ollivander's shop, watching the morning crowds fill Diagon Alley. 15 years old now, taller than he'd been, harder in ways that showed in his eyes more than his body. The boy who'd stumbled through a forgotten door had become something else entirely, a lord, a defender, a figure that people whispered about in tones that mixed respect with unease. The alley thrived beneath him. Commerce flourished, the shops prospered, and the wards hummed with power that made the territory one of the safest places in magical Britain. The network he'd built stretched across the country, its focal points maintained by allies who'd become something closer to family over years of shared struggle. But the containment was weakening. Harry felt it through his connection to the ward stone, subtle shifts in the prison they'd built, hairline fractures and barriers that had seemed unbreakable. The Umbrell wasn't escaping, not yet, but it was learning. Adapting. Finding ways to exploit the very structure designed to hold it. "You're brooding again." He turned to find Daphne in the doorway, her expression caught between amusement and concern. She'd grown too, still sharp, still guarded, but with a warmth beneath her composure that only those closest to her ever saw. "Thinking," Harry corrected. "There's a difference." The difference being that thinking sounds more productive. She crossed to stand beside him, her shoulder brushing his. "The containment? It's failing. Slowly, but definitely. We bought years, not decades. Then we find another solution. Strengthen the barriers, adjust the network. I've tried. The collectors tried. The fundamental problem isn't the structure, it's the nature of what we're containing." Harry's voice was heavy. "The Umbrell exists outside normal rules. Every containment we build, it eventually learns to circumvent. The original Guardians faced the same problem, that's why they failed. So what do we do?" Harry had been asking himself that question for months. The answer he'd arrived at was terrible, but it was the only one that made sense. "We stop containing it. We destroy it." Daphne went still. "That's supposed to be impossible. Impossible through normal means. But I've been researching alternatives, older magic, deeper powers." He met her eyes. "The Peverell line didn't just build focal points, Daphne. They touched things that weren't meant to be touched. Made bargains that weren't meant to be made. Like your ancestor with the collector. Like that. But there are other entities, other forces. Some of them might have the power to destroy even something like the Umbrell." Harry paused. "The question is whether the price would be worth paying." "What kind of price?" Harry didn't answer immediately. He'd been avoiding this conversation, postponing the moment when he'd have to share what he'd learned. But Daphne deserved the truth, she'd earned it 100 times over. "The original Peverell contract," he said slowly. "The one that established the collector's partnership with my bloodline. It contains clauses I never fully understood, references to final measures and ultimate prices. I thought they were metaphorical. They're not. No. They describe a ritual that can channel an entity's power directly through a human vessel, transforming both into something capable of affecting normally intangible forces. Harry's voice dropped. The collector explained it to me last month. If I perform the ritual, I could potentially destroy the Umbrell permanently. And the cost? The ritual requires complete integration with the collector's essence. Not partnership, merger. I would become something that isn't quite human anymore, bound to the alley's magic in ways that can't be reversed. Daphne's face had gone pale. You'd lose yourself. I'd lose what I am now. What I'd become. Harry shrugged. The collector says I'd retain my consciousness, my memories. But my nature would change fundamentally. I'd be more like her than like a normal wizard. That's not a choice. That's a sacrifice. It's the only option that actually solves the problem. Everything else just postpones the inevitable. Harry turned back to the window, watching the alley's life flow beneath him. I've spent years protecting this place, these people. If protecting them permanently means giving up my humanity, maybe that's an acceptable trade. Maybe it isn't. Daphne's hand found his, her grip fierce. You don't get to decide this alone, Harry. Not after everything we've been through together. I'm not deciding anything yet. I'm telling you what the options are. The option being suicide with extra steps. The option being victory. Real victory, not just another temporary measure. Harry squeezed her hand gently. I'm not going to rush into this, Daphne. But I need you to understand what's at stake. The Umbrell is going to break free eventually, months, maybe a year. When it does, the destruction will be worse than anything we've faced before. Worse than anything Britain has ever faced. Then we find another way. A better way. If there is one, I haven't found it. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. I've consulted everyone, the collector, the surviving Guardian records, every expert I could find. They all agree, the Umbrell can't be destroyed through normal means. The ritual is the only option that has a real chance of working. Daphne was silent for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was carefully controlled. When would you have to decide? Soon. The containment is degrading faster than I expected. If I'm going to do this, I need to do it before the Umbrell breaks free entirely. How soon? Weeks. Maybe less. She closed her eyes, and Harry saw tears gathering beneath her lashes. In all the years he'd known her, he'd never seen her cry. I need time, she said finally. To process this. To accept that this might be goodbye. Daphne, don't. Her eyes opened, fierce despite the tears. Don't try to comfort me. Not about this. Just, give me time. She left before he could respond, and Harry stood alone at the window, watching the alley and wondering if he'd already made his choice. The days that followed were strange, weighted with the knowledge of what was coming, yet filled with the ordinary rhythms of life that continued regardless. Harry met with his allies, explaining the situation without revealing his intended solution. The network's participants needed to know that the containment was failing, they didn't need to know what he planned to do about it. Not yet. Ron took the news with characteristic directness. So we're back to crisis mode. Brilliant. I was getting bored with peace and stability. This is serious, Ron. I know it's serious. That's why I'm making jokes, it's either laugh or panic, and panic doesn't help anyone. Ron's expression sobered. What do you need from me? Right now. Just be ready. When things go bad, they'll go bad quickly. I'm always ready. Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder. Whatever happens, mate, I've got your back. Neville's response was quieter but equally committed. My grandmother always said the Longbottoms stand with the Peverils. That doesn't change because the odds are bad. Luna simply smiled her dreamy smile and said, the Raxperts are very agitated. Something important is coming. Even Draco, whose relationship with Harry had evolved from enmity to something like grudging respect, offered his support. The Malfoy family's survival depends on your network, he said bluntly. Whatever resources you need, they're yours. Even if it means working with blood traders and muggleborns. Even then. Draco's smile was thin but genuine. Some things are more important than blood purity. My father learned that lesson the hard way, I'm trying to learn it more gracefully. The support was gratifying, but it didn't change the fundamental problem. The Umbrell was going to break free, and Harry was the only one who could stop it permanently. The price just happened to be everything he was. The collector's summons came on a Thursday evening, pulling Harry from a restless sleep into the connection they shared. It's time, little heir. The containment will fail within the week. Harry sat up in bed, his heart pounding. You're certain? The fractures have reached critical thresholds. The Umbrell has learned to exploit the network structure, turning our own channels against the barriers. Her presence was grave in a way he'd rarely felt. If we're going to act, it must be soon. I haven't finished preparing. The network needs to be stabilized, the focal point secured, there's no time for perfect preparation. There never is. The collector's voice softened. I know this is difficult, Harry. I know what I'm asking you to give up. But the alternative. I know the alternative. Harry threw off his blankets and moved to the window, staring out at the sleeping alley. What do I need to do? The ritual requires 3 elements, the wardstone as an anchor, your blood as a catalyst, and my essence as the transforming agent. When all 3 are combined, the merger will begin. And after that? After that, you become something new. Something capable of reaching into the Umbrell's dimension and destroying it at the source. A pause. The process will be painful. Transformative. You may not survive it intact. But I might. You might. Your Peveril heritage gives you advantages that previous attempts lacked. The integration could be cleaner than expected. Could be. Might. Possibly. Harry laughed without humor. Not exactly reassuring. I've never lied to you, little heir. I won't start now. The collector's presence shifted, becoming almost tender. You've been a remarkable partner, Harry Potter. Whatever happens next, I want you to know that. Getting sentimental in your old age? Something like that. Her presence began to withdraw. The ritual can be performed whenever you're ready. The choice remains yours until the moment you begin. The connection faded, leaving Harry alone with the weight of his decision. He found Daphne on the roof of the Greengrass apothecary, sitting on the edge with her legs dangling over the alley below. She didn't turn as he approached, but she shifted to make room for him beside her. The collector contacted me, he said. It's time. I know. I felt it through the network connection. Her voice was steady, but he could hear the strain beneath. When? Tonight. Tomorrow morning at the latest. The containment won't hold much longer. Silence stretched between them, filled with everything they'd never quite said to each other. Years of partnership, of trust, of something deeper that had grown so gradually neither of them had acknowledged it directly. I love you, Daphne said finally. I should have told you years ago, but I was too proud. Too afraid. And now? Daphne, let me finish. She turned to face him, her composure finally cracking. I've watched you sacrifice yourself over and over, for the alley, for the network, for people who don't even know your name. Every time, I told myself you'd survive, that you always survive. But this is different. It is. You might not come back. Not as yourself, not as anything I could recognize. Tears streamed down her face, but her voice remained steady. And I need you to know, before that happens, that I love you. That these years with you have been the best of my life. That whatever you become, part of you will always be the boy who protected my family's shop when he had nothing to gain from it. Harry reached out and cupped her face in his hands, brushing away tears with his thumbs. I love you too, he said quietly. I should have said it years ago, for the same stupid reasons you didn't. But I'm saying it now. He kissed her, their first real kiss, after years of dancing around the possibility. It was gentle and fierce and desperate, a lifetime of feeling compressed into a single moment. When they finally separated, Daphne's mask was completely gone, showing the vulnerable girl beneath the composed exterior. Promise me something, she whispered. Anything. Promise me you'll try to come back. Not just survive, come back as yourself. As someone I can still love. I promise I'll try. He pulled her close, holding her against his chest. I can't promise I'll succeed, but I'll try. For you. They stayed on the roof until dawn, watching the stars fade and the sky lighten over Diagon Alley. Neither spoke much, there wasn't anything left to say. They simply existed together, treasuring the time they had left. When the sun finally rose, Harry stood and offered Daphne his hand. Will you come with me? To the Wardstone chamber. You want me there for the ritual? I want you to be the last thing I see. Before everything changes. She took his hand. The Wardstone chamber felt different as Harry descended into its depths. The ancient crystal pulsed with power that seemed almost agitated, responding to the approaching crisis and the momentous change about to occur. Daphne stood at the chamber's entrance, close enough to witness but far enough to be safe from the ritual's effects. Ron and Neville had wanted to come too, but Harry had refused, too many variables, too much risk. The collector's presence filled the chamber, more tangible than Harry had ever felt her. Are you ready? As ready as I'll ever be. Then let us begin. Harry approached the Wardstone, feeling its power wash over him. This crystal had been his anchor for years, the heart of everything he'd built. Soon, it would become something more. He drew a knife from his belt and sliced his palm, letting blood drip onto the Wardstone's surface. The crystal flared brilliant white, absorbing his essence, beginning the transformation. Now, little heir. Open yourself to me. Harry dropped his mental barriers, the defenses he'd built over years of dealing with entities that could destroy a human mind with a thought. The collector's essence flooded into him, cold and ancient and impossibly vast. The pain was immediate and overwhelming. Harry screamed as his very nature began to change, as human and entity merged into something neither had been before. He felt himself dissolving, reforming, becoming something that existed between categories. Through the agony, he was dimly aware of Daphne calling his name, of the Wardstone blazing with light that filled the entire chamber. The network pulsed as the change rippled outward, touching every focal point, every convergence, every piece of the structure he'd spent years building. Hold on, the collector's voice, somehow gentler now that they were merging. The worst is almost over. Harry reached for something to anchor himself, a memory, an emotion, anything that could preserve who he was through the transformation. He found Daphne's face, her voice telling him she loved him, her hand in his on the rooftop. That, the collector said. Hold on to that. He held on. The transformation took hours or seconds or days, time lost meaning when you were being remade at a fundamental level. When it finally ended, Harry opened eyes that saw the world differently. The chamber's magic was visible now, not as an impression but as direct perception. He could see the flow of energy through the Wardstone, the connection stretching out to the network's focal points, the faint barrier straining to contain the Umbrell's pressure. He could feel the collector's presence within him, not as an outside entity, but as an integrated part of his consciousness. They weren't two beings anymore, they were something new, something that had never existed before. Harry. Daphne's voice, trembling with hope and fear. He turned to look at her, and saw her flinch at whatever she saw in his eyes. Then she looked deeper, saw something that made her relax slightly. "You're still you," she breathed. "Different, but still you. Still me." His voice was strange, layered, resonant, carrying harmonics that hadn't been there before. "Mostly. Is it done? The transformation?" Harry flexed his new perceptions, feeling the extent of his altered nature. The change was profound. He wasn't human anymore, not exactly, but the core of who he was remained intact. Done. Now for the part that matters. He reached through the network, through the containment barriers, toward the prison that held the Umbrell. With his enhanced senses, he could feel the entity clearly, its vast hunger, its patient malevolence, its certainty that it would eventually break free. "Peveril." The Umbrell's voice thundered through dimensions. "What have you become?" "Something new," Harry replied. "Something that can reach you." He extended his consciousness into the Umbrell's dimension, following channels that would have destroyed a normal wizard. The entity recoiled, surprised by an intrusion that should have been impossible. "You cannot, I can." Harry gathered his power, the combined might of the network, the ward stone, the collector's ancient essence, all channeled through his transformed nature. "Your feeding ends here. Permanently." He struck. The Umbrell screamed, a sound that echoed across dimensions, that shook the foundations of reality itself. Harry pressed his attack, pouring everything he had into the destruction of an entity that had existed since before human magic. The battle lasted forever and no time at all. The Umbrell fought back with the desperate strength of something facing annihilation, but Harry had advantages it couldn't counter. He wasn't just attacking from outside, he was reaching into its very essence, unraveling the fundamental patterns that allowed it to exist. "No," the Umbrell howled as it began to dissolve. "I cannot be destroyed, everything can be destroyed," Harry said. "Everything ends." And with a final surge of power, he ended the Umbrell. The aftermath was quiet. Harry collapsed beside the ward stone, exhausted beyond anything he'd ever experienced. Daphne was at his side immediately, her hands checking for injuries, her voice asking questions he couldn't quite process. "It's done," he managed. "The Umbrell is gone. Truly gone. And you? Alive. Changed, but alive." He opened his eyes, meeting her gaze. "I promised I'd try to come back as myself. I think I managed it." The relief on her face was almost painful to witness. She pulled him into an embrace, holding him so tightly it would have hurt if he'd still been fully human. "Don't ever scare me like that again," she whispered. "I'll try not to." They stayed in the chamber for a long time, drawing strength from each other's presence. Eventually, Harry found the energy to stand, to assess the damage, to begin understanding what he'd become. The transformation was permanent, he knew that instinctively. He would never be fully human again, would always exist in a space between mortal and entity. But he could still think, still feel, still love. The essential core of Harry Potter remained intact. "What happens now?" Daphne asked as they climbed the stairs back to the alley. "Now we rebuild. The Umbrell's destruction will have left echoes, instabilities in the dimensional barriers that need to be addressed." Harry paused, considering. "And I need to learn how to live with what I've become. That might take a while. We have time now. Thanks to you. Thanks to all of us." Harry looked around the alley as they emerged into morning light, watching the first shopkeepers opening their doors, the first customers beginning their day. Normal life, continuing as it always had, unaware of how close it had come to ending. This was never just me. It was everyone, the network, the allies, you. But you paid the price. A price, Harry corrected. Not the price. I'm still here. Still capable of having a life, a future. He took her hand. "A future with you, if you'll have me." Daphne's smile was brilliant despite her exhaustion. Was that a proposal? More of a statement of intent. The actual proposal can come later, when we've both slept for about a week. I'll hold you to that. The weeks that followed brought recovery and adjustment. Harry's transformation drew attention. There was no hiding that something fundamental had changed about him, but the details remained private. He told his closest allies the truth. Everyone else received carefully crafted explanations about advanced magical integration that were technically accurate if deliberately vague. The network stabilized without the Umbrell's constant pressure. The focal point settled into maintenance mode, requiring minimal oversight. Harry's enhanced nature made managing the system easier. If anything, he could sense problems before they became critical, address issues with precision that would have been impossible in his fully human state. Dumbledore visited once, his ancient eyes studying Harry with intense curiosity. "You've become something unprecedented," the headmaster observed. "Neither human nor entity, but something in between. Does that concern you?" "It concerns me in the way any significant change concerns me." "But you've demonstrated your character repeatedly, Harry. Whatever you've become, I trust the person you choose to be. Even though I'm no longer fully human. Humanity isn't defined by biology. It's defined by choices, by values, by the way we treat others." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "By those measures, you're more human than many who've never transformed at all." The ministry, predictably, was less sanguine. Fudge had been replaced by a more competent administrator, but the institutional distrust of anything unusual remained. Harry dealt with their inquiries patiently, providing enough information to satisfy legal requirements while protecting the deeper truths of what had happened. Malfoy's reaction was perhaps the most surprising. "You've become something that could destroy me with a thought," Lucius observed during one of their increasingly cordial meetings. "Yet you continue to honor our partnership. The partnership benefits both of us. That hasn't changed." "No, but you have. Most people with your power would be tempted to consolidate, to eliminate potential threats." Malfoy's expression was thoughtful. "The fact that you haven't says something about your character. It says I learned that cooperation beats domination. Something you taught me, actually, by showing me what domination looks like and why it fails. An unexpected lesson." Malfoy's smile was wry. "I suppose I should be grateful you learned it from my mistakes rather than making your own." Summer faded into autumn, and Harry found himself settling into a new normal. His relationship with Daphne deepened, built on a foundation of years of partnership and the shared experience of facing the end together. They didn't rush, neither of them had ever been the rushing type, but the trajectory was clear. "You know," Daphne said one evening as they sat in Harry's office, watching the alley's lights come to life, "when I first met you, I thought you were going to get us all killed." To be fair, that was a reasonable assumption. It was. A 9-year-old claiming ownership of Diagon Alley, making enemies of the Malfoys, partnering with ancient entities, it sounded like a recipe for disaster. And yet here we are. Here we are. She leaned against his shoulder. "Sometimes I try to imagine what my life would have been like if you'd never found that door. If my family had just been another neutral house, quietly surviving without ever mattering. You would have mattered regardless. You were always too smart, too determined to be insignificant." Flattery. But she smiled. "I think I would have been miserable, actually. Married off to some pure-blood heir, running a household, pretending that politics didn't interest me because women weren't supposed to be interested in such things. That sounds terrible. It was the expected path for someone like me. You changed that, gave me a different option, a way to use my abilities that didn't require hiding them." She turned to look at him directly. "You changed a lot of things, Harry. For a lot of people. I had help. You did. But the vision was yours. The determination. The willingness to take risks that everyone else was too scared to consider." She touched his face gently. "Whatever you've become, that hasn't changed. You're still the person who walks through doors that shouldn't exist. And you're still the person who follows me through them. Someone has to watch your back." Harry kissed her, soft and slow, savoring the moment. Outside, the alley continued its eternal rhythm, shops opening, customers browsing, magic flowing through streets that had existed for centuries and would exist for centuries more. His alley. His territory. His home. Whatever he'd become, whatever price he'd paid, this was still where he belonged. The anniversary of the Umbrell's destruction came on a clear autumn night. Harry stood in the ward stone chamber one final time, not for ritual or crisis, but for reflection. A year had passed since his transformation, and he wanted to mark the occasion in the place where everything had changed. The collector's voice, his voice now, in a sense, rose from within his consciousness. "You're feeling nostalgic. I'm feeling grateful. A year ago, I thought I might lose everything. Instead, I lost one thing and gained more than I expected. You lost your humanity. I lost my human nature. My humanity, the parts that actually matter, I kept." Harry touched the ward stone, feeling its power respond to him. "You told me once that the ritual might destroy me. That I might not survive intact. I told you the truth as I understood it. Previous attempts at integration had all failed catastrophically. But mine succeeded. Why? Because you had something the others lacked: connections. Love. People who anchored you when the transformation tried to dissolve your identity." The collector's voice was warm in a way that felt strange coming from his own mind. "You survived because you weren't alone." Harry thought about that. About Daphne on the rooftop, telling him she loved him. About Ron and Neville and Luna, offering support without hesitation. About the network of allies he'd built over years of struggle. "You planned this," he realized. "From the beginning, you knew that partnership would make me stronger. I suspected it might." The original Peverills understood something that later generations forgot: power comes from connection, not isolation. The more ties you form, the more anchor points your identity has. And the more valuable you become as a partner. That too. The collector's amusement rippled through their shared consciousness. "I never pretended to be altruistic, little heir. But our interests aligned, and alignment can become something like friendship over time." "Is that what this is? Friendship? I don't know what to call it. Something unprecedented. Something that might not have a name." A pause. "Does it need one?" Harry smiled. "No. I suppose it doesn't." He left the chamber and climbed the stairs to the alley, where Daphne waited with a bottle of wine and an expression of patient affection. "Done reflecting?" "For now." He took the wine and poured 2 glasses. "To another year. To many more." She clinked her glass against his. "Whatever they bring." They stood together at the window, watching the alley below, the territory Harry had claimed as a desperate 9-year-old, the home he defended against every threat, the foundation for everything he'd built. Whatever came next, he'd face it the same way he'd faced everything else, with the people he loved beside him, and the determination to protect what mattered regardless of the cost. Some things were worth any price. The alley, his family, his friends, his home, was one of them. And as the stars wheeled overhead and the magic hummed through ancient stones, Harry Potter looked toward a future that, for the first time in his life, held more hope than fear. Epilogue: 10 years later, Harry would look back on those early days with something approaching wonder. The containment network had evolved into something greater, a permanent magical infrastructure that protected all of Britain from dimensional threats. The alliances he'd forged had become institutions, the partnerships had become friendships, the desperate measures had become established practices. He and Daphne had married on a spring afternoon in the alley's hidden garden, surrounded by everyone who mattered. Ron stood as best man, Luna served as an unexpectedly effective officiant, even Draco attended, his congratulations carrying genuine warmth. Their children, 2 daughters and a son, grew up knowing that their father wasn't quite human anymore. They accepted it the way children accept anything that's been true their whole lives, as simply the way things were. The collector remained a part of Harry, though the boundaries between them had blurred over the years until it was hard to say where one ended and the other began. They'd become something truly new, a consciousness that held perspectives spanning millennia and experiences spanning dimensions. The alley continued to thrive, its shops passing from generation to generation, its streets welcoming new families while honoring old traditions. Harry watched over it all with the patience of something not quite mortal anymore, protecting what he'd built without trying to control it. Some nights, he still walked the cobblestones alone, feeling the weight of history beneath his feet. The alley remembered everything, every transaction, every conversation, every moment of joy and sorrow that had occurred within its boundaries. And through his connection to the ward stone, Harry remembered too. He'd paid a price for his power, there was no denying that. He wasn't the boy who'd stumbled through a forgotten door anymore. He was something older, stranger, more distant from normal humanity with each passing year. But he still loved. Still protected. Still cared about the people and places that had given his life meaning. And in the end, that was what mattered. The doors we walk through change us. Some changes are chosen, some are thrust upon us. But what defines us isn't the changes themselves, it's what we do with them afterward. Harry Potter had walked through a door at 9 years old and found a world of magic and wonder and terrible danger. 15 years later, he becomes something that could protect that world forever. The price had been high. The payment had been worth it. Chapter 6 End.